YF team for being so punctual and for the work that they are doing. I'm also seeing the Nagur Teenage Center team. Thank you so much for being here as early as possible. To us, we have one of our guests that has already arrived. And very soon we are going to introduce her very properly. So, next on the agenda, we are going to have our opening prayer. I don't know if the person that is supposed to take us through this is already here. Oh yeah, so we are going to have just a random person, anyone who is willing to volunteer to lead us through our prayer. Oh, thank you so much. A round of applause to her.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for such a beautiful day. Thank you for everything is in time. Thank you for very impactful moments. Thank you that people's lives can never remain the same. Thank you, Lord, for the solutions you're releasing in such a meeting. We are so humbled to be part of this. I pray all this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Lisa, Shepherd's daughter.
Oh, Lisa. Which university?
St. Lawrence. I'm a poet.
Oh, a round of applause to her. Thank you so much, Lisa, for that beautiful prayer. So the theme for today is awareness to action. And before we start the program, I would like to ask any random person what they think about this theme. And maybe we can reflect on that throughout the day. So anyone willing to tell us anything on awareness to action? Any volunteer? I'm seeing someone promising to talk. Anyone, just any thought? Yes, thank you so much, this smart gentleman. And since we are coming from different universities, please introduce yourself and tell us the university as well.
So good morning to everyone. My name is Daniel Twesime, and I come from Kyambogo University. So the theme, awareness, from awareness to action, to me simply I can talk about it like in this way. It's like for us we are aware, we know what is taking place, but we can't keep on what is taking place. Like we have to move on and do what next. Like we have to move on and do something better than knowing. Like we have to put on the hands and make a change of what we know. That is how I can explain.
Oh, thank you so much. Your name again?
My name is Daniel Twesime.
Daniel Twesime from Kyambogo University. A round of applause to him. All the way from Kyambogo. You're very, very welcome. So I would like to hear from the hosting university, one of the students from, are you from Kyambogo? Okay.
Morning, members. Yes, my name is Nwagaba Onausko. I'm from Kyambogo University. So awareness, I may term it as like people are already aware of what is taking place. And they know everything that is taking place, and they are aware. By the way, people are aware because of internet, each and everything. So what is needed is what you know to put it into action, isn't it? You already know, you're already aware. So what is the next step? You have to put it into action so that we can move on and have a better living. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Who?
Nwagaba Onausko.
Nwagaba. Oh, I think I need to really, really get your names very well. Thank you so much, Nwagaba. Someone from another university? We've heard from Kyambogo University. We've heard from Kyambogo University. Anyone from anywhere else? We have you in the building? Let me see the UCU students. Where are you? So at least one of you has to represent the university and tell us what you think about awareness to action, which is the theme for today. Your name?
Good morning, everyone. I think, according to what you're saying, awareness to action, it means we are having all the information around us. Take an example of a disease. You are aware this disease exists and maybe it can kill. But then the part of action, what can you do about it? What to do next after knowing that this disease exists or such a bad action exists? So that's my thought about it.
Okay, thank you so much. That was beautiful. In the building, we have some of the guests that have already arrived, our important guests, and very soon I'm going to be recognizing them. Meanwhile, that was UCU. We have any other university? Please don't hide. This is your day. Victoria University in the building? Let me see Victoria University. Where are you? Victoria University, where? Has Macquarie University arrived yet? Okay, so you're going to tell us your name and what you think about the theme for today, awareness to action. Okay, good. He's just arrived, so I'm going to give him some time. Any other university around?
I am happy to welcome you to today's first National Students Health Conference that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to explore how innovations and solutions for SRHR, mental health, HIV, and GBV, how we can put it at the forefront.
This do something that is impactful to the students. So the media team, thank you so much. Enjoy.
I am happy to welcome you to today's first National Students Health Conference that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to explore how innovations and solutions for SRHR, mental health, HIV, and GBV, how we can put it at the forefront. This conference is for us as young people, as students, as the next generation, to come up with ideas that can inform tomorrow's policy, that can inform tomorrow's leadership landscape, that can inform the next phase of innovative health in this country. And that's why On Your Future initiative is interested to see that we work with young people.
On Your Future Campus initiative was launched by the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports. And we were launched to specifically address health challenges that young people at the university face. And our focus is on GBV, gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health, HIV, and mental health. And because of that, that is why we gather here today, stakeholders, policymakers, young people and students in the different universities to address these challenges, but to also give you a chance to network and share with these stakeholders who are available here today.
As Dean of Students, I am delighted to welcome you all to this important event. And today we gather here with a shared commitment to prioritizing student health and well-being. Students are the driving force behind innovation and change on our campus environment, and I am excited to see the creative solutions and ideas that will emerge from this important conference. As we gather here today, I'm excited to see students taking the lead in driving innovation and solutions to health challenges Let's build our progress, share our knowledge, and collaborate to create a healthier, more supportive, and inclusive environment for all students.
When I became the Minister of Health, my specific interventions were specifically to HIV and SRHR, and I followed up some information, statistics from the HIV fact sheet that was released by the Uganda AIDS Commission. And Gulu district HIV prevalence was at 7.2%, Gulu City at 10.5%, of which both were higher than the national prevalence. And this one raised a very, very serious challenge and a question to ask to me as a minister coming from the same region that was affected. So those are the statistics that we had, and we needed to create awareness to the students and the entire population.
So we are looking at having the Health Initiative Overview Clubs, and our ask is simple, that we look at having an avenue where young people can then approach decisions other than fearing to face people face to face, but through services that they can use initially to make sure that they enable them to access services. One, we are looking at having accessibility of services, mobile services where young people can approach. Through, we are looking at also establishment of
I am happy to welcome you to today's first National Students Health Conference that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to...
I'm very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready.
How innovations and solutions for SRHR, mental health, HIV, and GBV, how we can put it at the forefront. This conference, it's for us as young people, as students, as the next generation, to come up with ideas that can inform tomorrow's policy, that can inform tomorrow's leadership landscape, that can inform the next phase of innovative health in this country. And that's why On Your Future initiative is interested to see that we work with young people.
On Your Future Campus initiative was launched by the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports. And we were launched to specifically address health challenges that young people at the university face. And our focus is on GBV, gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health, HIV, and mental health. And because of that, that is why we gather here today, stakeholders, policymakers, young people and students in the different universities to address these challenges, but to also give you a chance to network and share with these stakeholders who are available here today.
As Dean of Students, I am delighted to welcome you all to this important event. And today we gather here with a shared commitment to prioritizing student health and well-being. Students are the driving force behind innovation and change on our campus environment, and I am excited to see the creative solutions and ideas that will emerge from this important conference. As we gather here today, I'm excited to see students taking the lead in driving innovation and solutions to health challenges. Let's build our progress, share our knowledge, and collaborate to create a healthier, more supportive, and inclusive environment for all students.
When I became the Minister of Health, my specific interventions were specifically to HIV and SRHR, and I followed up some information, statistics from the HIV fact sheet that was released by the Uganda AIDS Commission. And Gulu district HIV prevalence was at 7.2%, Gulu City at 10.5%, of which both were higher than the national prevalence. And this one raised a very, very serious challenge and a question to me as a minister, coming from the same region that was affected. So those are the statistics that we had, and we needed to create awareness to the students and the entire population.
So we are looking at having the Health Initiative Overview Clubs, and our ask is simple, that we look at having an avenue where young people can then approach decisions other than fearing to face people face to face, but through services that they can use initially to make sure that they enable them to access services. One, we are looking at having accessibility of services, mobile services where young people can approach. Through, we are looking at also establishment of
I am happy to welcome you to today's first National Students Health Conference that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to explore how innovations and solutions for SRHR, mental health, HIV, and GBV, how we can put it at the forefront. This conference, it's for us as young people, as students, as the next generation, to come up with ideas that can inform tomorrow's policy, that can inform tomorrow's leadership landscape, that can inform the next phase of innovative health in this country. And that's why On Your Future initiative is interested to see that we work with young people.
On Your Future Campus initiative was launched by the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports. And we were launched to specifically address health challenges that young people at the university face. And our focus is on GBV, gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health, HIV, and mental health. And because of that, that is why we gather here today, stakeholders, policymakers, young people and students in the different universities to address these challenges, but to also give you a chance to network and share with these stakeholders who are available here today.
As Dean of Students, I am delighted to welcome you all to this important event. And today we gather here with a shared commitment to prioritizing student health and well-being. Students are the driving force behind innovation and change on our campus environment, and I am excited to see the creative solutions and ideas that will emerge from this important conference. As we gather here today, I'm excited to see students taking the lead in driving innovation and solutions to health challenges. Let's build our progress, share our knowledge, and collaborate to create a healthier, more supportive, and inclusive environment for all students.
When I became the Minister of Health, my specific interventions were specifically to HIV and SRHR, and I followed up some information, statistics from the HIV fact sheet that was released by the Uganda AIDS Commission. And Gulu district HIV prevalence was at 7.2%, Gulu City at 10.5%, of which both were higher than the national prevalence. And this one raised a very, very serious challenge and a question to me as a minister, coming from the same region that was affected. So those are the statistics that we had, and we needed to create awareness to the students and the entire population.
So we are looking at having the Health Initiative Overview Clubs, and our ask is simple, that we look at having an avenue where young people can then approach decisions other than fearing to face people face to face, but through services that they can use initially to make sure that they enable them to access services. One, we are looking at having accessibility of services, mobile services where young people can approach. Through, we are looking at also establishment of
I'm very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready. I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready. I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play.
As we wait for the rest of the people to come, we have our very important guests that have already arrived, our representatives from the United Nations Population Fund of Uganda. We have the 21st Guild President, Kyambogo University, and Dama Emmanuel. Please, a round of applause to them. Thank you for being so punctual. So right about now, we are going to have our breakfast. I hope the team is ready. And I request all of us to follow protocol. Shall allow our guests to have breakfast first, and then students from other universities to follow. Then for us, the guests from Kyambogo University, we can go last, right? Yes, thank you so much. Media team, please give us some nice songs as we take our breakfast.
To direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up.
Hello, good morning
and
everyone.
do what is
Poets and public speakers, and please finally kindly find me at the back.
That is how Uganda first stood against
If you have just
HIV and
arrived
AIDS.
from any university,
Young
public
people
speech,
rejected
poetry,
premarital
and quiz,
sex
kindly find me
outrightly
at the back. Thank you.
and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they're here. They made us proud so much and say that true love must wait for us when we are ready. I am very happy to participate in this launch.
Every morning sagala kugenda ngasinyumiza no wange webungera sagala kuzibya ngasinyumiza no kuba yapate byonna
And do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready.
I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready. I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That
So it is only good that we thank and appreciate our sponsors, those who have really come through to ensure that we have this conference. And I'm very, very delighted that all these partners have been able to come through. Guys, you'll agree with me that it is very difficult for a youth-led organization to be able to pull muscles like Naguru Teenage Center, like UNFPA, you get. So really when such organizations come through, it means they have confidence and trust in whatever we are doing, right? It means they have confidence, trust, and they appreciate all our initiatives, whatever we're doing. So ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the second edition. The third edition will come through. Understand that this is a rotational conference. Last year, most of you who attended, you were at Makerere University. And we want to thank Makerere University for hosting us last year. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Makerere University.
I've not seen Makerere University.
Yeah, are they in here? There are students from Makerere University. Are you in here? Oh, there is one there.
One
I'm sure. Oh, woo! Thank you, Makerere University. Last year you did us great.
Applause, everyone.
Okay, so this particular edition, ladies and gentlemen, are being hosted by Kyambogo University.
Let me see my fellow Kyambogo students.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, Kyambogo University, for hosting us. During the course of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be able to share with you some feedback form when we announce, and you could check very quickly on the different WhatsApp groups. We are happy to receive feedback from you. Tell us what is going on right. Tell us what is not going on right. Tell us what you think should be adjusted. We are happy to listen to you and take your feedback seriously, as long as it helps us make our conference better. Right? Yeah, that should be the spirit. And so we thank you, and we all know that the issue we are going to be dealing with in this conference are very important issues, and so we cannot take anything for granted here. Ladies and gentlemen, over the time we're going to be having a brief. We will know what has been happening before this particular day. A lot of activities have been happening, and so Kamugisha Andrew, at an opportune time, you'll be here and he will be able to give you guys a few highlights of what transpired, and you'll be able to see some on the screen, right? Very, very key and very important. Otherwise, we continue to welcome all of you. We continue to thank you for sparing time to be with us. We are going to be starting in a bit, but ladies and gentlemen, we have very, very important guests who are with us right now. At an opportune time, we shall be introducing all of them. And for all of you students, please take this as a moment for you to, get to acquire knowledge, okay? Knowledge that you're going to be putting forth out there to impact communities. But also you understand that no man is an island. You don't stand alone. You need to be able to appreciate the presence of each and every person who is here, network, get to know them. You never know. Yesterday I told our volunteers, very good volunteers, who are helping us to do a couple of things here. I told them this is an opportunity for you to get to know other people, right? So feel free, interact, get to know one another. And of course, that is how network builds, and then together we can create a better society and a better world for ourselves. My name is Paul Achai, and I'm very excited to be here. DJ, mild music as we start in a bit.
Thank you so much, Paul. Okay. Are we excited for today? I'm seeing everyone a little bit moody, yet today is supposed to be a very exciting day for us. So, I've seen Makerere University, UCU, Kyambogo University, Kyambogo University. We have any other university around? Victoria University as well. Any other university? Yes. It goes beyond. St. Lawrence is also in the building. I don't want to forget anyone, so please, if I've not mentioned you, kindly reach out to me. I need to recognize everyone. Once again, we have representatives from the United Nations Population Fund of Uganda. Thank you so much for being part of us today. And not forgetting that we have our chief guest in the building who will talk to us very, very soon. So right now, media team, The media team, please be ready for the anthem. You ready? Okay. So we are going to begin the anthems, and I request everyone to stand up. Yes, let's all please stand up.
All right, colleagues, sorry, we are expecting the government officials who will be here very soon. If we do the anthem now, it means when they come, we shall have to do the anthem again. Like, you understand, right? Yeah, so really apologies. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Let's wait for the government officials to be in. In the meantime, Andrew will be stepping in here to give us a brief on something very important which has been transpiring. So you get to know where we've come from to reach this moment. Please feel free to always check out on the different social media handles of On Your Future. Andrew will tell you about that on a deal. In the meantime, it's important that we share information with our colleagues about what is happening here. Feel free to use those social media handles so that every person who has not been able to make it here understands that we are holding this conference and how important it is. Andrew, over to you.
Very good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Is it the pressure or it's hunger? This early morning. Okay, anyway, so for purposes of timekeeping, I'm just going to make a roll call of people that are around, public speakers, poets, and poetry, and quiz. So if you're not on the list, you'd kindly register with me as other tracks are running. So do we have Elizabeth? We're going to begin with public speakers, and we're going to handle 3-3. Then after that, we shall have an interlude of the program. We resume like that. Public speak quiz. Then after that, we shall have a general briefing. So Oyela Rosemel, public speaker. Please, if I read your name, come here. Rosemary from Kyambogo, public speaking. Finalists, please clap for them. It wasn't an easy task to convince all the judges. Then Wycliffe, public speech. Wycliffe. Then Francis. Then Churchill. So the rules of procedure are very simple. I'm just going to do a ballot. These are not the only public speakers, but we're going to begin with these. They will have a presentation in the time allocated to them and a random topic that will be given to them. They won't have enough prep time, but they'll have to be very, very creative. When they pick, if I give you a ballot and you find yourself as number 1 or number 2 or number 3, you'll come in that particular order. As you come on stage, I'll read out the task and you'll have to execute it perfectly. Once again, I'm Kamgisha Andrew, Head of Programs and Innovation. Sorry for not introducing myself, but that's it. So I'm just going to draw a ballot, 1 up to 2, up to 4. After that, if you pick number 1, you will start from position number 1. Thank you. Please, when you pick the number, tell me your number so as I can register. Your number? Your number 2, Francis. Churchill, number 3. Rosemel, number 1. Your number 4. So I'm just going to kindly request you to move out. And once I read out your names, you will come out. So you can move out as you're doing it now. So you can move out as I make a roll call for the quiz participants. Quiz participants, for those that have registered, there is only Kabale, Kyambogo, Victoria. Is Makere around yet? Cavendish University. Is it around? Dusitema? Ernest? Okay. I think I'm just going to begin with participant number 1. Rosemel. Rosemel, can kindly take the stage. End your speech with had I known.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ella Rosemary. I'm from Kyambogo University, the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. So, sorry about that. So my task is to end my speech with had I known. Yes. So, can you imagine a situation where a student that comes to the university is not aware of where the medical center is? Can you imagine a situation where a student is not aware of what sexual reproductive health is? Can you imagine a situation where a student is not aware of HIV? Can you imagine a situation where a student is not completely aware of mental health issues? Yes. By the way, if I can ask you, audience, what is sexual reproductive health? Yeah, pound on it. It's not something that I want you to answer or reply back to, but what is sexual reproductive health? But if I'm to tell you something small, you see, those days at home when we were in the evening after playing, when we have done all the house chores and we are gathering in our huts to sit down and talk to our parents, my mother would call all of us down, and then our mother would call us down and then tell us that, my child, you're still too young to start dating. My child, please don't do this thing. But let me tell you, they did not tell us the reason why we should not be doing certain things. But yet, they were telling us not to do them. Imagine my mother telling me, don't start dating at an early age, but it's not telling me the reasons why I shouldn't do that. How can I make proper decisions that will affect my body, that will affect my future, that will affect the things that I will do in the nearby future? Ladies and gentlemen, if I had known that this would affect my decisions, then I would have done better.
You can exit the stage and call Mr. Wycliffe. Thank you. So that was the first public speaker, Rosemel from Kyambogo University. So, Francis, you will begin your speech with, she was beautiful but dangerous.
She was beautiful but dangerous. You all know not all that glitters is gold. Thank you everybody for being around. My name is Francis, student at Kyambogo University doing JALS with Mass Communication. I'm proud to be here. What a topic. I think you're all eager to listen to what I'm going to say. We all know that we are really misled by the outer look, despite many maxims, people saying that, there's this cliche that love starts with lust. So you think that when you're lustful to someone, you love them, but sometimes they're dangerous. It's not just about the outer appearance, you're just looking at the people. Some folks are so horrible. They put on ties, but they're so distorted inside. Some of them put on the beautiful dress. They're all awful. Not all the girls who are here that look beautiful are indeed beautiful inside. Some of them are dangerous, are horrendous, are so horrible. We all know that. It's not a new thing. Well said, what a topic. I love talking about this time and time again. It's endless. Very many words can come out of it. We all know beautiful ladies that have destroyed families. I can't go to deep details right now. And regarding health, as we all know that this is more of like a regarded sort of like healthy camp. So we need to know that, seriously, you don't need to have to see the outer appearance and then you go for the girl. Probably most of them are infected with certain diseases. We talk about HIV, talk about other STDs. Don't look at the outer appearance and then you forget about your health. Consider about that as well. Not only that, but your mental health. She's not going to just infect you with HIV and that's all. Probably she's a very bad character and a distress. She might destroy your mental health as well, keep you stressed all the time, then you forget about the books because we're here for books, reading, getting academic success. If not that, you're doing your business, you need to keep concentrating on that, so you don't need someone to destroy your mental health. Thank you, everybody. I love you, but God loves you more. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was our speaker number 2, that is Francis. Churchill next. Good morning, Churchill. The microphone is over there. 3 minutes. In your qualification speech, you did a speech in Uganda. So, no, I'm just going to give you a task. You're going to begin with a statement of Chali Chirowoozo, Ekyecho, Ekyandekera obulwadde. Kyali kirowoozo ekyandekera obulwadde. Ekyandekera obulwadde. It's okay.
Hello. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Kyali kirowoozo ekyandeetera obulwadde. Ebiseera ebyo nali nkyali mwana muto ng'abavubuka abalala nga naakayingira ekibiina ekyo siniya ey'omukaaga. Wabula nga ntandika okusoma nalowoozanga nnyo ku bintu bingi. Nalowoozanga ku bawala kubanga baali nga babitusomesa ku ssomero. But the most disturbing thing is that I always wanted to think about these things and also do them. Because the teachers could teach us about sex. The teachers could teach us about HIV AIDS and all the other things. But I always wanted to do what I always thought. I never thought about how life could end for me. So I joined university recently, and the first thing I decided to do was to test my thoughts. I met this young, beautiful girl. Now, unlike any of us here, I did not go for HIV testing. I used something, my eyes. Now, I just sat down and thought, okay, is this person healthy or not healthy? Now, because she was beautiful, brown, she had beautiful nyash. Most of us can fall for that. I decided to go and attack. And guess what? My thoughts told me that this person was healthy because of how they were looking like. But the thing is, my thoughts were wrong. Recently, when I went to test myself for HIV/AIDS, I found out that I was HIV positive. And I do not blame anyone in this room or blame my teachers. I blame my thoughts. My thoughts that told me that someone that looked so beautiful, young, brown, with nyash, is healthy. I always followed my thoughts. But the thing is, our thoughts are not scientifically proven to be right. HIV, AIDS, and other diseases that attack us have a scientific reasoning behind them, not our thoughts. And so, friends, as I speak to all of us here today, I want us to remember and think about this. How many times have you used your thoughts to test people for HIV, AIDS? And how many times have you slept with them before testing them clinically? The thing is, your thoughts are wrong. You are not right. But science is right. Go test yourself for HIV, AIDS. Test your partner. Because unlike any person in this room, I am now living with HIV, AIDS because I decided to follow my thoughts. So if you do not want to fall victim of this, follow science. Go test yourself. Do not use your eyes and the appearance of the people that you see. Do not fall for the nyash. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Churchill. Kindly call the last speaker for the first segment, Mr. Wycliffe. Good morning, Mr. Wycliffe.
Morning, sir.
What is your local language?
Lugisu.
Lugisu. In your speech, creating awareness or encouraging young people to use condoms if they cannot abstain, do a 50% of Lugisu and 50% of English. You have 3 minutes of
Thank you.
speech.
In current days, from high school, from when I was young, they have been telling us in schools, they have been putting their reproductive health education. They have been telling us most of the times that abstain from sex, abstain from relationships, from anything related to sexual intercourse. But me, to this stage, I think at this moment we don't need that because it is there. So therefore people are aware about abstaining. So shesi se nambasa haseranga hano nambase nabe haukanhireni babana befe kurambisa condom munjeri ifurisa yobulayi who preventing abulwale bufura bukali like HIV, like hepatitis, because those diseases are ni fluid contact or blood contact. So ngemalirisa ngupirisa basali with all the parents and all the stakeholders, either in government or in organizations. I believe abstinence is awareness. You've been telling them, you've provided all the initiatives of abstaining from sex, abstaining from maybe sexual contacts, but I think that's not enough. So this is the right time. We teach our young children, we teach university students, we teach from primary. We stop only sexual education, but I think this is the time we told them how to use the contraceptive pills, to use the condoms and their effects if they overuse them. Thank you so much. I remain Wycliffe from Kyambogo University.
That marks the first segment for the public speech. To our dear partners, someone may wonder why we are using local language in the advance of these institutions. We believe that we should not normalize making discussions or decisions in English, because we believe that other communities that surround us need to also receive the awareness. And why is it best if we don't use the students in these institutions? We are following the theme, and more is to come. This was the first segment for the public speakers, and after the other programs following, we shall also announce other participants. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
A round of applause for Mr. Andrew. Oh, that was a very interesting session. And I love that we are including our local languages in this. So we have a representative from the government, Ministry of Education and Sports. A round of applause. Yes, so now we have the government present with us today.
All right. So, public speakers, thank you very, very much. You've been able to educate us and you've been able to tap from the wisdom. Mr. Keith, I will require you shortly here to do what you love doing most. In the meantime, yeah, we need young people have the energy, right?
Up,
You have the
yes,
energy,
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, our energy master is here. He's going to take us through something brief. Then we shall start officially with the anthem. Okay, I know you have a deep voice. Use this mic.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. What's up? You guys came for a seminar or what? Can we rest our things and we stand up? In case you can, but if you can't, you will also do it while you're seated. Eh? We shall excuse some people, but the rest I'll look at you until you stand up. Okay? I hope mostly we are young people, not so. So, I'm sorry for disturbing you, but I'll disturb you. My name is Wabusa Kate. I'm happy to be here with you. Thanks for looking smart. So you guys are not smart. Eh? Baba, it is I. Hey, all right. We are going to do a simple exercise. We shall be using our hands. Are we together? So, do as I say, but don't do as I do. Are we together? So I know some of you might have heard it before, but it's okay. Yeah, we should have an open mind. Are we together? Always ready to learn, relearn, and unlearn at some point in time. Not so? So the instructions goes as, this is Badu, Badu Badu, then Ba. Are we together? Where is Badu? Badu Badu. Where is Ba? That's nice. Now, let's put our phones in the pocket. Because you can't do Badu yet your one hand is here typing. Are you tweeting? Or you're Xing? Eh? So, we go. Badu. Badu Badu. Ba. I have gifts for the winner. Hey, you might think a man is a person. I have my gifts I gave. So let's go. Badu. Badu Badu. Ba. Really? Where did you say Ba is? What did you say Ba is? Hey, Badu. Badu Badu. Ba. People, because I'm using one hand, doesn't mean you should use one hand. I'm holding a microphone. You people. Okay, Badu. Badu Badu. Ba. Ba. I say do as I say, but don't do as I what? We said Badu is here. Badu Badu is here. Ba is here. You people. Okay, Ba. And we clap for yourselves. You're all winners. So we are going to sing. We are going to sing a simple song. So this side, from here. Let's start from this side. This from here to here. We are going to say 2, 2, 2, 2. Are we together? Are we together? So today you're my choir. I'm the choir master, not so? You people should enjoy these things because I'm also enjoying. One time you'll also be making people do things you want. Not so. Isn't it fun? So here we shall be saying, to whom to. Are we together? Up to here. Be saying what? To whom to. Are we together? Then the rest of the guys will be saying, to whom does it belong to? Are we together? Are we together? Can we give it a sample? All right. Hey, they'll do a receipt. Immediately after this, they'll be doing a receipt. Are we together? So no worries. You can also borrow this. You'll take it to your own space. You have fun. Are we together? So we are starting. When I point at you, your group, you'll be speaking what I told you to do what? To speak. Are we together? Let me see the people with the sharp memory. I'm not feeling you people. The gentlemen, where are you? Gentlemen, where are you? Okay. Don't stop until I feel you. You people. I told the rest of the people to say, to whom does it belong to? Are we together? So this side they are saying, to. Are we together? To. To whom to? To whom to? To whom does it belong to? Are we together? So let's put in some energy, little energy. Are we together? Uh-huh. Some people are smiling. You people. Okay, clap for yourselves. So for our receipt, it's going to be elimination. Are we together? Badu, 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 ba. In case I see you not doing it, please, you rest and be watching the others. As we get our champion, not so. Uncle Josh, you have gifts? Hey, okay, we shall gift you. We begin. Badu. Badu. Ba. Ba. It's okay, you can take a rest. It's okay. Uh-huh. Badu, badu. Please, integrity. Have a little integrity. Is it integrity? It's not. Uh-huh. Thank you. Let's go for him. Hey, those are people you should trust. Hey, employers, you see. Hey. Badu. Badu, badu. Ba. Ba. It's okay. You can rest. You can take your seats, please. It's okay. Uh-huh. Badu. Badu, badu. Ba. Okay. We didn't say you go in slow motion that we shall forgive you. Eh? You need to act sharp. Eh? Are we together? Badu. Ba. Hi. It's okay. Thank you for the smile, although. So the rest of you were the winners. Clap for yourselves. Okay, we can take our seats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, comrade, for that warm-up. Been so nice. We recognize the presence of the Uganda AIDS Commission. Hey, please put your hands to the Uganda AIDS Commission. You know that Uganda AIDS Commission is directly under the President's office, right? Yes, directly under the President's office, and we are very happy that the Director General honored our invitation, and we're happy to be with Uganda AIDS Commission. Again, for university students with activities around HIV and AIDS, always feel free to reach out to and let our sponsors, our partners know you have such an activity for technical support and other forms of support to ensure that your events happen well. All right, in a few, we will have to rise for the official opening. I hope the anthems are set. We'll do the national anthem, we'll do the East African anthem, and we'll do the Kyambogo University anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very excited that we have His Excellency, the Guild President of the mighty Kyambogo University in the building, who will be giving us our remarks very, very soon. Thank you very much. We really appreciate student leadership at that level and any other level. Thank you very much. So, may we rise for the anthems.
I'm going to invite Miss Rebecca to please come and take us through the anthems.
Attention. The Uganda National Anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Kyambogo University anthem.
Kyambogo University, what a mighty center you are. We look to you in entrust our future today. Abounding skills and knowledge, you freely and truly depart from the nation's strong and complex. We surely shall succeed. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you for the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the effort to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent. The pillars that you make us strong and firm on the stone. So fast, so focused in all that they do. The grace and notwithstanding, your cause remains distinct. Your vision story among the past and tomorrow. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you for the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the effort to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's just have a word of prayer. Loving Father, we give glory and praise to you. We thank you very, very much for calling us your children, for creating us. Father, we thank you for everything that we do. We want to put ourselves before you. We ask you to send your spirit to be with us throughout this conference. Father, that may whatever we are going to be discussing, may all that which begins with you find its fulfillment in you. And this is our prayer in the name of God. Amen.
Amen. Oh, that was a very powerful prayer. Okay, so thank you so much, Miss Rebecca, for leading us through the anthems. And we are going to have our opening remarks from the 21st Guild President, Kyambogo University, His Excellency Andama Emmanuel. I was seeing him singing the Kyambogo University with a lot of passion. A lot of passion. And I think that shows us the love that he has for Kyambogo University. So please come and take the stage and give us the opening remarks. A round of applause as he comes.
Hey, His Excellency. You're welcome. You may want to stand at the podium or, yeah, feel free.
Okay, thank you. Our guest of honor, the country representative of the United Nations Population Fund in Uganda, representatives from the Ministry of Health, and other government officials present, representatives from different university administrations, students from different universities, and more so students from Kyambogo University. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Are we okay? I would like to welcome all of you to Kyambogo University, and I would like to thank God for this day and thank the National Student Health Conference for coming to Kyambogo this year. My fellow students of Kyambogo University, can we give a very big clap for this opportunity? That's not enough. Can we clap? We don't take this for granted. We are grateful and thankful that this year's event of the National Student Health is happening at Kyambogo University. As this event is going on, and when I was seated there, I thought profoundly within me, and I say that from the theme of this event that says from awareness to action, if each of us could give just that phrase attention and understand what from awareness to action means, then would live here as changed people. Because I want to think that for long, the conversation has been about student health awareness, where we have now been in spaces where we have gotten the knowledge, we have gotten to know what we need to know as far as our health is concerned. And since we have gotten to know the statistics, we have gotten to name the struggles, we have acknowledged the weight that students carry as far as mental health is concerned, physical and social health, which trouble and torture students of universities. We are at that stage of knowing, but we only have to know. Is only knowing enough? What else do we need to know? What else do we need to do now? After getting to know the challenges that affect us as students as far as health is concerned. Different studies have been carried out and researches, and among them there is one that has been done by the Frontiers in Psychiatry, who say that 60% of students report knowing how to access mental health. Yet only 18% of those students who know that they should access mental health, actually 18% of those really go and get this mental health assistance from mental health professionals. The gap between those who know and those who act on their mental health is such a huge gap, which I think in this room we must address that void. That how comes that many of us get to know what are the challenges or what we go through in mental health and where we can get this assistance, but in reality a very small number goes there to get that assistance. When we look at when we ask students, or when students have been asked why they don't go to seek mental health when even they know that they should and they know where they can get it, some cite financial constraints, others talk about the limited access to mental health professionals on campus, while others fear the stigma. So this is an indictment on the system. The system that exists must be able to protect all of us, that if I stood up and went to seek for mental health support, I should be very sure that I will not be stigmatized, or I will not in any way be ridiculed for what I have done. We go further to see that this pattern extends beyond mental health. It goes on to our HIV status. All of us here, I'm sure, are aware that we must check ourselves and get to know our HIV status. But if I asked even in this room, how many of us have taken it upon themselves, at least on a 6 months basis, to see that they stand up, rise and go in a healthy facility, and know your HIV status. So I want to believe that time has come, as our theme says, to move away from merely being aware of our mental health or of our health in different aspects, and then we act. The moment we shall start acting, that will surely define us. This conference, therefore, dares to say that is no longer enough, or that is no longer acceptable for merely students or different stakeholders to say that we are aware of the health status of students. Therefore, what would be the way forward? The way forward should be institutionalizing student health by making sure that in the policies of universities, this is captured. We must be deliberate about introducing our policies in universities that are directly concerned on student health. We must be ready to include or prioritize student health in the budgets that are being made. We must be able to design and run programs that matter to student health. That will show a commitment on part of the universities, that will show a commitment on part of the different stakeholders. To our government partners and the UN partners who are here in this room, we are glad and grateful, and we want to inform you that students are not a future investment that should be protected later. Students are a present reality that demands attention. In my experience as Guild President at Kyambogo University, I've come to discover that many of the students, in 10 students you meet, 8 of them will be having health challenges. Some of them will be related to mental health, some of them will be physical, and some of them will be anxiety, distress, and they will not be even able to explain what they are going through. So I want to request that we should not make the mental health of students an extracurricular activity or event which we merely organize annual events and come like today and gather and speak and eat and take photos and then move away. I want to request that we must become deliberate as the different stakeholders in as far as the mental health of students are concerned. We must come together and design policies and influence governance and influence management and administration in these universities where students, their health must be put on the forefront. Because a mind that is not healthy, a body that is not healthy, even when you make that body sit in a lecture room, even when you pump that mind with content or knowledge, it will not have any impact on society. So from where I stand and from where I view things, I want to believe that our mental health is at the verge if we don't rise up as all the different stakeholders and make sure that this generation of the youth who are the next leaders, who are the now leaders even, are given the attention they deserve. We shall wake up when it is already late. I want to thank my fellow students who have come from different universities, even from Kyambogo University, for showing up, for standing up and believing in themselves and knowing that we must act now on our health, and if we don't act now, we shall be headed nowhere. Thank you so much for listening to me. I want to wish all of you a very fruitful conference, skills and knowledge for service, for God and my country. Andama Emmanuel is my name, a student at Kyambogo University, offering a Bachelor of Arts with Education in my final year. And by the grace of God, I've been the 21st Guild President who has served. Thank you so much.
A better round of applause for His Excellence. Thank you very much for being one of those outstanding Guild Presidents we have had, not just at Kyambogo, but also in the country. Thank you for standing the test of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have remarks from the OIF team leader. But before that, I want to invite Hussein. Hussein, wherever you are, could you wave? Could you wave as you walk through up to here, please? Yeah. Please clap for him as he comes. Hey, clap for him as he comes. I'll tell you something about that young man after he's done doing what he's going to do here.
Please,
Okay.
a round of applause. You clap for your fellows, okay? Yes, you're very welcome to the stage.
Yeah, this young man is my very good friend. So he's going to do something very special for you guys. He already told me he has something very special. In like 2 minutes, he'll be done. Hussein, there you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm a Muslim, so assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I'm nervous. I am not usually nervous, but I have a presentation. At the same time, I have to compete, so my heart is in two places. As I think you people can understand. Can you relate? Those who are going to do poetry and public speakers who have just finished presenting can relate with the situation I am in right now. And my beautiful mentor wants me to give you something. I think the least I can do to please his heart is to bless you with a beautifully crafted 1.5 minute speech in both Arabic, English, and Luganda. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. سئمت تكاليف الحياة ومن يعش 80 هولا لا أبل لك يسأمي. I have trudged and walked hundreds of miles looking for one answer, but I have never found it. You would think that answer would be close to me, just like the breath you take every morning. You would think that answer would be right in front of me, but I'll be honest, that answer was way far from me. I'm standing at a cliff where my mind is asking itself, should I fall and kill myself, or I should stay standing? Should I die because I think I'm worthless, or I should stay in a world where people are telling me, you are worth 100 gold plates. You are worth the world's future. You are the future the world wants to see. You see, I am Hussein, a name which Arabs say means something small that is good. And yet I believe my name means worthless in Luganda because my mind isn't at peace. It's completely deluded. I may speak as one, but trust me, I speak for the bush. I speak for every youth that is seated here. I speak for you. Have you ever stood at a cliff where you want to make a decision, but people around you either push you or pull you? They either support you or stop you. Your father saying that, my son, I want you to become a lawyer. Yet your mother says, I will support you through any decision you make. Your peers telling you, don't worry, join this gang, you'd be the coolest. Yet some tell you, don't make that mistake. I'm at this cliff and my mind is asking itself, where should I go next? And I want to jump, but maybe jumping is the wrong decision I would take. And yet everyone is claiming mental health, mental health, mental health, but silence is the only solution that I see is worth. Because who will understand my story? Who will listen to me? Who will take time to say Hussein's story is worth? I mean, boys are worthless in the eyes of the system. I mean, boys never have sad stories behind their backs. It's women. I mean, I love mothers, but sometimes I wish I were a girl. Maybe my tears would mean something. For, you know, an Arab said, أين الملوك ذوي التيجان من يمن وأين منهم أكاليل وتيجان. أينما شده الشداد في عرم وأينما ساسه في الفلس ساسان. I don't know if any of you would understand that, because that is the only language I can speak to myself. I think I would choose death, because at least silence is the only solution to my pain. Thank you very much.
Why am I crying? Why am I crying?
Ooh! Wow.
Oh, that was so touching.
I see some people wiping tears from their eyes. Please calm down. There is hope. There is what? There is hope. We're saying story could be anyone's story, and so that is why we are here. There are very many young people like that who think keeping quiet is the best, is the only thing they have. But we are here as we're going to be the next ambassadors to go and give hope to them, right?
True.
Okay. That said, as Brendan, the OIF team lead, comes in, we have the team from Kyambogo University. Please make your way in, and as it would be nice for you not to miss out Brendan's presentation. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very excited. We are happy to have all of you here. We're happy to have His Excellency Okot Francis. He will be speaking to us later on. The former UNSA president, has been president for all students in Uganda. The gentleman is here, and he contested to be member of parliament in his area, in Achua. He actually won, but something happened which we don't know. But congratulations, Honorable. Thank you. So we'll be having Brendan speak to us.
So all along, I was looking for the Makere guys. I'm not seeing them. I was only seeing the two of them. And then when I heard the way where I knew that was Makere coming.
Way. I said way.
Hello.
Wow.
A round of applause. I see other universities getting intimidated. Is that true? Is that true? Oh. Oh. Okay, that was very interesting. So as Kyambogo University takes their seats, we are going to have Brendan, Miss Brendan, prepare for her presentation. Oh, I've only now had Kyambogo. How about other universities? AUCUO.
Oi.
Okay. Miss Brendan, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am a proud alumni of Uganda Christian University, so I use CUOA, but we are too corporate too. Yeah, I just wanted to make fun. So So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our dear chief guest, the country representative of the United Nations Population Fund, the director of School of Health from Ministry of Education and Sports, the Commissioner, Reproductive and Child Health Department, Ministry of Health, the Assistant Commissioner for Youth Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Dean of Students, Kyambogo University, representatives from UNFPA, Maristops Uganda, Naguru Teenage Center, the US Embassy, AHF Uganda Cares, Reproductive Health Uganda, and the Uganda AIDS Commission, Your Excellency, the Guild President of Kyambogo University, Her Excellence, the President of the Uganda National Students Association, Guild Ministers of Health and student delegates representing other universities across the country, fellow young people, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Brendan Katshabe. I stand before you as a young lawyer, but as a witness, but also as a witness. I am a founder of Own Your Future Campus Initiative, and I have the honor of hosting you at the second edition of the Uganda National Students Health Conference. 5 years ago, I was 20 years old at Uganda Christian University, and at that time, campus felt like freedom. We didn't have roll calls, we didn't have dormitory matrons, no rules, no strict rules. But with that freedom, ladies and gentlemen, came stories we could not ignore. And so the problem, students in institutions of higher learning continued to face several health challenges that affected their well-being, academic performance, and overall development. Key among these issues was HIV vulnerability, limited access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, information and services, increasing mental health concerns, and the persistent cases of gender-based violence and sexual harassment in these institutions. These challenges were often worsened by stigma, social-cultural barriers, and weak linkages to youth-friendly health services, particularly within under-resourced settings. Although Uganda had made progress and has made progress in developing policies and programs to improve adolescent and youth health, gaps remain in awareness, access to services, and meaningful student participation in health policy dialogue, especially at these institutions. This therefore provides a critical opportunity to engage the young people in health promotion, prevention initiatives, and advocacy. At the time of my initiation of this initiative, friends were being abused for marks. There were many new HIV contractions, gender-based violence cases, mental health struggles, and substance abuse arising within university communities. And all this worsened with no data, no reporting mechanisms for survivors of gender-based violence, no clear policy for students in institutions of higher learning, and sexual and reproductive health services being very hard to access and to reach to these students. Our parents and the leaders think that by transitioning to campus, we are old enough to make informed decisions and choices. But that is wrong. The numbers still show it. Young people who make up the country's largest population are still suffering from these key health barriers. These barriers prevent them from having a conducive learning environment, and many are failing to excel. So I realized that these were not problems of just one institution, like Uganda Christian University, where I belonged. These were problems that are cut crossing in all these universities. So one day on my birthday, I turned my birthday party into an HIV awareness campaign. At that time, we parked at Nkoyoyo Hall, and partners saw the fire in us and joined and supported. We named this initiative Own Your Future Campus Initiative because I believe that even with parents and elders to guide us, if we do not own our health and take responsibility of our lives as young people, then we own nothing. I wanted the young people to start the conversations themselves, to claim their space and to speak so their voices can be heard. This initiative's agenda was then put on paper and launched by the Minister of Education and Sports, who is also the First Lady of Uganda, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. From there, we have been introduced to various stakeholders with mentorship and support from the ADH Forum at the Ministry of Health, other civil society organizations, and development partners to conduct and handle and do advocacy in institutions of higher learning. The initiative has adopted the university guild structure and set out to hold every young person serving as a Minister of Health on their campus accountable. We have launched the largest students network of ministers of health from across 36 universities and tertiary institutions in the country. We started advocacy, mobilization, and capacity building. We have now inspired and trained over 1,000 students, expanded the initiative to many institutions and tertiary schools, and we continue to grow. Own Your Future has held the first ever inter-university debate tournament on health through debate, poetry, and public speaking. Recently, we included music, dance, and drama as one of our methodologies to trigger young people to think critically, express themselves, and share cross-cutting challenges. With many partners, we have now carried out activations, mobilization, awareness campaigns, and spread messages in institutions of higher learning. We have launched clubs. We have also conducted trainings and supported peer educators and advocated for creation of safer spaces for dialogue on sexual and reproductive health. From virtual spaces, we have now moved to convening the first ever student-led health conference. The first edition was last year, and here you are participating in the second edition. But your question with all that would be, what is different? Where is the gap? What is not working well? And that is what we are here to seek and address on this year's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present our ask.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Kamgish Andrew, Head of Programs and Innovation. The genesis of the first edition was a policy statement where we derived thoughts from young people. And slide number 2. This is where the US ambassador launched the health clubs. And these health clubs was more of advocacy. We thought that partners, we tend to put health decisions into meetings, but we do not reach to the end benefactors or the individuals who intend the message to reach on. And this is where we launched the health clubs. And these health clubs were to act as a chain of command to deduce the information from policy at a higher structure to the lower structure where young people can understand. If you can recall just a few minutes back when people saying way, people were excited other than most of the meetings where we discuss science, and people tend to get out and find it boring. This was the genesis of the School Health Club, a club that was supposed to make information of SRNH more simpler to the young people. What is our ask? Our ask is more simple. Let's stop the speeches. Let's stop the meetings. Let's move to advocacy. What do we mean by advocacy? Different institutions in different regions, different areas are affected differently. And we believe that Own Your Future can act as a bridge, not as a political bridge, not as a religion bridge, but as a transaction of SRH information. We have interacted with these young people. We know what challenges they're facing. But our partners, you keep the discussion in the technical boardrooms, and it does not fit or resonate to the young people. So The initiative aims to transform young people from passive recipients of information into advocates for change within their schools and communities. Through structured school clubs, OYF aims to create safe, engaging, action-oriented spaces where young people are equipped with knowledge, leadership skills, civic and advocacy tools to address pressing social, environmental, education, and humanitarian issues. We are not stopping at only talking. We want to get the discussion out of the boardroom, and we do capacity building. Capacity building is not only going to train your staff. We are looking at training the OYF school health clubs that if Maristop has a product that can prevent pregnancy, if Uganda Cares can recall very well, we had challenges when we were moving in schools where young people had never seen a female condom. And the question was, these female condoms have been in existence. The reason was that the discussion has been at the top. We need to now empower these school clubs through capacity building and leadership training to civic education and advocacy mentorship. Then we are looking at mental health and peer support engagements, where we feel like young people, when they're empowered, it's much easier to approach a young fellow individual than approaching a mature person, due because they manipulate you, but young people understand themselves. Young people know the methods on how to run things. You will hear statements from young people that I would rather get HIV than get pregnant. But these discussions where they have familiarized matters that are so critical in the national importance, that even when you want to end HIV by 2030, still the discussion hasn't hit into the minds of the young people. That's why I believe that we need to empower these school clubs, and we cannot empower them through talks. We need to also give them educational materials, branding, and club resources. Then train the teachers and patrons for these club resources. Lastly, our ask is very simple. We are not asking for heaven on earth. One, we are asking, let's gazette the National Student Health and Safety Policy with statutory force and ensure the draft is tabled in Parliament at earliest possible opportunity. We cannot create a policy in institutions where we have institutions that do not allow condoms. To partners, this may seem to be a new discussion, but the universities, if you're caught with a condom on university, it's haram. It's not allowed. But if you have a policy that is gazetted, then advocacy and implementation of these decisions through the OYF school, OYF clubs, then we move a mile. Secondly, we look at to fund and institutionalize school health and safety clubs in all 36 universities and in the next academic year. Dear partners and attendees of this conference, there is nothing that you can run in advocacy without money. That will be a lie. I'll be writing my name on water. Funds are necessary not only to get branding materials, but also to facilitate the team that transports, to inform. When we inform these clubs, then we get to get feedback. You may manufacture something as a service provider, but the end market doesn't know how to use it, or it looks at it as a mimic. But when you empower them with information, then the end market knows how to use it, when to use it, and why they should use it. Lastly, this conference should be a centenary annually, held annually. Let's give it accountability annually. We have given to other events, but when you talk about sexual health, it's a prior need. People don't know what they should do in menopause. People don't know what they should do when they are in the menstruation period. We have had scenarios of cases where boys have said, you'll have to give me sex by force even though in your menstruation period. These are stories that young people do not bring to the service providers. Service providers do not get in touch to the end beneficiaries of these products. So we believe that on your future school clubs is the voice, is the reason, and is the bridge to what the service partners need, to what policymakers need, and to what students need to communicate through. Other than that, we believe that this ask, if once responded to, we are having a mileage to where we want our school health clubs to go to, and a mileage to what we believe you can achieve, not only as a collective, as an organization, but as a country to achieve the commonwealth good of the students when they are studying with right mental health, with right health, with knowledge on what to do, when to do it, why they should do it,
through advocacy, not only on paper. Thank you so much.
Please add them another round of applause. I think large and fat, they said very, very important issues which Brendan and Andrew were able to raise here. Maybe for those who might not know, this team has a technical support, I should say. We have a patron who journeys with us. So we are never on our own. He supports us in different ways. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our patron to say hello to you. It is good for you to know the OIF patron. Our kind patron, please come and say hello to us. Yeah, OIF is full of youth, so it's a vibe. You can see our patron. He has it all.
Thank you very much. It's very early. I thought I would speak like in the afternoon, but I still appreciate this honor. I don't feel the energy yet. I don't know who is the energy person in the room. Do we have any energy person? Who are the people who sang Wewe? Where are they? Hey, please, please. And it's okay to stand up. We are young people. Let's do this Wewe in a more fun, interesting way. Yes, you have the mic. You don't need the mic, eh?
Good morning. Way. I said the way. E makerero, e Kyambogo, e Winningo, e Kabalo, e universities, gallant universities. Today, you have come to attend, to understand, to gain the knowledge, understand. Way. A youth conference, a health conference, a winning, a losing Z. Ra! Cha! Hello. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You guys can clap better. Come on. The guys in the Chirasha. Thank you. Distinguished guests, government officials, our development partners, our university leaders, all the young people in the room, the advocates, a very good morning. My name is Charles Emma Ofono, and I am Omuntu wa Wansi, but sometimes I do my work in the office of the President of the Republic of Uganda. In about 4 or 5 years, I was lucky to join a group of very, very interesting young people at Uganda Christian University in Mukono. It was the first time that I had seen the amount of energy that I saw from students, most especially the university students. We all know the characteristics of being a young person. I don't want to say we enjoy showing off, but we sometimes have very interesting characteristics. When we went to this university, a lot happened. But what stood out mostly was I had a conversation with one of the students as we were leaving. and they were part of the engagement that we had. Then I had traveled with my good friends from the Uganda AIDS Commission, my former bosses. And it was very, very interesting. Mutu, I can see you. This particular student highlighted something very interesting. She said, ever since she joined the university, it was her third year. It was the first time she understood sexual and reproductive health, because the way it was explained to her in that engagement made sense. But also, a lot of times when we are talking about reproductive health, sexual and reproductive health rights, sexual and reproductive health and rights, we make it seem so serious. We make it feel like it is some jargon that has been exported from, I think, from UNFPA or Uganda Cares, our development partners. We fail to, to accept that these are issues that affect us. That day, the young people that were led by Brendan and her team explained a number of issues in SRHR that made so much sense to their fellow students. And, for me, at that point, being that I have a very, very long background in sexual and reproductive health, I knew that it was a moment for them to do something different. And we had a conversation, and I asked them, why are you just in UCU? Why can't you venture further? Why can't you go to all these universities in Uganda? You're lucky you have the knowledge, you have partners, and partners are eager to support, because lots of times we go to universities and we don't know how to penetrate. Sometimes we organize outreaches. Sometimes we go as inspirational speakers. Besides partners like Naguru Teenage Center that have mastered the piece of working with young people, lots of us partners struggle to engage young people, also especially in these issues. Even government. You remember the time when we passed the sexuality education framework? We failed to implement it. We didn't know how to start. It was a nice framework, but how to get it out there, we struggled. And I feel even up to now we are still struggling. The Minister of Education is revising their curriculum phase by phase. And I can assure you, we are still struggling to know how to fit health, sexuality education, and all those conversations in this, framework. So what are we saying? That we have an opportunity. 4 years ago, it seemed alien. Today, we are seated here with more than 100 young people on our second National Students Health Conference. What does that mean? That we all in this room appreciate that young people have to lead their way. We all appreciate that young people can lead their way. And today when I entered, I think Brendan and Andrew were giving their very brilliant presentation. And when they came to the ask, they were struggling to ask for what they actually want. And I know lots of us young people struggle with that. How do we bargain? The truth is we need resources. And I know the development partners on this front side were waiting to hear what are they going to ask for. And they went around, they presented the school program, they presented a lot of things, and then they asked, Andrew told us a story about how they need a vehicle and things like that. But the truth is, we organize these events so that our peers can benefit. And they can only benefit if you come through for us as development partners. First, allow me to take this on an opportunity to appreciate our partners who have stood with us since last year. UNFPA, thank you very much. Normally people clap, but it's okay. We are young people. Naguru Teenage Center, thank you very much. Last year we struggled so much, but They always stood with us and came through. Our partners, Maristop, thank you very much. We also have the Uganda AIDS Commission that has been with us from the start. These are the guys who took me to UCU, and they refused. They dragged me. I wasn't supposed to go. They dragged me. They said, no, you are the commissioner for youth. You have to go. And they took me, and today I am happy that they have not, they have not lost the vision that we shared with them then. They are still with us. I also want to appreciate our hosts, Kyambogo University. Thank you very much. I cannot forget Uganda Cares, obviously. You people do an amazing job. I also want to appreciate, first, the young people themselves. On Your Future initiative, or On Your Future Campus initiative, is purely voluntary. These are young people who woke up in the morning and decided that they are going to do what it takes, and they are going to make sure it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me pause for protocol to introduce
ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to receive our commissioner, Commissioner Mondo. Commissioner is a commissioner at Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, as in charge of youth and children's affairs. Please clap for Commissioner here with us. Yes, you will be able to hear a lot of amazing stuff from the commissioner here. So over to you.
Thank you very much. For us in government, even when you're diving and your elder arrives, you pause mid-air. It's very important, otherwise you will be in breach of so many things. Commissioner Mondo, you're most welcome. The young people that you see here are very eager to benefit, as some of us have, from your massive amount of knowledge. As I was saying, can I have the team, the OIF team, come as I conclude? Brendan, the OIF team, can I have the team here? Very few times we get the honor of being recognized as the people who do the footwork. Is it footwork or one of those things? Yes, please feel free, scatter around. This is your space. Feel free. Don't worry, these chairs are white, but they are here for us. This is a small team. Where are the rest? OIF team, please give us a minute and come. This is very important, because I'm going to ask partners to give you money. So I want them to see the people they are giving the money to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is part of the team that has made this conference a success. When you look at them or you meet them on the streets, you will not know the amount of skills and competence they have. But trust me, when they sit and commit, you cannot stop them. In simple words, they are unstoppable. And I know some have introduced themselves, but I'm going to allow just a name and what you do for OIF. I will start from the left. This man is very famous.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Paul Achai. I am the 2021 Impact Award winner in the fight against HIV and AIDS with the Uganda AIDS Commission. I received an award from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Yeah, so I do support the OIF team, especially when it comes to field and organizing our events. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Nevo, I'm a lawyer. I'm the head PR marketing and communications OIF.
Good morning once again. Kamgish Andrew, head of programs and innovation at OIF.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atimango Daisy Marion. I am head of operation OIF.
My name is Sandra Atwile Mutabazi, and I'm under programs and innovations. But when it comes to events like this, I'm part of mobilizing, and yeah, I'm an event guru.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Moru Martha, a student of Kampala International University. I'm a coordinator, IOF, KIU.
Good morning to us. I'm Itipe Janet Saka. I'm part of the events and programs team. Thank you.
So, partners, as you can see, first, we are very gender sensitive. We made sure that ladies take the big share of the cake so that they don't quarrel on gender equality and equity and all those fronts. But also, as you can see, we are very handsome young men. DJ, why are you touching the microphone? Thank you. This team is here on two principles. One, to improve the welfare of young people in schools. And our programming is purely for school-going pupils, school-going students, and the university ones are called what? Campuses. They're also students. Yeah. Students at campus. You need to find a nice name for campuses. Anyway, that's for later. Our secondary interest is to support communities, because even after university, we roll back into our communities. So we have a number of programs we run with the communities, minus the debates and the school awareness and advocacy programs. We also go to the communities and do grassroots advocacy. We do awareness creation on different SRHR topics. We engage, in a number of things, even in our own, facilities, families, homes, and all those. So the ask, and again, I'll reiterate, the ask from OIF is that you support us. Support us financially, support us technically, support us morally. We are a learning team, and every day for us is an evolving day. Last year, we were very scared when they told us that the big man from the US government is going to cut funding. We were very frightened. So today when I see my friends from the US government, I am excited because I know that they are still with us on this agenda, and we will come knocking to your doors requesting for support for the different programs. Please support us. If we present concepts that are not up to standard, please help us, teach us. We are learning. Even when we left the school, the campus, we are still a learning group. And with that, I want to say thank you very much for believing in us. Thank you for standing with us, and we will not disappoint you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our patron and the OIF team. Thank you very, very much, patron. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more time, I am going to be inviting, we're going to have remarks from the Minister of Education and Sports. And after this particular remark, and yes, it's a remark from the Director, School Health Matters, and in the Ministry of Education and Sports. We are excited and happy that the Director is represented here. I want to invite the representative of the Director to come and speak to us. Then in turn invite the chief guest, who is the representative of UNFPA, that is the country director. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm only scared that this corner is a bit darker. And when it comes to people who are dark black like me, I don't know if you are seeing me even on the screen. Otherwise, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semakula Henry. I am standing in for the Director of Basic and Secondary Education at the Ministry of Education and Sports. who is also the one in charge of managing school health issues. Here the title was indicated as Director, School Health Matters. No, the substantive title is Director, Basic and Secondary Education, but also in charge of school health. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize all those who have been recognized before, with only some little emphasis to our chief guest. Thank you very much for being around. My colleagues from ministry departments, from the 3 ministries that at least I've had present here, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of the Presidency. Thank you very much for coming, Uganda Youth Commission. Our very good partners, UNFPA, and all the other partners in that line. Our very dear civil society organizations that do a lot of good work among our young people. The university leadership, right from the senior leadership all through the student guild leadership. Your Excellency is present here. I recognize you. I also want to recognize all of us, the young people in this space, and I want to say, young people, oye. I also belong to a university, like many of my colleagues. I went to one of the greatest universities in Africa, and that university is found in Uganda, and the name is Makerere. Makerere, oye. Thank you, but all the other universities, oye, as well. We are always proud of our alma mater, wherever you go. And that is why I'm surprised that some students who never even want to associate with their high school, they don't want to mention that I'm an old boy of Massachusetts or something. They even prefer hiding under Gayas and Namagunga. No, that is very wrong. Whichever alma mater you're from, that is very important. That is what made you. And if I had more time to tell you, I would even tell you some of the very great people we have in this very country never went to the first-class schools that you think. Which was the president's primary school? Hey, you people don't read. Some very, very kafane school called Chamate Primary, somewhere in Western Uganda. But he's the president. If you search for where the speaker went, if you search for where the vice president went, some school in Rila, some school actually in Karamoja is called Kangole Girls. So that aside, ladies and gentlemen, we as Minister of Education are proud to be here. The director gave me a speech to read for him. He's unable to be here. But before I read, I've been present for the last 1 hour, and I've just watched a few things that I just want to quickly make comment on. When I entered, I found people doing, I don't know whether it was a competition. There was somebody who mentioned that parents are not doing their SRH work very well. And I just wanted to confirm that, yes, maybe they are not doing it so well because they are not experts. That is why we always welcome partners, civil society, those of us who are in education institutions. We are very much welcome to add our efforts to the parents. Parents also don't have much information. And when you come to issues of SRH, many times they are moralized. So the parents think that speaking about these aspects is an abomination. Even just speaking about a natural happening like menstruation, some of them feel that is going very far. So that is possibly one reason they don't participate, but we are good to go when we have partners like those in this space. The other person said, not all glitters is gold. And he mentioned the beautiful lady who finally infected him with HIV. And so I also wanted to confirm that many things look very beautiful, but when you dig deeper, they are not. Haven't we seen honorables doing dishonorable things? Haven't we? Haven't we even seen some religious leaders, very respected leaders, doing the opposite? So the lesson for us is that as we make choices as young people, let's be very mindful of the choice we are making. Then another person said he chose with the eyes. He saw a very beautiful lady and said that was it. And many times I just wanted also to add that, yes, choice is sometimes funny. It looks at small surface things. When people are looking for relationships, some will look at the face, others will look at the walking style, others will look at the figure, others will look at the position. I remember long ago when I was in secondary school, I was a boxer. And boxers in my school were very famous. And do you know what made us very famous? Unlike other games where it is a full team representing an institution, in boxing you are one person in the ring here. And so if you are representing Makerere, everybody is shouting your name. So in my case, my name is Semakula. They used to cut it off and call me Sema. So I was a celebrity. And I was a target of so many girls at that time. So had I not decided to say no, I need to make sure these winds don't take me, I would have been. And when I was at university, I was a chief fresher. I was another celeb again at the university. And I was so good in sports that I used to win so many games. So the caution for us, yes, let's not look at the surface. Let's read further. Some people look at style only and so on and so forth. The other thing came from His Excellency, President Emmanuel Adema. I think in his speech he overemphasized the issue of mental health. And I just want to assure you, don't only look at others and think they are the ones with mental health problems. I am a professional counselor and psychologist, and I know that all human beings have a potential mental health challenge. So we should stop stigmatizing those other people who have challenges by calling them mad, by calling them disconnected, and so on. And in the young people language on the street, how do they call that person who seems to be off? What is the name they normally use? Mawaya. Okay. In traditional Uganda, they say asimuka. So you think that somebody is so faded that he's useless. That is not good. Now, the other quick thing I had was somebody who mentioned that in one of our schools, the girls didn't even know how a female condom looked like. And that one shocked me a bit also. But the shock was not that the girls didn't know. My shock was that when we are in secondary and primary school, the policy and guideline is we don't promote. We can talk, we can give education on the condoms, but we don't carry them, we don't demonstrate them. Reason being, school is school. School is not a medical facility. And there are so many advantages out there where the young people can get all that information firsthand. So as we do our work, OIF, we need to be very careful. Brendan, we need to be very careful as we move ahead. I heard that we are best in schools. Yes, if we are going to be best in schools and remain friends with Ministry of Education, we have to operate within the mandate of the Ministry of Education. If we can't handle the condom and show it to the child, we know that the Ministry of Health will do it for us. If we cannot reach out to the girl child in the community, we know that Ministry of Gender will do that for us. For us to insist on what is acceptable in a school context. I also heard somebody complaining that even at certain universities, some of these things are not allowed. I think we have to be careful with the foundation bodies of those organizations or of those institutions so that we fit in. Among the asks, I just loved all the asks because I know they are easy to grant. School clubs, who has stopped you from making the school clubs? Please go ahead. It is a guideline and a policy from ministry that all institutions must have clubs. Stop the speeches. That is very important because we've had so many in this space. That is one reason why I should also call upon you, the organizers. Next time, let's have this conference somewhere in Nakapiripirit, right close to the community, somewhere in Kabale. Because I know last year we were at Makerere University, here around Kampala. Now we are here in Kyambogo, still in Kampala. So next time, we should move and take it to the people. The other quick thing was about the national framework on sexuality education. I think it was the patron who mentioned something around it. What I didn't agree with is that the ministry failed to implement. It never failed. It never failed. That framework was launched in 2018. The process of its formation was led by the Honorable First Lady, Mama, who is the Minister of Education. When it was launched, there were a few dissenting voices that came. And so Mama, in her capacity, said, no, we need to listen to those voices. But as we listened to the voices, that didn't mean we had a vacuum in as far as information for young people was concerned. If anything, even before the framework itself, there were many efforts to give information to young people. All of you are in primary. Hasn't your senior woman teacher talked to you one time about your hygiene? Hasn't your senior man teacher talked to you about discipline or anything else? Haven't you ever gone to meet a counselor at one time? Didn't you study science in primary and even in secondary? What was all that? Part of it was SRH. So I don't subscribe to the thinking that ministry failed. Neither do I subscribe to the thinking that ministry is struggling to integrate. We are not struggling at all. The lower secondary school curriculum is already moving on. Go check through the details. You'll find a component called life education, and that is where most of issues of SRH are concerned. But we have always requested schools to also integrate. Even when it is a debate, we want it to be topical. If one time the debate is on teenage pregnancy as a motion, then we require the schools to change. Another time it is on HIV, maybe another time it is on early marriage, and at the end of the day we know they'll pick up the lessons that we intend to pass over. As we talk, we are also trying to integrate SRH into the higher secondary school, the upper secondary school curriculum, and we are about to conclude. Now, Patron, you said young people have many characteristics, but as an educationist, I want to confirm that many times people want to look at the opposite characteristics of the young people. For us at education, we are more interested in those that benefit us. One, young people have a lot of energy, so if you have anything to do, we want to engage them. They are very available, any activity you want with them, although sometimes they are available for the wrong reasons. If you want to quickly mobilize people for the street demonstration, you are most likely going to find people between 15 and 25, not those of my age. But for us, we believe they are good when it comes to availability. They are very well networked. They are very innovative and creative, and that is the way to go. And even as we, from Ministry of Education, from our very curriculum, we believe in innovation and creativity as the way to go. Now, the final observation from what I picked here was about, oh, where is it? Where is it? I think I lost it. I lost it somehow. But the key thing is that, yes, for government, we normally believe in doing things that are within the mandate of that sector. That is very important. So you'll not force gender to do what is in education, neither will you force health to do what is in ICT, and so on and so forth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly to the director's speech. And don't worry, it is as brief as myself. He said, the ministry, through a multi-sectoral arrangement, has developed a range of policies, frameworks, and guidelines. No, that is not where he started from. He started from here. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from key line ministries of health, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and our distinguished country representative from UNFPA, as well as key representatives from Kyambogo University, Rila, Kabale, Busitema, Victoria, Makerere, and Ernest Cook, as well as UNSA. I extend my heartfelt greetings and appreciation for your dedication in attending this pivotal National Student Health Conference. The director went on to say that today we gather with a unified goal to institutionalize the health and well-being of students across sectors. The Ministry of Education and Sports plays a vital role in the multi-sector collaboration in enhancing the physical, mental, social well-being of students. This multi-sector arrangement is critical for improving the health and development of adolescents and young people within the education environment. The director went on to say that the multi-sector approach is closely aligned with the human capital development. You may want to appreciate that there's the Ministry of Education falls in the same family as Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Water, and Ministry of Health, and that is what is called human capital development family. So the director was emphasizing that in that multi-sector approach, we are closely aligned to human capital development through program-based framework. This strategy seeks to enhance the well-being and productivity of the Ugandan population by integrating efforts across education, health, and social protection sectors. By addressing these interconnected areas, we can foster a more resilient and prosperous society. He went on to say that, as you are aware, adolescents and young people in Uganda face significant health challenges, and these have been mentioned earlier, but only including teenage pregnancy, STIs, GBV, menstrual hygiene management, mental health issues, substance abuse. And ladies and gentlemen, research of late shows that there's a lot of substance abuse in our universities. We really want to call upon you to make good decisions. One thing I know is that you can keep yourself so well, so clean, so smart when you are sober. But when you take drugs, you are not yourself. So you can see a goat and it looks a very sexy girl. Yes, when you are off. You can very, very easily behead your mother, thinking he's an enemy from somewhere. When you are off, your reasoning is completely incapacitated. Please don't get there. And when you get into drugs, those of us who are potential employers are also seeing what you are doing. So when you finally graduate, you may be in trouble. A former guild president of Makerere took drugs and went crazy, and he was actually expelled from the university. He was a medical student in his third year. He never graduated. He never became a doctor, and up to now, he's crazy. Please don't venture there. The director goes ahead to say that, as you are aware, adolescents have all those challenges as mentioned, and he says that it is our part to really support them. These issues not only threaten students' health, but also jeopardize our national education objectives by contributing to low completion rates in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. The ministry, through a multi-sector arrangement, developed a range of policies, and that is where the framework on sexuality education also exists. And for the information of the patron, sir, we have revised the old framework, which had seemingly been rejected, and we have developed a new one. And in developing the new one, we have integrated issues from all corners. Line ministries, the young people themselves, civil society, the UN family contributed, and so on, including religious leaders who are so critical in our context as a Minister of Education. So we also have other guidelines to do with the guidance and counseling, guidelines to do with the prevention and management of teenage pregnancy, guidelines to do with the re-entry into school, guidelines on tracking, on reporting, tracking, referral and response, guidelines on nutrition, and mention it. We are also implementing various school health programs to protect the health and well-being of adolescents and young people, and these include mental health awareness campaigns in schools, capacity building of teachers, health education, strengthening school clubs, peer education, and providing educational subsidies supported by some partners. School health is critical, as I wind up. School health is critical to enhancing educational outcomes as it directly impacts students' ability to learn, thrive, and succeed academically. Effective school health programs create a positive and supportive environment, reducing dropout rates and promoting holistic development. Many times when we talk dropout, people think of primary and secondary, but there are enough figures to also indicate very high dropout in universities. Just yesterday we had an international conference in Addis Ababa, and we are reflecting on FAWE's performance. FAWE offers scholarships, and part of the statistics they brought was that a few of the people who had been given that scholarship also dropped out. And then you get surprised. I don't know if you have any FAWE beneficiary in this space, but such scholarships give it to you all. The tuition, the personal requirements, and so on. How could a person dare drop out? But yes, it still happens. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored on behalf of the Director of Basic and Secondary Education at the Ministry of Education and Sports to invite our chief guest, Ms. Christine Blocus. I'm so sorry if I murder that name. Did I mention it well? Thank you, Country Representative UNFPA, to officially open the National Students' Health Conference. Her presence here today confirms the solidarity between government and our dear partners, and we are looking forward for continuing good relationship between our two sectors. For us as Minister of Education, UNFPA is a household name. They are supporting us in so many engagements, and we shall never get tired of thanking you. May I now invite you to address us. Thank you. UNFPA OA. UNFPA OA. By the way, I didn't ask about President Kadondi. How is she? She's doing well? Good.
Hello. Would you mind if I came down here? Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here today. I want to be brief with the protocol, but I do want to recognize our good friends from the government, from Ministry of Gender and Labour and Social Welfare, from Ministry of Education. and from the National AIDS Commission. And thank you very much to our hosts today. It's my pleasure to be here. I was wondering if before I start, I could get a little bit of a sense of who you are. I know you're students, but I would be curious to know what you're studying. Can I ask you to stand up if your area of study has anything to do with the health sector or social services? Okay, quite a lot of you. You can sit down again. Can you stand up if your area of study has anything to do with education? Education, okay. What about those who are in the humanities? One. Hi. Okay. Do you see yourself having a future in government? Stand up, please. Let's see. There you go. Your future colleagues, Commissioner. Do you see yourself having a future in business? Please stand up. Okay, thank you very much. Do you see yourself in the future being a parent? Please stand up. Okay. Good to know. Now I know who I'm speaking with. I would like to start by saying something that I think is important. In remarks like what I'm going to give today, there's a very typical thing that you might expect me to say, which is that you are the leaders of the future, but you are also today's change makers or something like that, which is true, but it's a little bit cliche. So the thing is that I actually, in seriousness, really want to talk to you about something, and it's a very specific ask. I have something to request of you, and it's about the responsibility that you have and about the potential that you have to make a difference. So Uganda is, as you know very well, Uganda is a very young country. Almost 75% of this country is under 30 years old. And so I'm from the UN Population Fund. We do a lot of work on this issue of population, analyzing the population, and looking at demographic trends. And what we know is that when a country is as youthful as Uganda, there is a tremendous potential for that to be an advantage for the country's development. But, so there's 46 million people in Uganda that are under the age of 30. If you imagine that all of those 46 million young people are healthy, are educated, have skills, and have jobs, obviously that's a tremendous engine for the country's development in many, many ways. Conversely, if you imagine that those 46 million people are unhealthy, uneducated, don't have skills, and don't have jobs, it's not going to go very well. So it's really important that we get this right with this big youth cohort. That amazing opportunity that comes with having a youthful population, it doesn't come on its own. We have to invest properly in the right things. At UNFPA, we work very heavily in the health sector and in the social sector. So I was happy to see that many of you are with us. And so we have a lot of contact with young people all across Uganda in many different ways. So we know a thing or two about the challenges that face young people in Uganda. And what I want to do in my time with you today is to convey to you that you will play a really, really big part in determining whether we solve some of the most urgent health crises that we have in Uganda today. A lot of that is in your hands. So let me give you a little bit of data. I think you might be familiar with some of this data already. About 1 in 4 girls in Uganda aged between 15 and 19 gets pregnant before the age of 18. That's 1/4 of the female population every year, 1,000 girls a day. It's 24% of our female labor force that most of those girls, they drop out of school, they don't ever end up participating in what we call the money economy, and their lives are derailed. Additionally, approximately 110,000 young people between 15 and 24 are living with HIV. And of the new infections that we see, about 80% of those are young women. So these are not obviously abstract numbers. These are real people. They're from all across Uganda. You might know some of them. And their futures are very often constrained by circumstances that they did not choose. And in many, many cases, they were constrained by the attitudes of people who could have been helping them. Often, nobody gave them the information that they needed to stay safe or to make different choices. And then they found themselves in a difficult situation, and nobody was there to help. So what I want to talk to you about today is something that no government policy can really do. No government program can mandate this, and that is attitude. In a few years, some of you are going to be in charge of a health center. Some of you are going to be in charge of a classroom, or you might be in charge of a business, or you might be a leader of a community. And in those roles, you will sooner or later encounter a young person who asks for your help and your support. And you will have the ability to decide whether to help them, and how to help them, and how they should be treated. So when a young girl walks into your clinic that you're in charge of and asks for contraception because she would like to continue her education, how are you going to respond? When a teenager in your classroom comes seeking, that your attitude in that moment changes everything. And this is, let me tell you why I'm talking about this and why I wanted to take today's opportunity to say this to you. In our program, in UNFPA's program, we work all across Uganda, we work a lot with the health sector, and we work a lot with young people. And consistently, young people are telling us they often avoid going to the health center. And it's not because there isn't a health center, it's not because there isn't a doctor, it's not because there's no medication, it's because they feel that they are not going to be welcome. I'm guessing that some of you have the same feeling sometimes. You're not sure how you're going to be welcomed. A young woman who is asking for contraception is everything I can to use every opportunity to ask people to think about this, and people to think about this, and to think about the attitudes that we have vis-a-vis young people. You are the generation that's going to be leading those health centers, leading those classrooms, leading those families. The teacher that you can become is the teacher who allows for those conversations. The parent that you can become is the kind of parent who makes sure that their child knows if they make a mistake, or if they encounter abuse or bullying or violence, they can come to you. And you will take them seriously, and you will help them. You can be the health care worker who understands that a young person who's asking for contraception is trying to be responsible. And I'm asking you to commit to something before leaving this conference. I'm asking you to commit to being that generation of Ugandans that shows compassion and a pragmatic approach to the generation after you. So what does that mean practically? Well, it means choosing not to shame people. It means understanding that when a young person takes a risk or makes a mistake, it might be a risk relating to their health, it might be a risk relating to a relationship or to their future. They don't need your judgment. They need information, they need support, and they really need to know that it is safe to come to you. And it means that you have to be willing sometimes to have a difficult conversation, to talk more openly about relationships, about contraception, about HIV, about mental health, about violence. And it means recognizing that silence does not protect young people. It endangers them. Your willingness to speak openly could be the difference between a young person getting good information from you or bad information from the internet. And I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have opinions. You don't have to agree with somebody else's life choices all the time, but you can disagree with somebody's life choices and still have respect for that other person. It's about recognizing the dignity of someone else. So what I'm describing, I think, isn't that how you would want to be treated? And of course, you don't have to wait until you graduate to do this. You can start right now. And I think because you are here today, I know that you have already started. You can be kind to one another. Your support could be the last hope for one of your fellow students. You might not know it, but the kindness that you show to somebody else might be the thing that makes the difference for that person. One supportive conversation can really change somebody's life. One decision not to mock somebody or shame somebody might be the thing that makes them feel safe enough to go and get some help. So please work together to create a culture of solidarity where when somebody is vulnerable, they are met with acceptance. And second, you can also use your voice to challenge university policies so that they truly prioritize your student welfare and health services. You are already leaders and advocates and change makers, and you know how to do that. Challenging negative stereotypes, government can do a lot. But what the government will never be able to provide is the soul of the health center, which is the attitudes of the people working there. And that is what you can bring. So the real change that really reaches community level and that really affects people, that's the change that you can bring in whatever position it is you find yourself in the future. So my conclusion, my ask to you, is to understand that you have a lot of power. You have a lot of power in your interaction with other people. Use it wisely. Use it compassionately.
Okay, that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. A better one, some energy. Thank you very much, our chief guest and the country representative of UNFPA for those very, very nice remarks. And I'm very sure that the students here have begun. The fact that they are here, they've started the journey to address all the issues that we are talking about here in their various communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very short interlude, but our guest of honor and our director from Ministry of Education and Sports will kind of hearing from Miss Y+, and then we'll be having an official photo for the conference eventually. I want to invite Andrew to invite our participants for the quiz shortly, who will be speaking to, who will be making that presentation. Then we'll have the next speakers. Andrew, please.
Theme to present us a poem.
photos, please help arrange us.
We can have all of you in the photo. I don't know if that is possible.
Is it possible to have all of us in the photo? Of course, we shall have the chief guest in front.
Okay, so we are going to be having photo moment right now. Picture.
You're very welcome.
Please would sit. Then others will stand behind. Yes, Commissioner Mondo. Yeah, it would be lovely to have this picture with you. Okay, thank you. OIF team, patron, Guild President Kyambogo University, and former President Unsa, please come. Okay. Cameraman, you direct us if that is better, or if you feel a few people should sit and the rest stand behind here, you will tell us what is better. But I hope this will do for us. You could guide the arrangement.
The camera people, please help us.
Okay. Others can stand up. Yes, up here. Okay.
I hope the OIF team is here.
Who's our president? You could
Are we
stand.
all here?
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. It's fine. All right. Good. Health ministers of the various universities present, please make your way. As the OIF team could, health ministers, please make your way. Then we shall have one general picture.
Mr. Paul, the health minister, Kyambogo University. Yes, I see him over there. Please make your way here.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
then shortly after
and other
this,
universities as well, please.
yeah. The team here will stand here, and then all of us will stand. The cameraman will take one general picture to take from the other side.
All
right, please.
Audience, please stand up. The audience. You're short.
Wow, this is nice. To be taking her leave in the interest of time. But they will be checking on their exhibitions briefly as we stay in here to continue the program. So the quiz, the poetry team, be ready, and then short.
We strictly have only 2 minutes. Daniel, you should be on standby. You have strictly 2 minutes to present a poem basing on the theme for this year.
My name is Virunja Elizabeth Desire from St. Ignatius University, all the way in Kabale. My poem. I was told you should be silent. But at the same time, I was asked I should protect myself. When my voice is loud, they take it as disrespect. But when I'm silent and something happens, I'm not the victim, but I'm the cause. I was asked to dress well because society only values me if my dress covers the knee. But still, that wasn't enough. Society itself, the community has held me back. It has always told me, you are nothing. They never saw when my hands trembled, but they also never heard the mama behind the voice when I said I was okay. I've been consumed in a period I should have been seen. So maybe every day all I ask for is a voice that would listen to the silent prayer that reigns in my heart, a prayer that asks to be heard, that asks for protection, but also that asks to be seen, not just as a girl, but a builder of this nation.
We are tired of piled up pamphlets. My name is Daniel Twesime from Kyambogo University. They told us the cost of tuition, but they forgot to mention the price of the soul. They printed the syllabus in black and white, but my back balance is bleeding red in the middle of the night. They usually tell us about our health, but they cannot provide for us. How can we survive when they are not providing for us? They always talk about how we should live at campus, but they cannot know that we are suffering from the hunger that the library itself cannot explain. They are usually telling us that we should survive, but they cannot know that we don't have money that will make us survive. How can we survive making sex? How can we survive being there just nagging when we don't have what to do? How can we survive that condition at the campus when you don't provide for us the needs, when you don't care for us and you expect us to win? We cannot win when you do not come up to show us what we should do. We are aware that we are supposed to do whatever that we are supposed to do, but how can we do it when we are not provided for? How can we do it when we are not guided for? It's now the right time that we should wake up and make something. It's from awareness to action. It's now that we should wake up and make a practical hand-on and we do something to save our lives. Should we keep revising the pamphlets written on awareness? Now we have to move to action. Thank you.
Kabale Ju. Kabale Ju. I have a feeling Kyambogo University is going to win today.
Okay, we are going to have an interlude for quiz participants, quiz members. We are going to use a website called Kahoot. I don't know if most of you are familiar with it. Are you familiar with Kahoot? So I'm just going to make a simple roll call. Is Cavendish quiz team around? Cavendish? Cavendish going once, twice, thrice, forever and ever. And get answers. Are you all at the website? So apologies. Central University only one technical team. My internet is off. I don't know what the problem is. Enter the pin. If you're from Central University, indicate Central University, indicate Central University. Because after this round, it's
bit of everything. Yet I want to believe that a university or students in the university, as they study, as they go about their studies at campus, it's not entirely academics. You'll bear me witness, some of our universities, as even they draw timetables for lectures, they don't put any breaks. They put a timetable that runs from 7 to 5 p.m. for undergraduate programs. For God's sake, at what time do you expect me to get a rest, to go and get a meal? So there is a very big problem. So all they look at is the academics. They want to pump you and pump you with content and forget that other elements of us also matter. From what I was told to deliver here, one of the major points here that are being talked about is infrastructure health. Each of you, if your mental health could be asked to speak, we would be crying here. So I want to believe that mental health remains the most under-addressed problem in universities. As I speak to you right now, I've just gotten news that unfortunately, we have lost a student at Kyambogo. Just this morning, he has been found in his room. So I've been thinking, what has caused this boy's death? How did he die? Because he has no injury, he has no what, he just died in his room. Today, just as I was here, I've been told a student has died. So we have this kind of cases where students suffer mentally and they reach an extent of even almost feeling life has no meaning anymore. But can we build that mental health support system where a student will no longer feel shy to rise up and speak about their mental health, where a student will not get stigmatized because they rose up and spoke about what was affecting them? The other problem we have is the gap between policy and practice. If I can term the crisis of mental health among us young people, it's like a pandemic amongst us that if not given attention as soon as possible by those concerned, it will overwhelm us all. Thank you so much.
Of students represented by the Guild President. I'll pass the mic to Madame Laura. The question is, UNFPA's mandate includes ensuring universal access to SRHR and ending GBV. Yet many universities' intervention end when donors' funding stops. What does UNFPA recommend as the minimum national policy standard for universities to sustain SRHR, mental health, and GBV response services?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good morning, good afternoon to all of you, all the students. I'm very glad to continue here representing UNFPA in this panel. So I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues in this panel have already said, Dr. Justice, Mr. Mondo, the representative of the Dean of Students, that Uganda has a very comprehensive policy framework, not only related to mental health, especially for SRHR and GBV. So higher education institutions, tertiary institutions in Uganda, they have the mandate to ensure the implementation of those policies. So I could say, responding to the question, that the gap is not at the policy level, as my colleagues have already said, and echoing their statement about the gap is on implementation. But before we go there, I just wanted to clarify some of the statements that I have heard this morning that are related to policies, especially on ASAR in higher education institutions. During the public debate competition this morning, some of the students were saying that condoms are not allowed at university or at the campus. And I want to correct from that statement based on the policies in Uganda. I think the government has different policies, especially Ministry of Education has the HIV/AIDS guidelines 2007 and lines within a tertiary education and campus. And those guidelines encourage, promote the use of contraceptives and especially condoms for the prevention of HIV, and refers to Ministry of Health services to ensure access to those condoms. So the policies are there, ensuring that Ministry of Health can provide those commodities to prevent HIV and AIDS. It's completely different, as Mr. Semekula said in his remarks, when we are talking about primary and secondary schools. That's a different discussion that I think we are not going to start here. But when we are talking about tertiary education, also there is a second document that has been referred today, that is the Sexuality Education Framework. The Sexuality Education Framework has different age categories. And as I mentioned, it has different information and guidelines for primary and secondary education, but for young adults in tertiary institutions, they provide for information and access to services, especially contraceptives, to prevent teenage pregnancy and HIV. So just wanted to make the clarification to the students from a policy perspective. And why I'm calling the attention of the ministers of health present here from the different universities, but also young leaders and all of you, to ensure that you advocate to your leaders, to the medical centers in your campus, to implement those policies, to ensure that you have access to those commodities in your campus. So, I think, as my colleagues mentioned, the gaps are on implementation. So going back to the question in terms of how do we recommend from UNFPA the bridging that gap and enhancing implementation of the policies, I think one of the key areas we are advocating and supporting government is to ensure enhanced domestic financing and ensuring higher investments. I think the representative from the Dean of Students was giving a very dramatic statistics that, for example, in this university, there is a 50% teachers gap. That's a huge gap. And that's also an impact in terms of not only academic, but also in terms of students' well-being. So if the universities, through also the Ministry of Education and government investment, are not able to put resources in place, myself in other countries, and sometimes it's very, very difficult to be sitting in one of those chairs and take the bold decision to stand up and go and access to the service because of the stigma and the judgment that you suffer when you go to find those services and solutions. So in that regards, the audience here today that are the youth leaders to enhance the capacity, we are counting on your action, on your boldness to ensure that you hold accountable the leadership of the universities and the leadership of the government counterparts to ensure the implementation of those policies. So at the end, as Mr. Mondo said, is about the action that you are going to take from this room individually to ensure that you raise your voice, you communicate with the formal letters to the Dean of Students, to the other structures of the university, ensuring that you call for their attention and their investments to fill the gaps that you are seeing in the university. So the action in terms of mindset change starts with each one of you taking action. It's, if you wait until Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education provides all the resources and all the services that you are expecting, change is not going to come unless you take action. So summary, resources, and action from the young people sitting today. Thank you.
Madam President, student leaders are often closest to the realities on campus. How can guild governments and student associations become stronger partners in promoting health awareness and students' well-being?
Thank you so much. My name is Sheila. I am Babazi. I'm a student at Victoria University. He just mentioned someone who just died. You don't know why they died. Mr. Mondo also talked about it. He talked about the issues that are affecting students, but he also mentioned something very important, that most of the issues we have, we actually bring them to ourselves. So some students have mental health issues because of different circumstances. Some of them are from home, some are from universities and institutions, bullying at university. She just mentioned it, sometimes you need to get to those services, get like condoms, but you fear. What will your peers say when they see you getting, going to buy a condom or to actually access it? I even feel even if they put boxes of condoms around here, people would even fear to go and pick them. Actually, she mentioned about the stigma, the mindset. So even if they put them everywhere, when you come back to the guild president, you'll find they will fund the freshers' ball, they will fund these other social things, but when you come back to the health ministry, they don't fund that. You find the ministry is just there, but unfunctional. It's not functional at all. Every association, now when you come to public universities, they have many associations. Almost everything is an association. A tribe is an association. A what is an association. And that every association has a health leader. But when you come back, let's reflect now. When you come back to you as a health leader, you find you don't have funds to even have a symposium or how organize something like this. But then after that, sometimes we use so much funds as an excuse, though it is a very big problem. I think Mr. Ndamba, you already, I don't know when you're handing over to the new president, but when you come back to the guild governments, you find they cannot fund the ministries, mostly the health ministry. It's just there. Someone is a health minister because maybe they are doing medicine, and they finish and hand over, and they finish and hand over, and that's all. When they don't know, when you ask them, what are the issues that these students are going through health-wise, they cannot mention one. Or sometimes even themselves, they're going through some health issue, and they cannot even stand up and speak for themselves. So the guild governments, first of all, to me, I feel like they need to really put emphasis on funding these ministries so that they are active, they are functional. They cease to just become a name or just a ministry there. And then also you have to come back. When Mr. Mondo talked about it, when you see, you can see the congregation we have here. I want to dare you, if this was something like a music contest, something, this room would be full and we'd be having some students outside. But the moment we have a problem, our generation, the moment we are talking about serious issues, people are not interested. They are going to be moving outside. Some of them are on their phones. You can even ask them now, some of them, what have we talked about since we morning here? And people won't mention a thing. So it comes back, you see, we can have all these symposiums and talk about everything. We can have ministries, we can do all these things, but it comes back to self. As a minister, as a guild government, what are you doing about it? But are the people you want to do things with also interested? The students themselves. Because someone will be there. We talk about so much about mental health. There's alcohol, excessive use of alcohol with the students at university, drugs. Nowadays, it is like a trend. If you're not doing anything drugs, then you are a villager. If you are not using anything, man, you are not cool. You're not a cool kid. And this is how we are ending up with people dead in their rooms because someone is overusing like cocaine, something, and now they reach an extent where they can't get away from it. They can't talk about it. They fear to go back home. They have many retakes because they have missed classes or exams due to hangovers. And someone thinks about when I go back home, they're going to kill me. When I stay here, someone just kills themselves because of stupid reasons. So the guild, when you go to policy making, I think the guild in the institutions and universities, the guild presidents always sit at the council. We have guild councils. And the guild presidents should really advocate when they are in those councils and put emphasis on health ministries so that they can be very functional in universities and institutions. Lastly, I think about that. We have technology. We are in the technology era. We are using social media every day. I can tell you since morning when someone wakes up, every student, the first thing they get is their phones. But you can find someone putting a lot of time, data on using social media to create propaganda during elections, to abuse people on X, comment things that you don't understand. But we can even use these social media platforms in the right way. I'm very sure if you put an X space or you have a call with your class, with your when you're a minister, you said today let's address the mental health, let's address HIV, let's talk about it. Let's talk about these things on social media. That does not even require you so much funds because everyone has data. I am sure someone can go hungry the whole day, but at least have some data on their phones. So how about we use the data now in a rightful way? We discuss, we use social media. Now it is very easy. Technology is here. Let's use it. Let's address these things. We have those X spaces. Let's have those Zoom programs. Let's have those things. We talk about these things and address them in teams. You see, in a society, even if you help 1 or 2, 5 people, you've done your part. Just imagine the way we are here. Everyone helps 10 people to overcome some health issue or address something that someone is scared to talk about. And then when you come, of course, to the guild and the leaders in universities, we should also address with the administration. We should advocate for these measures. There are also the organizations out there that are ready to talk about these things and fund such symposiums like UNFPA. There are so many, but you find a minister at university, they don't even know. We can even ask them UNFPA in full and they don't know. You can even ask them what does it do, when was it started. You can Naguru Teenage Center, you can even ask campus. The health minister to us, it is us, the leaders and the people we lead. The people we lead are not interested. They don't want to be led anyway. The leaders, we are also not leaders. We are also not leading in the right way. So to me, those are the measures that can be put through the association leaders and the guild governments. We need to pull up. Our generation needs to pull up, like Mr. Mondo said. I don't know their generation, but I feel like they were actually even doing better than.
Normalized. Me and my team took an...
And you're like, what does that person mean? Remember, we were just from telling the person your issues. So talk to God. Also, this is an advice to parents. Some young people are going through things because of their parents. Their parents are so harsh, very hard, that someone, even a student, is going through things, but they cannot, at least they would rather go on the streets than go back home. Someone is like, if I go back home, I'm dead. Oh, the African parents are really hard. They are hard on their children. So a child will go through things, a student will go through things, but they will fear to tell their parents. And they find the people, the strangers they tell, you don't know what they're going to advise them. And some people don't even really care. They will end up actually spoiling things even more. So the parents have to really become a bit soft when students or be also involved in this in their children's lives over and over again. Find out what is going on. Some parents, they stop when the student has joined the campus. Now it's the student briefing their parents what is going on. Like, you know, this is what is going on. They even end up lying to them because parents are not really directly involved in their children's lives. So it is also the other measure. But otherwise, like everyone has said, like Era said, it is a personal responsibility to see that you are health-wise very sober. It is your decision, because otherwise all the other things you're going to try are not going to work out when you are not well. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll just add something small from what has already been spoken. This is to my fellow students, that we are the resource. The budgets will come, the policies will come, but at the end of the day, we are the resource. Your resource might be money, yours might be kindness, yours might be the ability to have your way with people. Use it. And by the way, protecting and investing in the mental well-being of young people is not just protecting them, but investing in the future of our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's it for this session. Maybe we'll get a group photo and we go ahead with the next program. Thank you so much for God and my country.
A round of applause, please. I love the fact that the session was so interactive and very educative, right? Do you agree with me? So if I asked you what you've learned in this session, you can tell me something. I remember Miss Sheila, our president, mentioned that some of you just may come here for the food, or you're not really paying attention, but let them mention entertainment, or we have a music concert. You'll be very attentive. So I'm going to pick out one person that I know, and you're going to tell us something very short about what they have said today, randomly. So please tell us something.
Hello. Thank you so much. From today's conference, I've learned a lot about my mental health. It's very important, and the most important thing that I've gotten is that it all starts with me. If I'm not okay, then how can I be able to help other people? So, yeah, briefly, that's what I've learned. Thank you.
Okay, actually, we are paying attention. Thank you so much. So next on the program, we are, thank you. Next on the program, we are going to have abstract presentation, and I'm going to invite Miss Mugabe to please come up and take us through this session.
Okay, after we are going to be served lunch in the next few minutes. I know, when you're not okay in the stomach, your mental health is affected. So surely, yeah, we shall do lunch very soon in a bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Mugabe from Reproductive Health Uganda, and I am honored to be taking your lead in the session on presentation of outstanding student abstracts. We received over 45 abstracts from all of our universities, and then we had 24 that were selected. 4 were selected for oral, which you're going to be listening to today, and then 20 are for poster, which will be done tomorrow. We had 4 thematic areas, which we have SRHR, GBV, HIV, and mental health. The abstracts that we selected demonstrate the important role that young people continue to play in research, advocacy, and peer engagement towards strengthening student health systems. And then also the abstracts that you're going to listen to today are in line with the theme which is from awareness to action, institutionalizing student health. Our first presentation is going to be from Muganda John Andrew, and Birunji Francis Xavier from Kabale University. And then we shall also have Huzaifa from Victoria University, Okemo Constant from Soroti University, and then Atim Dorin from Ernest Cook University. So let's have Muganda John.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is John Andrew Muganda, and I happen to present on the abstract that we happen to have presented, which was on the assessment of awareness, misconception, and education gaps on endometriosis among university students, a pathway to institutionalizing sexual and reproductive health and rights. Yes, it was written by me, Muganda John Andrew, and then Birungi Francis Xavier, Kabale School of Medicine, Kabale University. Next slide. Then for the case of the background and the problem statements, that the endometriosis is a new kind of, should I call it an infection in town or disease, but most people, they tend to neglect to understand its impact on our health. And we say that endometriosis is a medical condition in which tissue that is similar to the uterine lining grows outside the uterus. You can see it here. Then we have, based on World Health Organization, they say that endometriosis affects approximately 1 in 10. That's around 10%, which is around 190 million women of the reproductive age. And what you need to know about endometriosis is that this endometrial tissue can affect many body parts, not necessarily meaning the uterine lining. In that event, it can go to the brain, it can go some other body parts. And then for the case, why does it matter, is that the persistent knowledge gaps among the young people has hindered an early recognition. And even it's a point to note that most health centers are disorganizing this endometriosis. Next slide. Then for the case of the methodology that we use, that we sent, that a cross-section survey study design was used, whereby a structured questionnaire were distributed to university students, mainly the biomedical health science students, especially those of year 1 and year 2, for those who may not know, doing the medical studies. And then these questionnaires address the awareness and sources of information, the knowledge of the symptoms and the risk factors, and the prevalence estimates, and then the misconceptions on the endometriosis. Then in the key findings from those questionnaires which were distributed online, we found out that majority had heard about endometriosis, mainly through social media and then school. But then the self-reported knowledge confidence really remained low. In that it was only 14% of all the guys who had participated in the study. Those who were very conversant with the endometriosis knowledge. And then, again, from the key findings, we found out that many could identify the symptoms of endometriosis, which included the pelvic pain, infertility, and then the menstrual bleeding. And then, for the case of the major misconceptions, were that occurs only in menstruating women, which is very wrong. Even men can experience it, though in rare cases. And also menopausal women can experience it in case they are on estrogen therapy. And then also, again, another misconception that we found out, that many people tend to think that in case you are experiencing that kind of chronic menstrual pain, which is very intense, they're saying that in case you have a child, it can be a treatment option, which is totally wrong. And then also there was a poor estimation of the global prevalence. slide. Then in conclusion, there is a high superficial awareness and adequate knowledge depth, yet it's a very big issue in town. And then also there are persistent myths and knowledge gaps among the university students, not only even government university students, even most of the parents and also most of the education providers. And for the case of the recommendations that we call upon the Ministry of Health, universities, the SRHR partners to institutionalize comprehensive endometriosis education among the Ugandan higher institutions, starting 2026 after this presentation. Thank you. Will there be any questions in regards to this? Because, yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Viola Nwagaba, a free student offering human nutrition and dietetics. My question is, I would like you to clarify about endometriosis in men, because I've only had it among women. How does it affect them? Thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the topic. It's really sensitive, and knowing that it's very prevalent, majorly in women of reproductive age. I guess if a survey was ran just among the women around, you could find that some are already facing this issue but are not aware, because we have normalized abnormal cramps among women, yet we find that it's also a side. So, according to your abstract, I've not seen where you've talked about, I request that you do, you talk about the predisposing factors, how it comes about, because some people might be doing some acts that are actually exposing them to endometriosis, and they are not aware about it. Thank you.
Yes, I think for the first question, which was that expound more on the endometriosis in men. Remember, endometriosis is related to more of hormonal imbalances, right? And which is more of estrogen. This is brought about by estrogen being greater than progesterone. In that, men, most especially those who have prostate cancer, prostate cancer. Most of them, they tend to have hormonal therapies as their kind of treatment, which in the long run tends to increase their estrogen levels within blood, which tends to lead to this condition. And then again, another thing which could bring about this condition in men is that, remember, when we are being formed as human beings from the eggs, not so, at some stage in life, we tend to be similar, like girls, right? But then later on, differentiation occurs, which can separate us from men from women. But in some cases, as per the literature that is available, they say that some cells remain there in men, which tend to develop and form tissues which are endometriotic. That makes sense, or? Yeah. And then for the case of, the predisposing factors, what can lead to this? It's basically, as per the literature that I was exposed to, is that it's based on our lifestyle. Yeah, our lifestyle. In that one of its treatment, they say that you have to change the lifestyle. You have to change the lifestyle, and you have to take another thing that which can make you get this is poor diet. over usage of junk foods. Yeah? Yes, that's it. Yes, another question.
Okay, a round of applause for Muganda John, all the way from Kabale University. Guys, energy. Okay, let's have a team Doreen from Ernest Cook University. Let's have Huzaifa from Victoria University, who will be presenting an abstract on evaluating the uptake of HIV, self-testing, and pre-exposure prophylaxis among university students in Kampala, 95 landscape.
Good afternoon. My name is Huzaifa Sabir, and I'm from Victoria University. So before I begin, if you see me gaining bogos, forgive me, English is not my first language. So I'm going to talk about evaluating the uptake of HIV self-testing and pre-exposure prophylaxis. So what's pre-exposure prophylaxis? It's a daily pill or a monthly injection that prevents HIV in people who are HIV negative. Now, what I mean by that is that if you are exposed to HIV, for example, you're having sex and your condom breaks and there's leakage. So the medicine stops the virus from establishing infection, and it's 99% effective when taken as prescribed. So in Uganda, they're available in health facilities, but the uptake is very low. So what's the background? Uganda is doing great at treating HIV, but many young people are still getting infected. Why? Because when you go to a clinic, you feel scared, you feel judged. So students often feel ashamed to go there. So I want to look at how we can bring this health tools directly to the students on campus so they don't have to face that stigma. And that matters because from ages from 15 to 24, they drive these new infections. Then what are my methods? My methods are simple. Going to different universities and carrying test sample results with students following the 5 C's. What does that do? This looks at things like, is the test private? Is there someone to talk to? And do they get the right results? We want to see if students like getting tests from their own friends or they rather get from a doctor in a white coat. What results did I get? Looking at the current situation, we see a big gap. Most students know about HIV, but very few actually use self-test or PrEP, the pills which I was talking about. Why? Because it costs too much. And half of the students don't know about it. Half of the students don't know what to do if the test shows they're positive. That's the connection gap. And then in my conclusion, to end AIDS by 2030, we must stop waiting for students to go to the clinic. We must bring the clinic to them. I am proposing that we put cheap self-test kits on every campus and train students to teach each other about PrEP. This is how we protect our future. Let's make health easy and private for every student. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Who has a question? Okay, I'm only allowed 2, but you asked. You want to ask again?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is called Abison Alex. I come from St. Lawrence University. I have a question. And my question is in line with your research. In your research, you found out that students have that feeling of being judged when they go to get condoms. Even still, when these condoms are brought to school, because where I come from, they are there, they still feel judged. They even don't go and pick. To me, the question I would ask is, don't we think it's because of our culture and our religions that students do fear this? Because one, we get oriented at a young age on morals and things that we ought to uphold. Now, reaching a certain age, we are being taught of things that we need to live and things that we need to do. So, is there a gap between religion, morals, and culture that scientifically is not being fixed? or what? And then to the ministry, when they are doing their, when they're making their policies, do they make considerations to align these policies with the morals of what our culture and religion say? Because to me, I feel the gap is in this. Because if we are oriented to do things in the right way from an early age, then we ought to pick it from there. So to me, I was suggesting that then, in this research, we need to propose a means of how these scientific means can be aligned to our own traditional and cultural plus religious things that we ought to do. Thank you.
I'm sorry for being a common figure, but I just want to ask for some clarification and maybe give a supplement. In your abstract, kindly go back to the background, please. So he has PrEP, but in my thinking, I think PrEP should always go together with PEP. PrEP is pre-exposure prophylaxis that is usually taken before you're exposed to sex. For example, if I know that I'm going to indulge in a sexual interaction with someone that is HIV interacted, I could protect myself first by taking the PrEP. Then PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis, is often used with people that have been exposed already. For example, those that have been raped and that have been exposed to the HIV, those have got needle pricks in the hospital, and they take the post-exposure prophylaxis, which prevents you from contracting, or which prevents the virus from multiplying after it has entered your body. So I feel like I'm not criticizing your abstract, it's actually nice. I think the PrEP should go with the PEP, because PrEP, no, it's okay.
All right, I will allow the presenter to answer the questions.
So the first question was about the faith. I think some faith are just not I'm not criticizing any faith, but some faith are just backwards and when I like to style up. And the second question was about PrEP and PEP. Yeah, but my objective here was about PrEP and not PEP, so that's why I had to only talk about PrEP here. Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause for Huzaifa. Our remaining abstracts from Team Doreen and Okemo Constant will be presented tomorrow due to time. So thank you so much on behalf of RHU and the organizing team. Thank you so much for listening to us.
After giving birth to me, and out of the 4 different people, because my family is more of an extended family, so I used to ask an auntie, they would tell me, it's because you're sick, but you get fine. Others could tell me it's because you have a heart disease, but eventually you get well. Others would also tell me that you're taking that medication because you're still young, so by the time you grow, automatically you just, put a pause. So my curiosity grew. No one could tell me the exact reasons as to why I'm taking the medication. So this one morning at the hospital, during the health education sessions, this one person conducting it was like, so today each one of you is going to tell us the reasons as to why they are taking this medication. Of course, they had to whisper. So each one of them gave in what was the reason. I also gave in my reasons, which I think they were wrong, so they had to separate me from the rest. And after the session, they had to take me to a counseling room, and they did what they called disclosure to me. But at that moment, I think I was too young to understand certain things. So I get back home very, very okay. In the middle there is an organization that came up there is an organization that was supporting my tuition. So these people
organized an outing for the caretakers and children living with HIV. So I was one of them. I went to enjoy the outing. The guest speakers were there, and everything moved on very well. So as that ended, a few weeks, those guest speakers, one of them called the organization that there is something called beauty pageant. They organized. I went. It was their very first time to organize that pageant. That's Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV. I also went to participate. I was very young and, kind of brave. So I did what I did without knowing that actually what I'm doing is again going to bring me more trouble. That was public disclosure. So they didn't brief me at first that what you're doing actually is going to bring you this and that. They just told me, you go and participate. And because they were giving me that support, it was like an obligation for me to do so. So I participated and come back home. So from that moment, I think in the audience, some people knew me, somewhere. People were living at home, at school, wherever. So this girl started at school. She was like, by the way, and then also at home, to take you back, our neighbors, since my mom had died of HIV, so of course they automatically knew. Remember back then, my grandfather, I think, disclosed without knowing that he's actually disclosing. And he could, but he didn't know that actually that would put me into depression at one point. So automatically the community knew that I'm actually living with HIV, to the extent that those parents could not allow me to play with their kids. All the times they would say that, don't relate with her, don't. Like ngababagana. So at that point in Gankuza, I started making meaning out of each and everything that has been aspiring, that has been going through my life. And I'm like, oh, okay. And also remember at school, we were learning about HIV. So that's when I started making meaning. The signpost of HIV kills. HIV is uncure. It's not cure by many. So I started taking in all those things, and I'm like, oh wait, so HIV kills. Does this mean that I'm going to die in the next few days? So I developed what they call self-stigma. I isolated myself from a lot of people. I couldn't, play, because I also didn't want to interact with anyone at that point. And in my mind, what came in my mind was like, maybe I should just stop taking this medication, because I don't know what, because I heard it that when I stop taking this medication, people will know that maybe I'm healed, without knowing that actually it's the reality. People already know it, and nothing is going to change, and nothing I can do about that. So this is me stopping taking the medication. I'm often falling sick. All the time I'm in the hospital. Started developing the signs that really show this person is what? Is HIV. So that's how people started noticing that, those ones who didn't know, that's how they started noticing that, oh, she's HIV positive. And they really discriminated me. Even at home, someone did not want to, use the same cup that I was using because of that. That's how AIDS started to come in, because these are two different things. HIV and AIDS, they are totally different. So I get discriminated, I get stigmatized. In that, even if I go to the hospital for refill, I would sit somewhere very far from the rest, you know, because of that inner fear that, oh, people are going to see me. Now what if someone who knows me comes here and sees me? So it was really a tough moment for me. And not until the counselors had to sit me down, because now my viral load results were starting to shoot. Each time they take the blood samples, I was not suppressing, and they were really questioning what's wrong with me. So they could sit me in the ISC sessions, and I'm like, "Inza no mire dagala." They could ask, "Rach to mire dagala." Now mainga to mire dagala, and then I'm like, "Inza no mire dagala." For them, they know that I'm not taking the medication. So they had to involve the caretakers. They cancelled me. I kind of became resistant still. I refused to change. Not until they had to actually change my regimen. So a lot of people came on board to talk to me, but still I still had that shame that I could not, you know, take on this. Maybe I should just wait for that day and die, and we call it, maybe, and they just have me in their history that I actually existed. Surprisingly, God helped me to actually finally accept the fact that nothing is going to change. I'm not going to change people's attitude towards me. No. So I had to style up. I had to finally accept that, you know what, this is it. And so still, that's why in 2021, I was like, okay, let me challenge myself. So I went back, and eventually I won the Miss Y Plus. And that's how I started empowering, supporting young people living with HIV. That's how my facility spotted me to be a peer supporter at the hospital, to help my fellow young people living with HIV, because they were sure that we had a lot of them going through situations like that. And since I've also ever been into that situation, I could actually help them I could actually empower them to come on board, to start taking their medication, and also make some impacts on others. So as we speak right now, I'm really doing a great job in my region. Even here, I'm doing a great impact, and I am no longer ashamed to stand and say it out. Although if you're not ready for this, please do not come out. I know in this house we may be a lot of young people on treatment. My encouragement to you is that take your medication. If you're a believer, pray to God, you people. Pray to God, take your medication. Don't again just stick on praying that actually miracles do happen. Yes, they do happen, but please prioritize your life, take your medication, and also believe that God is there for you. So sorry about that. I've been able to at least travel for some countries to talk about this and also empower my fellow young people living with HIV. By the way, I'm not only sticking to those that are living with HIV, but also those that are negative. But because anytime your status can change, those ones who are negative here, you may laugh at me that I'm positive, but hey, anytime bichuka. So those that are negative, mweyongere okwekuuma, protect yourself as much as possible, because this is not easy. It is not easy at all to take that treatment for the whole of your life. It is not easy. I'm talking because I'm through it. And at one point I feel like giving up, but again, I remember that I have so much to achieve. I have dreams, and also parents who are here. I know there are many here. So my home take message is that tell the parents out there that people living with HIV, they also need education. I'm saying this because where I live, we have a lot of people who are denied education because of their status, whereby a parent can say, like, I don't see future in that kid, so they should stay home. Please educate them. They will live longer, and they will do what you do not expect them to do. They will surprise you eventually. And also, to those living with HIV in the house, I'm here to tell you that HIV is not the end of your purpose, dream, or impact. But with acceptance, treatment, and support, we can live a health positive life. So it has done me really very bad that our guests are right now out, because I wanted to ask them something. It's in form of support, and it's not only me that has been through it, but I've seen someone also going through the same thing. So my concern is about the young people living with HIV that have actually come out and have the potential, but miss the opportunities because of resources. And I personally, last year, I wrote an abstract about, I can't remember very well, but I wrote an abstract that was selected, and due to lack of financial support, I did not manage to attend that. Because whoever I reached to was telling me that the funds, we don't have funds. You know, that Trump thing affected us. So my question is, right now, yes, we understand the funds are being cut off. Where and who should we go to for such kind of support? Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Miss Y+. Another round of applause, please. You will agree with me that it takes a lot of courage to come and share with us such kind of experience, right? Yes, so thank you so much. Another round of applause. Yes, so right about now, I'm going to invite Mr. Andrew to take us through the public speech and poetry final competitions.
Okay, another round of applause for Miss Y+. Thank you so much for sharing, and those are very powerful messages that you shared with us, right? And we've been joined by the Commissioner for Reproductive and Child Health Department in the Ministry of Health, Dr. Richard Mugahi. You are very much welcome. So Dr. Mugahi, we are so excited to have you this afternoon. We've had a number of guests throughout from morning. We've had a number of sessions. We're here with a team from UNFPA. The country representative was here with us, and a number of staff from UNFPA. We have with us AHF Uganda Cares, that has been a partner from the beginning to this particular date, and a lot of submissions. The young person who has submitted Miss Y Plus is really doing great work with AHF Uganda Cares. We have with us the Uganda AIDS Commission. The Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission has been represented in this particular health conference. We've had the Dean of Students of Kyambogo University. Kyambogo! Kyambogo! Okay, thank you very much, Kyambogo University. Our host, you've been so nice to us from the beginning. And Doctor, we've had with us Commissioner Mondo from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and he's been a very good participant on this conference during the panel discussions. We've had a number of other guests. A team from Naguru Teenage Center is still here with us and really being able to give us services as expected. We have with us Reproductive Health Uganda has been our partner, and up to now they're still journeying on with us in that regard. We've had and we still have Mary Stopes. Mary Stopes is here with us and come on board as our new partner for the health conference for this year, and hopefully they'll be with us even in the further engagements. We had the patron for On Your Future, Commissioner Emmanuel was here with us, and he really gave a very good remark. And of course, we've been able to present from the OIF team what would love this conference to go far and beyond. And there were some very pertinent asks that were made, and I'm very sure that you will be receiving a copy of that document, which you can further discuss with the Ministry of Health to ensure that the health of the students of Uganda is not taken for granted at any one point, because this is the biggest investment that the country has. It is not the oils that we have, it's not anything, not the building, it is the young people that you see here. So I thought I should give you this recap such that you are on the same page with us. We've just had Miss Y Plus share with us, and now Andrew will be taking us through the next session. Thank you very much. Andrew, over to you.
Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to handle two categories for now. That is poetry and public speech. So if you didn't present in the morning, kindly come forward. Poets and public speakers, if you didn't present in the morning, kindly make your way forward. As they are coming, dear partners, I know sometimes you're always busy and you may not have access to social media. We challenge the students to present poems and public speech in two forms. You can take a seat. In two forms. 50% was their local language and 50% was in English. And I can amuse you that most people are challenged by their own local language. And the reason why we were fostering the young people to do things in the local language, we believe that advocacy has been turned into a language of English, yet this information can be digested little. You must all agree with me that in most adverts, as poets and public speakers are coming, if you're not here by the time I finish this, please, we shall disqualify you. You will agree with me that most adverts that we tend to put on mainstream media and e-print media do not have that. Most of the times they have local language digest and English, but the English part takes the higher percentage. And we believe if the local person must understand what we want to forefront, then who else must forefront this other than the young people? So through speech and poem and other activities, we believe young people have a huge platform to do this. That said and done, if the poets and the public speakers are done, I'll begin with the lady. You will just unmute your mic and tell us your name and the category you're doing. Then I give you the task. The microphone.
Hi. Hello. Fine. I'm Shepherd's daughter. That's my stage name. I'm Lisa Kabahuma. I'm coming from St. Lawrence University.
You're doing speech or poetry?
I'm doing poetry.
Okay. Hussein, your category and university?
Hello everyone. My name is Hussein Bukenya, Kyambogo University, and I'm doing poetry.
Yes, the lady over.
Hello everyone. My name is Gift Nagasha and I'm from Makerere University and I'm doing public speech.
My name is Malaika Vrahenda from St. Lawrence University, public speech.
Okay, with that order of seating, we are going to begin with a poem category. And I'm going to begin with the lady, followed by the gentleman. Then after we shall follow into the public speech in that seating arrangement. I don't know if you're comfortable presenting while seated or it's okay. Okay then. So the rules of engagement are very simple. You will be timed to 2 minutes and you will design a poem, 50% your local language and 50% yes, and 50% English. That said and done, I won't limit your creativity, but make sure it's centered on SRH. Thank you so much. I'm just going to give you a breather for 30 seconds, and when that is done, I'll clap. Thank you.
She sits in the dust. She feeds with houseflies. But germs jump onto the James, not her. Something is wrong. She has no roof at all. See, she has nothing at all. Just the stars in the night sky. When winds blow, she anchors them. Coldness and hotness are no strangers to her body. Mosquitoes invade her bed, yet when malaria and pneumonia come, they flee to the girl locked behind school's closed door. I say something is wrong. Norora abazaire ne batugamba ngu otakora kinu, otakora kiri, otabyama n'omwojo. But we all know that abstinence and prevention are not the answer. The don'ts don't stop the do's. If I had a chance to speak to parents, I would say, train up a child the way they should go, and when they grow and their body is speaking Germany, they'll stick to their values. Omwana mwegese, nguwamani, mwegese, ngu talinyanya buli omwe yakusobora kukoma nkoko akasangire. Tell them that they are not cheap, they are of value, they are precious. I saw Tony drink his lungs off to nothing because no one taught him how to face life. They taught him, so the world taught him how to run away from troubles. Ng'Abaganda bwe bagamba nti akakyama amamera w'okagolola kamenyeka. I think some things are not, they are not just talked about, they are imparted as the children are growing. Thank you.
Hello, is there a possibility of having a mic that I can use when I'm standing?
Kyambogo, Kyambogo.
Okay. I prepared something else, but God's will. Before I start, this is a disclaimer. The name I'm going to use doesn't belong to me or to anyone. However, it's just for awareness. And whichever message I'm about to say isn't my personal life, but it is just for awareness. My poem is entitled, Then I Count 1, 2, 3. Starting my speech in the next word. Starting my poem, sorry, in the next word. You know, it's kind of funny how I'm accused of oppressing, yet really I'm oppressed. I've become on the list of things to detest. I've screamed and raged in almost every protest. I've become the red scare and threat to the West. Banga Bantino Hussein Gwasinga. Akina Hussein Gwasingo Burunji Mbalenzi Bona. I mean, they try to tell me that I am the beauty. They told me I have no tragedy. They told me you have no courtesy. And yet they were just lies to pull me out of my sanity. You know, I'm a boy, but I'm a girl inside. I have a demon that tells me Hussein Gendo Bagambe Bikuluma, but whenever I try to tell them, nobody cares. I mean, I slept with a girl, she gave me HIV/AIDS, but I remember that day I stood inside the symposium and they spoke, Bagamantino, you abstain from sex, but they didn't tell me how. Tebangambantino mwalo mulunji wakusemberera, you must go away and say now. But now my hand is about to fall down. I'm on a ramp and I say this operation in my mind is filled with all this designation. I have demons and this concentration is nothing but, I don't know what to say. I have a lot of things in my head and I try to count 1, 2, 3. I'm like a tree. I feel like I'm about to die, but my mind is not at ease. I have drugs I'm taking to keep myself at peace, and all I can say is, please come save me. I cry to the gods in the sky, but God cannot see. I say I have mental health is killing me. I say, my mom, I'm on my knees, please. But no one can count with me. Thank you.
My name is Gift Nagasha from Kyambogo University, and I'm doing public speech. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. What is awareness if it never brings change in the actions that we do? What is knowing the right thing when we get back and intentionally do the wrong thing? It is over. Ninyenda kubabuza imwe abashitami hanuya otari kumanya who doesn't know playing sex, who doesn't know infections, who does not know what pregnancy means. See, we are so aware of the things that we do. There is nothing that we do not know. Getting this information and its effects is just one scroll away from our phones, which we scroll daily, day in and day out. What does that mean? Seriously, are we going to attend conferences day in, day out without working on what we are supposed to do, the actions that we want? I want you today to pick something from me that it all starts with us. It all starts with you. We are aware, but what does awareness call for? It calls for responsibility. The responsibility that we really have to start now, not just echoing words day in, day out. And yes, your future is your responsibility. Your body is also your responsibility. Also, your mental health is your responsibility. Because all these things happen just because we do not know how to protect ourselves. So what do I really want you to do? As we leave this house, let us not just go as the way we came, but let us take something, an extra mile. That TikTok that we use, that social media that we use, let us do something that will help people know that we are caring about themselves, because it starts with protecting ourselves and also protecting the communities that we belong to. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Malaika Burahenda, doing public speech from St. Lawrence University. Can I get on? Can I get that? Our theme for today is from awareness to action. We all know the statistics. We've talked about them today, right here. 1.5 million people are living with HIV in Uganda, and most of those infections are women. 80% of new infections are young girls aged 15 to 24%. When you talk to your peers and your friends, most of them have struggled with mental health. Most of my friends, actually, when I talk to them, they've struggled with mental health, anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. When I was growing up, teenage pregnancy was talked to me in high school, in primary, and I was told to abstain from sex because I'll get pregnant and I'll drop out of school. And it's still the same case today. A lot of young girls are still getting pregnant. But we all know these statistics. We are all aware of all the infections and the mental health battles that we struggle with. But how can we move from knowing these statistics to action? Mental health receives less than 1% of Uganda's health budget. And we have said that we have to make health accessible. We have to make condoms accessible. But I say we have to make them more accessible. We are saying that receiving condoms is cheap, but we have to make it cheaper. Because as the youth, we don't have money. Let's be honest. We don't have money. We are scared and we are shy. So we have to make it more accessible. We are saying that it's accessible. I say we have to make it more accessible. We are saying that it's talked about. I say that we have to talk about it more and more. And that is the only way that we can move from awareness to action. What we are doing is not enough. We have to bring in more energy. We have to bring in more power and talk about it more and more. Thank you. My local language is English.
Hey, do you want to argue? Finalists, you can kindly take your seats. This marks the end for the public speech and poetry. Winners are going to be announced tomorrow. So all finalists, you're required to return tomorrow and justification will be provided. Then for the quiz category, we are going to harmonize with the technical team so as that tomorrow we can have an audience-engaged quiz display on the screens. So we have postponed it tomorrow. Apologies on the inconveniences, but quiz and debate will happen tomorrow. Other than that, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade Andrew, for supporting us through this particular segment. And right about now, we are going to be having remarks from the Commissioner for Reproductive and Health and Child Health Department under the Ministry of Health. That is none other than Dr. Richard Mugahi. Doctor, you are most welcome. I don't know where you feel comfortable here. We are very excited to have you this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, be reminded that we shall have the PS or Ministry of Health tomorrow with us, and we'll have other guests who will be coming, and lunch will be served soon. Thank you.
Well, that we're at university, they used to tell us, when you choose to clap, you clap. When you choose to eat as a young person, you eat. Do everything to its optimum level. I just wanted to use that as a preamble as I make my remarks, but importantly, I'm disadvantaged that I'm standing between you and your lunch. I want to stand on the protocol that has already been laid out, but importantly, I think there are, I don't know if UNFPA is still here, Uganda Cares, Uganda AIDS Commission, Dean of Students, Naguru Teenage Center, Reproductive Health Uganda, and I think Maristops. Also the team, the organizers Own Your Health. Where is Brendan? Brendan and your team. I'm so proud of you. My name is Dr. Richard Mugahi. I'm a young person. I've just graduated, but I still consider myself young. Hey, can't I be young? Unfortunately, today I wanted to dress like a Gen Z, but I was not alerted early enough by my team. I bring you greetings from Ministry of Health. First of all, to the organizers, and I'm happy to report that the PS will be here herself tomorrow. The docket of adolescent health or young people's health falls under my department, and we're really excited. First of all, I'm excited personally to be in Kyambogo. This is my first time to visit you and to be in your hall here. I had been in one of your health centers. You have a university health center here a couple of years ago, and I don't know if the university health center people are also here. But in a way of also defining myself, I'm a very cultured person. Where is this lady who was? I'm her minister in Toro Kingdom, the lady who was here. She spoke my language and I felt warm. So I'm her minister. What's the name again? Katsabe? I think Katsabe. Kabahuma. It's a very special name, is for people who are calm. Then also, I'm a parent of adolescents, and I can speak from experience, but I don't intend to take long. While at university, I engaged so much. My entire stay at university at Makerere, I was an activist of young people's health, and we even started a project then called Makerere University Health Outreach Project, which an idea I wanted to sell to Brendan and team, but something similar to this concept. So I'm not alien to these engagements. I'm very excited that these efforts are happening, and I'm sure the previous speakers have actually talked to you about how much you contribute to the country's population. You guys, you are the power, you are everything the country has. I don't think any of you is above 30 years, other than the few people I see in front here. But you are composition of more than 70% of our population. We are roughly 50 million people, but the population of young people, adolescents and young people, less than 30 years is 71%. Who was the quickest mathematics? The public speakers. So you basically contribute more than 30 million young people. So anyone who wants to see the future should focus on what you are saying, should engage you actively, should be part of you and know what you really direction you want to move. I picked a few things as I reflected on what to tell you this afternoon, but also reinforced by what the poets and the public speakers were saying. I genuinely think that the answer towards young people's problems is coming from them. They must be part of the high table. They must be part of the genuine discussion, intergenerational discussion. And I think UNFPA has been very supportive of such efforts. Please, I found a question here. Continuously reach out to us and we'll see what we can do. Genuinely speaking, Mrs. Y Plus did mention she did this and that and resources were not coming. I feel your pain, what you're talking about. And indeed, it's true. When the American money, when we had a drop in resources in terms of the American money, many of our activities were disturbed because of the funding. But we can still do a lot. We can still do a lot with the little resources we have. We are a very resilient population. I did talk to Brendan when I was coming in that we could have invited a musician. I have some friends who are musicians, and they would have, when I'm talking to young people, they don't like this very flat. So if I was being ushered in by a musician, then it would have been better. But next time, we are going to do better. Brendan, you link up with me. I'll get one of them. Me, I'll know how to get them. When you clap, you clap. Don't worry. When I say eat, you eat. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now, what you are today, I felt this whole discussion is going to be summarized by what you are today. What you are today is mathematical. Is mathematical in the sense that it's a total sum. What you are today, just feel how you are and where you are, is a total sum of the decisions or choices you've made. Simple. Choice one, choice two. You could choose not to be in school. You could choose to be in school. You could choose to be pregnant. But what you are today, you could choose to be a father. Biologically, ladies can be mothers at 14, and we've had those consequences. The oldest grandmother in the world is in Uganda, a very bad statistic. Dr. Kasozi, have you revealed that? The oldest grandmother in the world is in Uganda. 21, 23. The youngest, me, I wanted to say it the other way. The oldest, the youngest grandmother. Huh? So, what you are today, wherever you are seated, and those who are not here, is a total sum of the choices. I've started making my small phrases. A total sum of the choices you've made throughout your life. So the rhetoric question would be, so how do we make choices? Choices, what affects our choices? And when you live here, you reflect. I can see some of you are trying to add how someone can be a grandmother at 21. Is it mathematically possible? So, food for thought. The youngest grandmother in the world is in Uganda and 21 years. And they counted well. So, the choices that were available then, and what the choices she made, or he made, probably resulted in two consequences. Every choice, this is my second statement, every choice you make in life has consequences. Every choice you make in life has consequences. Now, the rhetoric question is the consequence going to be positive? Is the consequence going to be negative? I know as a fact that some of your colleagues, after senior 6, they chose to take alcohol, and they are now in alcohol. I know some of your colleagues even at university. I was telling my team, I visited some club for young people, and I found the whole club was full of smoke. I don't know whether it's Cuba or something very different. I don't know which chemicals they were mixing. In my chemistry background, I thought it was ammonia, because ammonia can cause so many fumes. But I went to a club, and my intention was really not to interface and see how young people of this generation are managing their life. During our time, it was never these smokes were never there. There was only either cigarette, but now the whole place was full of smoke. I came back and informed my team that the best way we can work with young people is engaging them. We could be speaking this side and they are forcing this side. Now, our role, I come here with my team from Ministry of Health, all the UNFPA team. We are coming in here as duty bearers. Duty bearer might be a very difficult word, but by virtue of our positions in government or what we do, we are supposed to provide you with the most accurate information available, and also engage you so that you could make informed choices. The role of making informed choice is yours. And that's where I also like the word own your health. It is not anyone's choice for you to choose for you the choice, but the role of giving you adequate information about your body, how your body is going to speak German. This friend of mine said her body can speak German. Kabahuma, you said your body can speak German. The next day it might speak Chinese. So, how our role as providers is to engage you young people constructively to see how do we give you as much accurate information as possible. In Uganda, I don't know if I will bring it out very well, but the good Ugandas here will help me. But in Rutoro we say, egambirwe te fayona. In Uganda they say, embulide. And what? Embulide. Just come and say it. Embulide. Embulide te fayona. The literal interpretation of this is that if we equip you with knowledge, and the Banyankore say that the cow entekaza romchanda yajira wanje naguheza gwasegara no gwabarisi, that a cow gave birth during a drought season, then it said, and the cows of those days used to speak, said, I have finished my work, what has remained is for the cowboys. Me, I have finished, I have delivered. So you can see how multilingual, very soon I will begin doing some Chinese. So, all this context is trying to tell us that we are in charge of giving you accurate information, and we are committed to that. We shall work with your teams, we shall work with your leaders, we shall work with the peer providers to ensure that you have accurate information. Our dear young people, I know you're hungry, but information is power. Delay the food for some few minutes, only 2. I will have finished my long speech. Only 2 minutes. Brendan, control that. Where there is food, there can't be divided attention. Now, that's also another choice. The choices you make, you can choose to go for food and you miss the information that would save you. So, as we embark on this process of ensuring that you have the most accurate information that can guide you to make informed choices, which choices are yours, and knowing that there are consequences. Now, the consequences are many. The negative consequences are many. We want to protect you because you are the future. I know young people don't like this one, the future of tomorrow, but I would want to say that you are the trees, the young trees of tomorrow's forest. Because when they say you are the leaders of tomorrow, you say, no, we are the leaders of today. So by doing this, seeing us live what we are doing and coming to engage you productively is importantly to make sure we value you. The future is actually you. Our country will rely on you. 70% of the entire country is less than 30 years. I mean, yes. So this means that our investment, deliberate investment into talking to you, into providing health services, into giving you guidance, treating you when you are sick, is intended to make sure the country becomes productive or the country moves from one level to the other. You know, we are very intentional on having the country's economics improve. We are also very intentional in having the country's health status improve. Colleagues, the adage of knowledge is wealth and health is wealth are correct. You can only do as much as long as you're healthy. You can only do as much. You can succeed academically if you're healthy. You can succeed in business if you are healthy. So if you are religious like me, seek first the kingdom of health, and all the rest will fall in line. So I want to leave you with a message that health is the foundation of humanity. Everything and the baseline is how informed about your health you are. If your information about your health is 80%, we think that's health literacy. And being educated, having a degree or PhD has nothing to do with health literacy. The most uneducated, the most unhealthy people are the highly learned ones. They sleep 2 hours, they eat junk food, and they think they're educated. But health literacy is knowing, having accurate information about your health, your individual health. Some diseases of lifestyle. Now Uganda is transitioning, and a broader picture. We are moving away from diseases of malaria, infections. We call them infectious diseases. Malaria, diarrhea, those funny diseases of all time. But now we are having a new epidemic of diseases of lifestyle. Diseases of lifestyle. Don't shy away from, HIV might not be our biggest problem in 2030, by the way. Seriously speaking. Now we have even a magic bullet, which Alan, have you told them about the magic bullet? Then a couple of you. We have a drug that we recently introduced, and for young people, you be at the top of this knowledge because you are the salt of the world. Jesus used disciples to be the salt of the world. Now for us, Uganda, want to use you young people to be the salt of the world. So there is medicine in the Ministry of Health. If you have in our healthcare system, if you have relatives whom you think are at risk of getting HIV, by virtue of the work they do, they can take an injection for 6 months and you cannot catch HIV. Am I using the same right words? You cannot get infected if you take that injection. But you can get pregnant and you can get STIs and all the other groups. I had stopped this distribution of food. Just give me 2 minutes. The people distributing food, give me 2 minutes and I end on exactly 2 minutes. Can you stop? Young people, do you hear stop? Stop is stop. Those are choices you make. Stop is stop. You can even remain standing for 2 minutes. I will have finished. You remain standing where you are with your bucket of, yes. It's part of the development discipline that you need to adopt as young people. As I conclude, when you see the Ministry of Youth and Gender being here, Ministry of Health is here. I hope Ministry of Education was also here, but this is an education infrastructure. We are working together as government to ensure you, the young people, under the human capital. In our development language, we call you human capital, because we are going either to sell you to get money, like a country, we sell your skills, or we are going to use your skills, the skills, if you're an engineer, if you're a doctor, we shall use your skills to develop this country. So you're part of our human capital. The biggest investment we have in this country is our human capital. It's not the national parks, it's not the roads, it's not the minerals. The biggest investment, the biggest asset for Uganda is you, our human capital. So we want you healthy. We have very good packages. We want to reach out. I want to introduce the ladies before you. I've assigned them very serious tasks. Dr. Justin is going, kindly stand up just for the last time. Dr. Justin is going to head, and I've asked her that we are going to get focal point persons, you can sit. Focal point persons per every university, the teams that we can work with. We want to listen to your health issues. Some of you or your colleagues have become addicts, we can still help. Some of you suffer from STIs and you keep in your holes without a line to help, without people who cannot judge you but are willing to help you and treat you. We are willing to do that. And I think you'll also show the Ministry of Health toll-free line. I don't know if you've already shared that. That line has a dedicated team of specialists who will talk to you and lead you to where you can go and get help. So we want to see that this whole cohort of young people matures into adult people who are skilled, who are responsible, and are willing to take their country forward. When probably we're around and now moving on sticks, or probably we're gone. But that's our aspiration, and that's the aspiration of everyone in this house. So I really want to conclude by saying I want to appreciate the organizers on your health, and I'm really happy that it is growing from level to level. Last year, was it last year or the other year, we had the US ambassador attend. The first time we had the First Lady, Mama Janet, attending. And we are seeing this growing from level to level, and our commitment is to support you, because you are a very good convener, to bring all these people together. But we need to reach deeper. There was the last comment from these speakers here. How do we translate awareness into actions? How do we translate awareness into actions? It's a point for reflection for all of us who are here. What is going to save us is the actions that we do, the choices that we make. It's not the level of awareness. Our assumption scientifically is that when you are more aware, you make more informed choices. When you are more aware, you make good judgment. But that sometimes is not the case, and we want to have a system that continuously supports you. With those very long remarks, I want really to thank the funders of this convention. I want to thank all the participants. I want to thank Kyambogo. Kyambogo oye! That's not, it's a hungry man's, Kyambogo oye! Okay, at least better. But I hope that when we get food, which will be even much, much stronger. I really want to bring this session to a close by wishing you very good deliberations. We look forward, Brendan, to receiving your report. Don't make the report very bulky, because I also want you to brief me on what you've done on the first recommendations. We had recommendations when we had Mama Janet, recommendations when we had Ambassador, His Excellency Pope. So what are we doing about the recommendations? That's the only way we can change our country. Thank you very much for God and my country.
University, knowledge and skills for service.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugahi, for those beautiful closing remarks. We are going to have a brief moment to take a group picture. So the camera team, please come and help us. Camera team. So the audience are going to stand up and have a group picture with our guests.
There are times when you might feel aimless. You can't see the places where you belong.
But you will find that there is a purpose. It's been there within you all along.
When you're near it, you can almost hear it.
It's like a symphony.
All right, we shall have the guests take their own picture. OIF organizing team, please come forward. The ministers of health or from different universities, please step forward. Let's do this quick. OIF team, please come forward. OIF team, please. Yes, the ministers of health from different universities, please come and join in the group photo. All universities, please come forward.
Start to wake up to the sounds that are in their hearts.
It's so amazing what we're all
questions. Let's make it quick. Ministers of Health and the OIF team.
Everyone plays a piece, and there are melodies. Each one of us. Oh, it's glorious. Glorious, glorious. That you feel in those fields. It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Mugahi, I received some concern that people did not get the opportunity to ask you some questions. So I don't know if you can spare some time to answer some, yeah, just a few questions, like 3 or 2. Oh yes, so the organizing team, please receive the questions, write them down, and he will answer them later. Finally, we are going to have our lunch, long-awaited lunch. I see some smiling faces around now that we are mentioning lunch. DJ, please give us some nice music as the organizing team issues us some good and delicious meals.
There are times when you might feel aimless. You can't see the places where you belong.
First National
But you will
Student
find
Health.
that there is a purpose. It's been there within you unknown.
I am happy to welcome you to
When you're
today's
near it,
first National
you can
Students
almost
Health Conference
hear it.
that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to explore how innovations and solutions to SRHR, mental health, HIV, and EBV, how we can put it at the forefront. This conference is for us as young people, as students, and as generations, come up with ideas that tomorrow's policy, tomorrow's leadership landscape. Innovative health in this country. That's why all your future initiative is
Let it ring out as you discover who you are. Others around you start to wake up to the sounds that are in their hearts.
It's so amazing what we're all creating.
It's like a symphony. Just keep listening. Pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part. Everyone plays a piece, and there are melodies. Each one of us. Oh, it's glorious. Glorious, glorious. That you feel in those fields. It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part.
I was in a tunnel, couldn't see the light. Ever I'd look up, I couldn't see the sky. Sometimes when I'm standing, it seems like I don't walk for miles. And my heart would be crying, dead in the middle of a smile. But then I climbed the hills and saw the mountains. I hollered help 'cause I was lost, and I felt the strong wind. small voice saying the storm is over.
So we're looking at having the health initiative overview.
I can see the sunshine.
We look at having another people can then approach this
I feel heaven. Come on and set me free.
We are looking at having accessibility
In the midst of my battle,
mobile
all
services where young
hope is
people can
gone.
approach. Through we are looking at also establishing
Downtown in a rush crowd and felt all alone. And every now and then I felt like I would lose my mind.
I am happy to welcome you to today's
I've been racing for
National
years
Students
and still no
Health
finish line.
Students at the forefront.
Then I climbed the
And with that, we
hills
want
and
to
saw the
explore how innovation
mountain.
and solutions for SRHR, mental
Cause I was
health,
lost
HIV, and
and I
DBV,
felt the
how
strong
we can
wind.
put it at the forefront.
Heard a small
This conference
voice
is for us
saying
as
the
young
storm is over. I can see the sunshine. I feel heaven, yeah.
That's why on your future,
come on and set me free.
Baby, you got me up all night in bed, thinking about all of the nights you've been with me, and how I wish that I could breathe with it. Oh, across the globe, you're far away, but your heart stays here with me, baby. If I could turn back the hands of time, I would freeze the clocks and start all over. I would love you all the way, just like I should. Every minute without you feels like torture. 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 Baby, I just really need your loving. 'Cause I get lost trying to search for something. I hear you calling, so I come running. I'm always running back for your heart, baby. Across the globe, you're far away, but your heart stays here with me, baby. Turn back the
So we're looking at having the health initiative overview gaps. Now, as you people, that we look at having an avenue where young people can then approach decisions and hearing the first people face to face, but through services that they can use initially to make sure that they enable them to access services. One, we are looking at having accessibility of having retail mobile services where young people can approach. Through we are looking at also
cha ajabu unishiki, unigusi kila moyo wangu nyang'anya, aufutwi aupigwi, tatizo moyo wangu unashindwa pambana. Everywhere you go, you take my heart with you. Usutulie mami, naomba nitunzie mami, sema nini unataka, tell me what to do, nikufanyie mami, furahie.
is you gonna say goodbye? Can you tell me right now? If I couldn't buy you the fancy things in life, shawty, would it be alright? Come and show me that you don't. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? They sitting around all day playing video games, yo. I'm out here in these streets trying to figure things out in my ear and yelling at me, man. Come on, man, don't do me like that, man. Like, I really out here train.
How are they gonna get paid? What is your plan?
I train. I have a plan. You just need to trust me, man. Skiddly down, 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 down. All I want is somebody real who don't need much. A girl I know that I can trust. To be here when money low. If I did not have nothing else to give but love, would that even be enough? Y'all me need to know. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Of them nine, I'm on them money. Colorless about your love, spit a honey. I'm feeling an empty space if we watch ya. Black and days are stress if we watch ya.
Naked shady, your love drives me crazy. Cause with your Bugakaji, don't wake me up.
I'm in a fantasy.
Baby, you're too good for me.
I'm vibing with the energy. Cause we'll be there till the end of your league. I'm in a fantasy. Baby, you're too good for me. I'm vibing with the energy. Cause we'll be there till the end of your league. She's the one for me, never mutamagare. Nakuba piri no matatu gadai. In a millions and I'm jamulukale. Surprisingly, nasasula visale. Baby, want to pull up from head to toe. The way man now up a tuba show. The end of me need it, call me 911. Be ready, me bring patrol.
Baby, what you kuba wa bambanyo. The way man now up a tuba show. Anytime you need me, call me 911. Bring patrol.
I'm in a fantasy.
Baby, you're too good for me.
I'm vibing with the energy. Cause we'll be there till the end of your league. I'm in a fantasy.
Baby, you're too good for me.
I'm vibing with the energy. Cause we'll be there till the end of your league. Yo, sensational, when me are there. Doing, 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 doing.
So we are looking at having the health insurance gaps, and our us that we have having another patient I have environmental issues and getting Facebook of this much through this is initially to make sure that we get the one. We are looking at having the access to young
national students, that is named Students at the Government. And with that, we want to explore how we can that solutions to SRHR, mental health, HIV, and TBP. However, to that explore, this conference is for us as young people, as students, as education profession, about 9 years, and also almost places, for the students to landscape that for next years, innovative investment. That's why I studied in us.
All the future campus initiative was hosted by a
Right now, you know I wouldn't do that. Love, not to love. You know I wouldn't do that. Hello, why you taking so long to be home? Leave me alone, my baby, so you don't know. I can't move my tema. I am like a good Bano, Bachida. I am like a good security boss, ya. Real love it is, I endorse ya. Let me find the way, let me come drive ya. Real love it is, I endorse ya. No, not to love. You know I wouldn't do that. Love, not to love. You know I wouldn't do that. Love, not to love. You know I wouldn't do that. Love, not to love. You know I wouldn't do that. Love, not to love. I love you plenty. I know you get me. I can't hold you. I am like
me as a minister coming from the same region that we were. So those are the statistics that we had, and we needed to create awareness to students and the entire population.
So we are looking at having the health initiative overview clubs, and our ask is simple, that we look at having an avenue where young people can then approach this issue other than hearing people face to face, that through services that they can use initially to make sure that they enable them to access services. One, we are looking at having
Sweetheart, when the sunlight's on your face now, hope that fate can have its way today. Sweetheart, it's like I'm drifting on a star. Know you in a rush, and my love's on the way. And I love that you are everything I want. And if you need anything from me, you can just ask me. It's your touch does something to me, baby. You're my greatest gift, seal it with a kiss. And I just wanna tell you that you are sweet as the I said, sweet as the you are. You are wonderful, sweet as the you are.
Education and sports.
If I could take a gather in the world, put them in a room, none of them could compare to you. And I put together all the pieces, only thing that's missing is you. Is you, yeah. And I love that you are everything I want.
Students are the driving force
now she found her a replacement. I swear now I can't take it, knowing somebody's got my baby. And now you ain't around, baby, I can't think. I should've put it down, should've got that ring, cause I can still feel it in the air. See a pretty face, run my fingers through her hair. My love, my life, my shawty, my wife. She left me, I'm tight, cause I knew that it just ain't right. I was thinking about her, thinking about me, thinking about us, what we gon' be. Up in my heart, yeah, it was only just a dream. So I tried to she come back. Tonight, something happened for the first time. Deep inside, there's a rush, there's a rush. Cause the possibility that you would ever feel the same way about me, just too much, just too much. Why do I keep running from the truth? All I ever think about is you. You got me hypnotized, so mesmerized, and I just got to know. Do you ever think when you're all alone, all that we could be, when I think of go, am I crazy or falling in love? Is it real or just another crush? Do you catch your breath when I look at you? Are you holding back like the way you do? Cause I'm trying to walk away, but I know this crush ain't going away. I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay.
Young people and students in the different universities to address this
Tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying. 4 years, no calls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
Okay, as you enjoy your food, as you enjoy the little bites you have, we are coming to the close of today's engagement. We have a few. Yeah, we just have one item, but just remind you, tomorrow is our last day, and we expect the PS, Ministry of Education, who will, Ministry of Health, who will be here with us. In the meantime, we are going to have our breakout sessions just right here. This is an opportunity for you to contribute in the breakout time in these very important topics that have been discussing throughout the day. And so I am going to kindly request you that you pay close attention to the colleague who will be leading us in this very last session for today. So and we encourage all of you, please, tomorrow let's keep time. Let's keep time. We will have an artist who will be performing tomorrow as well. I will have the debate finals, and we'll have announcement of those who made it through as winners and runner-up in the other categories of public speaking and poetry. And definitely, we will also be making commitments as students, together with our partners, on the next course of action. No more speaking, we want to act more. And so I invite all of you tomorrow to turn up so that we can have a successful close of our two-day National Student Health
mental health,
Conference.
HIV,
right about
GBV,
now, I'm going to be handing you over to Comrade Francis Okot, who is the Youth and Adolescent Chairperson. That is the UN Joint Program. He's also former president of the National Students Association. He's a brother and a friend, so he will be taking us through the next session. Thank you very much, comrade.
It's usually very difficult to speak after people are full. It's the same way how it is to speak when people are hungry. Allow me to welcome my brother to take us in a 1-minute energizer, and we call the house to order. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Where are the gentlemen? I'm only hearing the ladies. After food, the gentlemen have disappeared. Hello. You're good? Yeah, I can relate. I'm also good. Hi. So we are going to do... Okay, for us who are not still eating, let's rise a little. Not really, not Badu this time around. We shall use our mouth, maybe and our hands. Let's stand up. You're eating. Are you sure? That's nice. Thank you for eating. Please don't forget to swallow, eh? Those who are not eating, can you rise? Those who are not eating, please. 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 They gave me 1 minute, you people. Please. So, those standing, clap for yourselves. Sweetheart, put the bag down. You don't trust your neighbors. Though she's holding on to the bag, you might say, "It's how you're now." So, it's going to be a simple, it's a simple game, yeah? We shall be speaking out words, but in a rhythmatic way or what? Rhythmatic, because it will be kind of a song, eh? So it goes like T, 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 T. Are we together? T, 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 T. When I come to you, you'll tell me a word that ends with T. Are we together? You'll tell me a word that ends with T. When I say T, 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 T. It is. Okay, let me give you an example. So, listen carefully. You start looking for that word that ends with what? T. Are we together? So, we shall be singing T, 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 T. You reply T. Are we together? T, 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 T. Community.
Student.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say? It has to rhyme. Tulifena, stick on the beat. Are we together? T, 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 T. T, 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 T. Community. Eat. Temuva ku beat. Eh? Who has the word that ends with T? Ozimuchali. You're done, eh? Okay, I'll be coming through. In case you're done, stand up. I'll come. T, 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 T. T, 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 T. T, 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 T. Community.
T.
Divinity.
Society.
T. TNT. Yeah. You guys, there are many words that end with what? With T. So, just be prepared. Even the way you respond, it has to flow. Are we together? T, 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 T. T, 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 T. T, 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 T. Commitment T.
University.
T.
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 Opportunity.
T.
Prosperity.
T.
Eventuality.
T.
University.
T.
Trustee.
O-T-T. Okay, clap for yourselves.
I didn't hear the word sexuality. Thank you. My name is Francis Okot. I'd like to observe or stand on the already established protocols. We've had guests come in this morning and in the earlier session of the afternoon. Equally, I appreciate Dr. Kasozi from Ministry of Health and the team that are still here. This is a very interesting session. We're supposed to have a breakout session. In details, I'll moderate this session with Don Zen. I am here representing the Uganda UN Joint Adolescent and Youth Program, the reference group. I'm the chairperson of the group. Zen is a member of the reference group, a team of 12 people. But most importantly, I associate with university leadership. I was a guild president in 2023, Gulu University. None came from Gulu this time around. I think I'm the only one. So you can respond on their behalf. Gulu University, hoye! Gulu, hoye! Thank you. Later, I became the UNSA president, leading the National Students Association, 2024 through 2025, February. And today, I am equally continuing to be rubbing shoulders with great student leaders of this nation, and that is you. Before we start this session, I'd like to challenge us a bit. We are young people, we are people of social media, and you know what has been trending in the social media spaces of Uganda, don't you? You do, right? Now, if I mention a word that has been trending on social media, you can complete that word, okay? Or if I mention a name, if the person has two names, you can complete the names. Are you ready? For example, if I say Don, you say Zen, okay? If Don Zen has been trending. You ready for that challenge? Baltazar. Baltazar. Vivian. Sevabuka. Who remembers the Wear Your Miniskirt campaign? Can I see a hand? Who remembers Wear Your Miniskirt campaign? It was started by a young girl when the Parliament of Uganda last year was discussing amendment on issues of dressing and conduct. Who remembers that? A young girl went on social media and put on a very short miniskirt and says, wear your miniskirt. And it went viral in the Ugandan social media pages and spaces. No one? Okay. Who remembers a young girl recently, 25 years of age, she has cut a tube and says, I don't see myself giving birth in future. It has been viral. Who remembers that? Yeah, a handful. Is it equally the same way we remember the Baltazar saga? Does it have the same energy? No. Does it have the same energy as Vivian? It doesn't, right? Okay, so one of the thematic areas we're going to talk about is on the use of social media and the media or information intake and sharing information. As student leaders, we are here today just not to talk but to transform student experience in our universities. We know our universities are sanctuaries of growth and people can degenerate while growing as well, as earlier on mentioned by the different speakers. There are 4 thematic areas which I'll talk about. We will not be able to break out into the 4 groups. However, we have leaders who will be taking us through those questions. We're going to ask questions to the leaders of the different groups. There are 4 groups. They're going to give their opening statement in 1 minute each, and then open the floor for like 5 minutes to the audience to give their views on that. This is a discussion that will help us generate ideas for policy formation as we talked earlier on the theme. The first thematic area we shall be addressing is the issues of bridging the gap from SRH education to access. Education is the foundation, we all know that. But knowledge without access is just half measure. So today, two of our leaders of this group will take us through the session. We have Mr. George from Maristop, Uganda. Mr. George, where are you? Mr. George from Maristop, Uganda will take us through that. And we have Nayebare Apofia, Honorable Minister of Health, Victoria University. That they will help us to answer this question. How do we turn sexual reproductive health education into guaranteed youth-friendly services every student can access? We must know that we should move beyond classroom discussion and giving information, but this is about ensuring every student, regardless of their background, their course, they can walk into the health facility without being judged, get comprehensive care, and as a right, not as a privilege. The second session or thematic area will be led by Dr. Alan Kasozi from Ministry of Health, and then the Health Minister of St. Lawrence University, that is Ian. Safety is non-negotiable, you know that. However, gender-based violence and sexual harassment often thrive in the shadows of the red tape or bureaucratic red tapes in our institutions. But even when that is so, under the guidance of our leaders, they will help us answer the question that what can be done to strengthen campus reporting mechanisms for reporting GBV and sexual harassment. This will be led by Dr. Alan and Ian from St. Lawrence University. What can be done to strengthen campus reporting mechanisms for GBV and sexual harassment. Third, peer power, the engine of HIV prevention. The public speakers earlier on alluded to that, and even the young people who have been commenting spoke about young people listening to fellow young people. Now, in the fight against HIV/AIDS, our greatest asset is the person sitting next to us, not the person in the vacuum. The information you can pass to that person is what matters most. So, if in this room we agree that peer-to-peer education or peer-to-peer information can go faster, how do we use the students' network to drive HIV prevention and awareness? How do we use the student networks to drive HIV prevention and awareness? This session, the question will be led by Mr. Arona from AHF, Uganda Cares, and then Wemeza Ebenezer, Health Minister of Makerere University. Fourth, standardizing support on mental health and harmful practices. We have been having a lot of comments made on students' mental health in our institutions of learning. When I was the UNSA president in 2024, it's on record that about 7 students committed suicide in 1 year. These are across the country in universities. Reported cases, 7 students. The reasons behind that, some are known, some were not known. A few students, like 3 of them, wrote letters before committing suicide. One painful letter was about marks missing on the portal. To some of us would think that is a very simple aspect, but it's gross. Now, Don Zane and Madame Linda will help lead that moment of answering the questions, because we are here to define what must be changed so that mental health support and the elimination of harmful practices become standardized campus policy. A student's mental health, mental well-being is just as vital to the graduation as their CGPA. Now, what must we change for mental health support and action on harmful practices to become a standard and not optional at campus. Now to the group leaders, this is our take. Health ministers, the professional people supporting us in answering these questions. Your leadership today in answering the question will bridge the gap between policy and the people and the young people at campuses. Now, let us use this session to build a future where every student is healthy, every report is heard, and every peer is empowered. Let the sessions begin as I call the names of the people again to come in front who will be leading us and take their seats. Group 1, Session 1, Mr. George from Maristops and Nayebare Apofia. Honorable Nayebare Apofia from Victoria University can make your way forward. 2, we shall have Dr. Alan Kasozi from Ministry of Health and Ian, the Health Minister from St. Lawrence University, to also come in front and lead us through this question answering. Like I said earlier, the leaders will give their opinion in 1 or 2 minutes, and then the crowd will give their opinion in 3 or 5 minutes, and we transition to the next. The third, the team from AHF Uganda Cares. I have Mr. Arona, but Madam from AHF, the person responsible, would make the way forward because this has been AHF team. And then Ebenezer, the health minister from Makerere University, would also come forward on peer-to-peer support. Standardizing support for mental health and harmful practices. Don Zane, who is also the co-moderator, please can you come forward as we take this last session with you and we retire for the evening. Thank you so much. Give it up for Zane as he comes forward. Oh, the energy levels are low. Earlier on when I said Vivian, people responded with a lot of energy. Can we give it up for Zane as he comes? Thank you.
Hello. Hi guys. I know it's been a long day, right? Everyone is tired. But this one is going to be a little bit fun, and then we're going to have honest conversations. People at the back, the support staff has been placing sweets on the front seats. So if you can come and grab them, to be nice. Like I see a lot of candies here. So if you can come and grab a candy. My name is Zen Mwanguzi. I work for Awesome Mind Speaks, but I'm also a member of the UN Joint Program Reference Group. And our purpose here is to represent young people's voices in rooms that matter. It could be in UN agencies, it could be in government offices. Yesterday we engaged the PS, Ministry of Gender, on issues young people. So we make sure that that happens, but also we like to have fun. So it's not business as usual. I noticed that since morning, Okot, people have been talking here all the time, but nobody has been speaking the other side. And as our guests come, who has a burning question or something to say? Anyone? Yes, you looking at me. Don't look away. You see? Yeah, because it's very important also for us to capture voices that have come to attend this conference.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Wandawa Timothy from Reproductive Health Uganda. I'm a youth advocate and also a young person. So we've had a lot of speeches and a lot of inputs, and all of them are speaking towards young people. However, my only concern was with policies. Actually, the commissioners spoke about them, in that these policies, fine, they are documented. However, as young people, maybe this is just a recommendation, that we also need these policies to be maybe organized in a youth-friendly language, whereby young people should be able to relate. Because I'm putting myself, I was at campus just last year, I finished last year. But you at times look at these policies and the booklet is so heavy. You can imagine reading slides at campus, how hard it is. So going through some of these policies is a bit challenging to most of the young people. So in order for young people to be meaningfully involved, because as advocates, we speak about meaningful participation. So I was wondering if the ministry has provision for that. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, and also, I'm going to be very strict on time, you guys. That you be nice to me. If I come to you and I look at you seriously like this, just give me my microphone. Yeah? Because we are running late. But also, Honorable, I feel like the guests don't want to come and sit here. I think we should fire them from there. And they just stand up and they submit. Can we pick at random? Mr. Dr. Kasozi has a burning answer already that he wants to give us. Guys, are you ready?
That is session 2. Yes,
Yeah?
let's welcome Doctor.
Colleagues,
Doctor
Dr.
is
feels
coming.
ambushed. Because we invited them, I've not seen them coming. Yeah? Now we said, let's ambush them. Yeah? Not so? Doing things differently. Okay. Anyone else who wants to submit? I feel like this lady has something to say before like we start. Also, you have something to say? Yeah, let this one first say it.
Anyway, okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Leah from St. Lawrence University. And okay, the only thing I would love to know is, you earlier on mentioned the places where you work as an individual, but those are organizations, right? So how exactly can young people join you guys in the various initiatives? And then also for those that would love to attain volunteering opportunities, where do they begin from? Thank you.
That's a very nice question. And we have Uganda Cares, we have Naguru Teenage Center, we have Mary Stops, we have Ministry of Health. And these are guys who are looking for some energy from young people, yeah? So how many connections have you made today? Beyond the ones you came from? How many? People are just approaching you for vibes, eh? Yeah? Okay. But yeah. We have people who are
Good afternoon. My name is Namwakas Koviaranya. I'm AHF advocate, a peer leader and community linkage facilitator. My question is based on analysis and what I've observed as an area of my work. I'm an advocate under AHF Uganda Cares. I also worked at Gulu Regional Referral as a community linkage facilitator. Then I also have an online platform where I talk about preventive measures of HIV. I have some initiative to add on to what maybe I've been hearing, awareness to action, but I've not had any rare answers to the actions that is on board. So I want to lament and hear out my own views of it. So under institutions and universities, I want to initiate if they can put into a policy whereby class representatives or class coordinators, or however you call it, can be trained in order for them or youths within the university or that institution to access health facilities. I don't know if you people can add on to that consideration. Because as youths, we are fearful of adults meeting them at hand. Then also, under community, I've seen, since ministry is here, I wanted to ask Dr. Mahu, or Dr. Who, not him, the one that left on certain issues. But at community level, we have VHT. But if you see at level, the VHT, they are older people. Since us youths, we like to link up with our own youths. So I prefer that this policy should be put under consideration. We have youths that they dropped out, maybe senior 4 and those people. If they can train them so that they take active measures to train others, and so that the rest of the youths can be what? Can access these services from them. Because as I told you, I'm an online what? Linkage and referral. So I've had engagement with these people coming onto my page and calling me physically and WhatsApping me that they would love to what? To get PEP. They got into this encounter and that, but they are afraid to go to the health facility. So I give them some recommendation, but still the gap is still there, because if you find out there are other government organizations that they are lacking community personnel as youths, according to the guideline that was there last year due to the withdrawal of the USAID fund, it caused a lot of conflict, especially from my side of northern Uganda. However, I know there are still policies that are being put together in order to address these issues. Thank you.
Policies. But you guys, do we need a new policy? Yeah? Do we need a new policy? Yes or no? No? Or do we need to extend services within certain communities? Yeah? Do we need a new policy? Because I hear the thing, policy. How many policies do you think we have on health? Just health alone. If you can think about it. Yeah? School health policy. HIV. Yeah? Malaria. We have so many, yeah? Reproductive health. You get it? I think the ideal ask here, and also Dr. Alan will guide, is do we just need... Yeah, I see you. Yeah. And guys, please, if you can use 40 seconds, I'll make sure I listen to you.
Hi, Zen. My name is Frank Becker.
Hi,
Jumba.
Frank.
I'm called Becker, the Becker Jumbas. I'm an forensic. So basically, I've been a part of many bills.
Pardon?
I've been part of many platforms, which is the East African community, living disabilities. And these are the bills that are being passed on. So ever since we came here, we've not seen a lot of people with living with disabilities. If there have been, there are a few. So what is the inclusion part of this? And all discussion, when we are talking about universities, we have a lot of people who have disability, and Kyambogo is one of the university that has a very big faculty with disability. So what is disability inclusion in this? Thank you.
How do I answer that question? You guys guide me. Which
Inclusivity.
Okay, in 40 seconds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wera Sonia, a student from Kyambogo University, but also an HIV prevention advocate. Just to answer his question that you put across, that do we need new policies or do we need to extend services? For the few years I've spent in advocacy, I've realized that everything has been done. There's inclusivity, services are there, HIV prevention tools, all these things have been put together. But I think there is one or two things that I think we can do different for us to achieve our goal. And that is, the government needs to regulate the kind of music that we are having in our country. Yes.
Music?
Yes.
Vivian.
Yes, the government needs to regulate, because you find that we are here, there is a message being spread here. They are telling us about HIV prevention and all those things. But when we go out, gumite bichinga msoka kwekebeza.
Kapa.
There are so many slogans that are out there that are also what? Misleading young people. You hear a song and it's honestly very filthy and very dirty. And at the end of the day, they are actually communicating. It's not just music. This is communication that we are getting. Also, another thing, these conferences and this, let us make sure that the information has vibe. And for example, today we needed to have like artists, because young people, we have enough stress. So we need to get this information in a way that is vibrant. That's the only way you are going to get our attention if there is any information you want to put across. So I think those are the two key things. The government needs to regulate the music we are having. Honestly speaking, the music and the concerts, some of them are too vulgar, too filthy. Like, I just can't get one word to describe the kind of music that we are consuming. And then you find that they are actually out competing us. This side we are getting different information, but even as we go out, we are consuming another different information. So the message has to be vibrant, but also the government needs to regulate. As a government, if we are really prioritizing health, then there are some of the things that we really have to stop away and regulate. If health is really a priority in our country. Yes, I know some artists might be squeezed in some way, but if we are really going to prioritize health, then some of these things have to be regulated. Thank you.
Then,
I'm giving people condoms, but the way they're looking...
Is it for free?
Yeah, and then in the morning, I was hearing conversations, we need to increase condoms, we need to increase access. Guys, be nice.
There's this song that was banned by UCC, and the following day it was trending everywhere on X, TikTok. Is it Quarter Peva or something?
If you guys ask me for another condom, I'm just kuba Peva. Okay, we have him, her, and then her as the last. Then we take our panel, and then we come back.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
one,
so much
two,
for the
three.
opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Mayanji Abdullah Kim is my name. Representing the Health Minister at Leisure University. Now, my question comes directly from the university I come from. It's a Christian university where, because of government policies, universities are able to their independent policies according to what they wish. Now, at our university, things like condoms, those things related to sexuality are highly avoided. Now, that independence we are giving to universities is affecting us as the youth, because now if condoms are prevented and I cannot abstain, that means I cannot access it free of charge like Kyambogo. We can find condoms in halls of residence. That's already an attraction for you to make the abstinence. Now, to our university I come from, to find that in the hall of residence, the custodian has no job. The custodian has no job. The chairperson of the hall will be suspended indefinitely. So now that alone is causing a number of challenges to our health, most especially to those who cannot abstain. Now my question and call will go to, let me say Ministry of Health, and let me say Ministry of Education, to kindly make their input in such relevant policy making at university level. Thank you so much.
Zain, maybe before another person comes, Uganda Bible Society, sometimes back I participated in one of the events which they organize. There's been a deliberate move to rally faith-based organizations to fight against HIV/AIDS. They were advocating for prevention. So they were running a program called the Good Samaritan. It's biblically oriented, but however, with all the principles and measures of fighting HIV/AIDS were there. Some of these questions were asked. But even then, there is a point where this proverb works. If a boy is hunting for an elephant, when you get the elephant, you will rest. But when you fail to get the elephant, you'll also rest. So in other words, it comes back to abstinence. Okay? It comes back to abstinence. It's very slippery to speak about abstinence in this room right now. Am I lying? It's very slippery. Because when you say there are no condoms and I cannot abstain, so what do I do? Someone from down there say,
Small.
So let's go to the next person.
Okay.
But issue of
Someone
policies.
wanted to see a female condom. Who was it? You, eh? Okay. This is the female condom. Have you all seen it before? You haven't? Oh, I have a torn one. Yes, Okota, as you walk to the next question.
Next. Is it you? Okay.
This is the female condom, guys. Eh?
Ah.
Eh?
I'm just amplifying their voices.
Mr. Ability.
So mine is not a question. I agree with what she said, the music. Guys, there's a time in my life I was in love with this cowboy and you know, all this music. And then this cowboy broke my heart. Yeah? And then all these songs make you feel more lonely, like, you know, like she's better, she's what? Do you know what that did to me mentally? It took me years to recover. So I agree with the music point, but I don't want to talk more about the music. We have now the movies. Guys, I believe what you feed on, you start to become. You can't tell me pornography is all over the internet and we are telling people to abstain. It's like cooking meat, you know, you spice it and then you tell me, don't eat when I'm smelling the aroma. So you get, I think the entertainment industry, we should actually put a limit on what things are there. Because they are the issue. It's, oh God, it's more than I can explain. And then for the condoms, oh God, let me tell you, Twelimba, we give out the condoms, let's also tell people that they are not animals, that they can't control themselves. Can people be raised with that understanding that self-control is possible? Like, it's a goat that can't control itself. But again, it comes back to the movies, the music. They make us feel like, oh, I can't do without it. I can't. All these things, feelings, crushes, those things are very deceptive because today you feel someone, the other day you can feel another person. It is very possible. It is very possible. So things to do with relationships, to any girl listening to me, I would love to tell you that, wait, pray. God is real. Let me tell you, God is real. I have tested God. Let me tell you, pray about it. The right person will come.
Hallelujah.
The right person will come. And to those people that are maybe dealing with some disease and they told you it's incurable, let me tell you one thing. Do not lose hope. Do not lose. I believe all things are possible. Do not lose hope. There is no hope in the world, but if you're a believer, you know that Christ conquered the grave. You know that. And if he conquered, you can walk out of anything. You can.
Guys, hand clap, hand clap, hand clap. Hey, you guys.
Then,
Yeah?
when we were growing up, there was a riddle that I have gobe.
Ngobe?
I have the goat. I have green vegetable. I have goat, and I have leopard. And you want to cross the river, you can only cross with one thing. What do you leave with the other?
Why do I want to cross the river?
Will you leave the goat and the leopard? It's just like what you said. Meat cooked, stuff, the aroma is there. You feel hungry, but you can't eat.
But also, like, just to touch a bit on that comment also, that is where also the conversations around consent come in. And it's very important for us to maybe another day have that broader conversation about consent, yeah? Because however much you can't control yourself, you cannot force yourself on another person. like regardless, yeah? So conversations around consent are very important, but also I think when you don't confront the elephant in the room, it will confront you in one way or the other. So tell that cowboy, do you have his number? Because no.
Someone said, "Mbu emere jendisiza glove teoma." So that's why I'm telling you, the issue is not even the condoms, the what. It is how people are even being raised. What are they feeding on?
Attitudes as well, as like the chief guest said. But thank God we have Naguru Teenage Center, we have Mari Stops, we have Uganda Cares, and components of the programming is not just like commodities and what, but also behavior change, yeah, and changing attitudes. So if you haven't been to any of their tents, or if you want to stay connected, those who asked about the volunteering opportunities, you have to visit these tents, get to know these people, and follow up on the opportunities that they have. Because in most cases, you've seen the congregation, there were so many people, they're not going to come and just give up handouts of contracts that, oh, you come and volunteer with us. I think it takes intentionality also to see that you utilize such spaces. Then her last, and then we go here.
Good afternoon. My name is Rukaya, and I'm a nutrition student in my final year. So my concern is, in the morning, this room was almost full. But after lunch, people have disappeared. So this one indicates that university students face a problem of food insecurity, aka campus hunger. And students actually don't have anywhere they can go to report or access immediate help in such situations. So our leaders, how are you going to help with this issue? Because people are laughing, but you be moving with your lab coats, BMI, teaching people about health feeding, nutrition, but someone will ask you, Ndiechi, what can I eat? You're telling me all that information. I'm aware, but I don't have anything to eat. And then
If
you
you
just
cannot afford
look.
bread,
Yes, thank you.
buy cake. No, but
I remember when I was on campus, we used to call it Black November.
yeah, but that's a very good question, but it's also a very technical one, yeah? Because I don't think what we can do about it is to come and organize conferences so that people can come and eat every day and feed. But also, in Uganda, we have a lot of food. The problem we have is malnutrition. Yeah? You would agree. People just eat foie. You get it, eh? But I don't think our biggest problem is food. It's malnutrition. When you go in areas that I've been in Adjumani, Lamo, Kitugum, all those spaces, I've gone there, I've seen what happens there. And like, you find a kid of like, I think 1 year, and like, I don't know how they call that in English. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nyamwiza Hope, a student at Kyambogo University, pursuing a bachelor's in community-based rehabilitation, third year, and also a sign language interpreter. So my concern, well, when we started this session, it started so well and enticed me somehow because we're talking about social media. And all of you will bear witness with me that social media has, like, information moves so fast through social media, and it has made a lot of impact on people's lives. It influences a lot, and we are consuming a lot on social media. If any of you watched a video of the kids that were saying, once your boyfriend said, that trend of those kids, and a child, you would see a child that is, I think she was around 12 or 10 years, and she said, my boyfriend said, wamize pill. Like, we are really ignoring a certain age group. I know these conversations have been in boardrooms, these conversations have been here and there. People have been pulling ropes, and there is also a policy that was once tabled and things kept like there. But I think this 9 to 15 years is an age group we do not need to ignore. The policy makers, the actors, and the different people, partners that are here in the health sector, please, we need to make sure that we take care of this age group, because they are the dangerous generation that are going to come. You see, we are talking about the statistics of AIDS keeping on going up, but it's going to surpass to the extent that it becomes unmanageable for us as a country. So we just need to make sure that we find a way of bringing these things directly to these children, or finding a way of putting the manuals, the training toolkits, so that these children can understand that actually it is not the right time to do certain things. Because taking a pill at the age of 10, what will you do when you're 30? That's why we're having problems of fibroids. That's why we're having so many things emerging, mental health issues, because these kids take things that they will not be able to handle in the near future. So I think as the different actors that are here, we need to think about this age group and see how best to bring them on board, because we've talked about the young people so much, but 9 to 15 years, this is a very worrying age group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very great submission.
Zain, before we get back to the panel, I
Yeah.
have two guests who will join us on the panel.
Yes, please.
Linda is supposed to be up here on the panel. We have Madam Martha, who is representing AHF Uganda Cares.
Guys, some
Madam,
hand
you're most
claps,
welcome.
eh?
Hand clap,
You
please.
can.
Thank you,
Some
Madam
hand
Martha.
claps. Guys,
Mr.
more.
George from Murray Stops Uganda
Yeah.
is here with us. Let's welcome Mr. George.
Mr. George.
If you don't
Mr.
clap, we are
George.
going to get the paper
But
for you.
guys,
Clap, clap,
Okot,
clap. Yes, please.
I feel like we had gone deep into this conversation, and I want our panel to contribute to it.
Yes.
So, if you allow, with the powers vested in me, let these moderators introduce themselves and what they do, and then we give the opportunity to the audience to ask the questions. How is that?
Can we based on the 4 thematic areas, because it's recorded?
Yeah.
For
We have 4 thematic areas. One is on digital, then mental health and
youth-friendly services.
So they're
and
going to
then
introduce
HIV
themselves,
prevention.
what they're going to talk about, and then we come to you, you ask the questions, yeah? So that we can have some sort of a dialogue. What do you think? Yeah? Yeah? You can only say yeah by clapping for me, guys. Moral support. I'm teasing you. Okay, we'll start with Dr. Alan.
Oh, okay. Hi guys. You good? Gumite? Gumite. Yeah, Gumite. Okay, yeah, so I'm Alan Kasozi, and I work under Dr. Richard Mugahi, the speaker who just left, in adolescent and school health. So I've been assigned, ideally it was supposed to have been a breakout session, and I was supposed to take lead on group 2. What can be done to strengthen campus reporting mechanisms for reporting GBV and sexual harassment? It's a lot of English. What can you do to report the hyenas at campus? Hyenas that sexually harass you, the lecturers that ask you for leg. The lecturers that ask you for sex in order to give you marks, okay?
You said give leg.
You said leg? I didn't say that. They ask for some. Yeah, so, and any other person under whose care you are supposed to be. Because at the end of the day, this is typical abuse of authority and power. These people are entrusted, your parents entrust you under their care. Tutorship, mentorship, they're supposed to be your fathers where your fathers are not. Not so. And sometimes, these of course are male lecturers, female lecturers, but also sometimes it is student-on-student violence. GBV stands for gender-based violence, and this one tends to affect girls more. So, what can be done? Ideally, I'm not going to be discussing this. The answers have to come from you. Me coming from government, and by the virtue that this topic has been presented here today, it means that what is there is not enough. So we need to hear from you to tell us what do you want us to do to help you report such cases and improve your safety on campuses. I'm working with Ian. Let him introduce himself.
Dr. Alan, may I also report to you that some of the situations that are happening. Our fathers are dating our sisters, the ones we're supposed to have. If you go in the Kampala bus today, Kwetega Pro Max, how can we safeguard? Eh?
For the purpose of clear pronunciation of my name, I'm Ian Makwamala from St. Lawrence University, the only university near a man-made lake.
Okay.
Now, to add, on this panel, I'm under Dr. Kasozi, and we are going to handle what can be done to strengthen campus reporting mechanism for reporting gender-based violence and sexual harassment. Now, to add on what you have just said about the dialogue you had, I think parents should come to understand that their children are sexually mature. Basing on what she has said, a 12-year saying, once my boyfriend said, come with a pill. And parents are keeping these children in their houses and they flag that these children are young. But basing on that video that went viral, meaning these people are having young children who are doing big people things. So parents should also come out and handle that. That's for all.
Thank you. Yes, before we move to the next, we have about 5 minutes to give our inputs. I remember some of the answers that were given earlier on, like the use of social media, that the young people also gave in. That can also be one of the things we can use. But however, remember earlier on, toll-free line has been mentioned by the Ministry of Health. Was it right?
Yes.
It's here. I can repeat. This is the one, right?
Yes, just repeat it.
0800 100 066. 0800 100 066. I think Linda will also talk about what Naguru Teenage Center has, the Bavubuka platform. I think there are a number of platforms that you can also use. A number, even Sauti 11, and then you report. Yeah, Fundu. There are various platforms. I think we just need to give information. So, Doctor, can you guide the team in like 5 minutes to answer that question?
So, ladies and gentlemen, given how much time we have, Zen Tukubanja, you've taken up most of the time.
Guys,
so we are going to find you.
Giving back to the community.
Yes, we are going to find you. You've used. So, in the interest of time, colleagues on here, let us do our session in 5 minutes. Then you do yours like that, so that we can close this. And my colleague, Honorable Minister, I'm going to task you with the enviable task of moving around the mic. Do we have a second?
Yes, we have a second microphone here.
Can we have that, please? Yeah. So we will capture your quick responses on what can be done to improve reporting. Whoever puts up their hand, you. Do we have a rapporteur? Is anyone capturing these? Very good. Yes, so you can. So, guys, what can we do to improve reporting against sexual harassment in universities? Lecturers, you fear them. They have a lot of authority, and you don't trust the system that when you report, they are not going to hurt you. You will get a retake, or possibly you will get expelled if you're a new CU. A religious affiliated university. Sorry if there are any UCU students here. But yes, tell us.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. As I earlier mentioned, my name is Leah from St. Lawrence University. But I would love to start this by saying that before we think about reporting the lecturers that are doing the gender-based violence, what is our part as students? Some of the students are the very people that incite such acts against themselves from the lecturers, because from the analysis that I've made over the years, it is true to assert that most of the girls that are facing gender-based violence or sexual harassment from the lecturers have a bitchy character in them. Does that make sense?
Gen Z language, please.
Yes, they
bear
have
with
a
us.
bitchy character in them. And therefore, as a girl, you are going to submit a coursework or something, or there's a concern you want to raise in the office of the dean of students or your lecturer, but then there's a way you're dressed. Please present yourself exactly the way you want to be addressed, because your garment carries power. It either opens a door or closes the door. So even before we report the lecturers, we must play our students, because I believe as a student of diplomacy and international relations, that every other person, every man on earth every relationship on earth is economic. It is typically economic. There is nothing that you are going to the lecturer's place and therefore this and this, you also want it. Because most of the times it is very hard for a lecturer to start saying certain words to a student who carries oneself a certain way. Though it might happen, but at least the biggest percentage is for students that are doing those things a wrong way and also attracting such things to themselves. However, case we want to report, if someone insists, let us go to the people that are heading our faculties instead of confronting the lecturers directly, but let's play our part, they will play theirs as well.
Very good. Thank you for that, for that opinion. And that's been well noted. She has said in a nutshell that it's not only the lecturers to blame, but also students sometimes take a responsibility over how they cause these situations. Okay? Lecturers are also not animals. They are people with blood. Okay? And they see. So, okay, yes. Sometimes they get tempted. Yes. Briefly, please use 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think we need to also work on the campaigns, the language that we use when we're speaking about harassment within universities between lecturers and students and staff members and students. We need to speak about the power imbalance. There is absolutely no student, no matter how sexy they are, that will wield absolute power of a lecturer that has protection of faculty, that is way older than the student, that has more experience in life than the student, that has the ability to say no to the student, and in the event that even the student is dressed inappropriately, also has the maturity and the ability to send the student out of their office. There is the power imbalance that has to be spoken about. Secondly, we also have to speak about the constant victim blaming that we play, and it cuts across even outside lecturer-student situations. Whenever there is the topic of harassment, it means it is not consensual. We're not talking about two adults liking each other and starting to do their things. That may just come down to an HR problem. We are speaking about one person making sexual advances towards someone that has said, this is unwanted, I'm not interested in this. No, a dress code has never been an invitation. If that was people who wear hijabs, and I wear hijabs occasionally, people who wear hijabs will never be assaulted or harassed. Children and babies in diapers will never be assaulted or harassed. It has never been about the dress code, and we should not narrow down the conversation to that. It's about power imbalance and people using that power to get what they want. As long as it's harassment, it's unwanted, and it should not be justified on any basis. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. And you raised very important questions here. Institutional capacities to fight some of those norms, you know. Some institutions could have normalized these imbalances, but we have to speak up. However, you should have told us when and where we speak about these imbalances, okay? And I think that is something that will come up as we summarize. There is a hand behind, but you can go. We should be finishing in about 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ainam Brendan from Victoria University. I want to answer the question you posed. If I do not trust the system, what will I do? Yeah, I do not trust the system because a lot has happened. And what I could say I would do, because I can't think for others, but what I would do is, if I notice the behavior the first time, and yet I need my student issue to be resolved without getting harassed. Or if I want to complain, I'll have a recording. That's like the best way that has solved this that I know of. I go with with my phone recording or something. Yeah, but a phone. And because when you're complaining, if you take a case somewhere, they will need evidence. And big people, if you don't have evidence against them, you will never win that case. Or the system will never favor you. Or they will say that you addressed inappropriately. Yeah.
All right.
That's what I would do.
So thank you very much. Issues around trust. You don't believe that your side will be listened to if you don't have evidence. However, speaks about putting platforms that can ensure confidentiality. Confidentiality, you have to trust that when you report, even without evidence, okay, your concern will be taken note of, okay, and it will be followed through to its conclusion. Yeah? Yeah, but you also have a responsibility. Do we have any people here doing IT? You guys are living in times we didn't live. IT. Anyone doing IT here? Have you thought of building an app that can enable your colleagues report in confidence? After there, you even put the real name of the lecturer and some pictures. Eh? Name and shame. Okay. We also have helplines. They've read the helplines, okay? But I also want to believe that every campus should have either gender mainstreaming unit, either under Dean of Students, complete with policies against GBV. Am I making sense? But the policies, you've said that they're usually 50 pages. So, ministers of health, what are you doing in the bazaar, in those welcome parties, harass you throw for the freshers? That is where every student must be empowered with knowledge and information. My co-moderator, please tell us, ministers of health.
Actually, Mr. Kazos, to add on that, apps have been built. For example, on DJ, they do have market, they are in use. Now it's up to other institutions also to normalize those apps to be used in their institutions. Thank you.
Very good. Just one last response and then we close this.
All protocol observed. Good evening. My name is Okia Peter, and I would love to elaborate about the issue of how to avoid the issue of sexual harassment. In one of the semesters, we had a lecturer. For him, on his first day, he briefed us and was like, in case you're a girl child and you have a problem, should it happen that you're going to his office, you should dress decently. If you go in a decent way, when you're dressed in a very decent way, we just keep on chasing you away. Just tells you, come back next time, come back next time. Not until you come when you are dressed appropriately. And another case, there is what we call, there's a new setting, the office setting, whereby you find that there are 3 people who are using one office, or 2 people, because it is so identical that that is for security purpose, to avoid different kind of activities that might take place in a very wrong set. But I believe if the management of different universities put it in place and they say, like, in case you harass any student sexually and it comes to the notice of the administration, the person who shares the same office should also be what? Taken to the disciplinary committee of the university, because it cannot happen when you don't know, because you share the same office. That means everything that takes place within that office, in most cases, comes across you. Thank you so very much. Have a very good evening.
Thank you very much. And I think with that response, we finish our session. There is still a few more sessions to come. Thank you very much for your responses. I'm hoping Rapporteur has taken note. That is what the young people want to be done at universities. Ian, my co-moderator, there is a lot more. We cannot finish everything here. Okay, give him information, but
brother,
may I sign out?
Remember, some of the ladies they are using their appearance as a weapon. Ladies, am I going wrong? Some of them are using that weapon. Now it's leading us to the harassment. Yes, this woman is the one who has started the harassment. Because me, I'm good looking, then I shouldn't do coursework. That is my weapon.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, thank you, colleagues, for the great submission. I'll try to turn over to our next, that is next in line. Should have been Linda, but we'll go upward a bit. We'll go to Maristops, because Maristops in the list as number 1. So Maristops, Dr. Matthew and Mr. George are on the panel. You'll just give in your ideas, opening statements. And colleagues, a lot have been said. We just need to align them. The rapporteurs, you need to align the comments to the thematic areas. Now, how do we turn sexual reproductive health education into guaranteed youth-friendly services every student can access? That is issues on access and youth-friendly services for the students at the different spaces. Over to you, Marisop. And before Marisop gets the mic, I'd like to transition. Our brother, Mr. Paul Lachaye, the MC of the day, will continue and pick up from here. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right. Good evening. Good evening to you. I don't feel the energy. Good evening. How are you? Yes, my name is George Bulime, as I've been introduced. I work with Maristops Uganda as the commercial sales lead, responsible for sales and marketing of their social, marketing products, where I've been for now 3 years. It's a pleasure to be here to have this conversation on how we can turn sexual reproductive health education into a guaranteed youth-friendly service for every student. It's a pleasure to be at Kyambogo University. I was a student very many years ago. I graduated from Makerere University in 2013. I don't know how many years are those. And I did a Bachelor's of Science in Nutrition. I think we're the first cohort. Yes, but back to the topic. I want to make some few remarks before we go into the conversation. I have a colleague, Dr. Matthew, is with me, and he'll give me support. He works with our centers, as I mentioned, that we do have centers too. So before, as opening remarks, I want to ask a question. What is family planning? It's a simple question. Do we know what family planning is? There's a hand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kefas Ahura. I am a student at Victoria University. I believe, in my opinion, family planning are those measures that people take so that they can be able to regulate the number of children they have in a family.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other opinion? Just one extra person, just one more. There's a hand there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Simina from Kyambogo University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in human nutrition and dietetics. According to me, family planning, these are the different methods that people come up with and follow in order to prevent unwanted pregnancies.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's enough. I appreciate you two people who have given feedback. And all these answers are correct. One thing we need to appreciate that family planning is you have a situation when you have power to determine when, who, with who, and how many children you're supposed to have. As simple as that. So if you're in school, for example, at Kyambogo University, you should have capacity to determine when, where, with who, how many. If you don't have that power, you are not empowered enough when it comes to sexual reproductive health and family planning. So we also need to appreciate the fact that family planning is something that should be a topic of, a topic of conversation for anyone above 18 years of age. I know we have different sentiments. I have heard people talk about spirituality. They have talked about morality, which are very good topics. But the moment you clock 18 years, you need to pay attention to family plan, because we have had situations where people are having babies, and maybe the right word is unintended pregnancies, at a time when they don't intend to have those babies. I'll give you some numbers. In Uganda, we at around, actually more than 40% of babies are unintended. So if you counted 10 of us here, 10 of us, only 6 were intended. Where your mom and dad sat down and said, we have to give birth to Brenda. The others, it's just they accepted and took on that responsibility. And that's not the position we're supposed to be. We should have power to determine those things. They shouldn't be a surprise. You have the authority to determine when. Okay? And of course, when you have these babies early or when you didn't intend, there are repercussions. For example, if you're a student here, there are going to be a challenge to your education. You may not continue. Or if you are going to continue, there are going to be a lot of disruption. A lot will change in your life if you got pregnant. Some, because of this, they have been forced to go into unsafe, abortions. Some have dropped out completely from school. So, what we are coming to tell you that as adults, we all know about the ABC. Okay? You have to abstain. That is a given. However, that conversation of abstinence can be talked to someone who has never been to university. I was at Makerere and I had a different experience, because on my first year, I had I was coming in first year and I was in the room with someone of third year. It was the worst decision I've ever made. Because these boys are more used to the university, they have a lot of relationships. And so all my weekends were about, I don't know if you use the same term here, it's called okulinyomuti. Do you know the okulinyomuti? You know it? Someone need maybe to define it for people who don't know okulinyomuti. Can you maybe move the mic? What is okulinyomuti? Someone who can define it. Okulinyomuti. What does it mean?
Okulinyomuti is when, like when you're in a hostel and you sleep 2 people. So when someone's girlfriend or boyfriend is coming in, the roommate has to move out to leave them in the room.
Perfect. So I spent all my weekends, at least for the first, I think like 6 months, ngandikumuti. You need to get busy. You know it's a Saturday, you need to be busy somewhere. I don't know where. And these are students who came to study. Their parents are at home and they are praying for them. They get done with the university and they get a degree. So I would come here, sit down and talk to you about abstinence if I wasn't at school. I have been there, and I will tell you, as a matter of fact, people have more sex than studying at university. As a matter of fact, as much as we say around 40% of unintended pregnancy as a country, it is around 80% of unintended pregnancies for students in the university. So, then what do we have to do? First of all, You need to know. Maybe if I go there. Another thing you need to appreciate, sex is meant primarily for reproduction. You know that, right? Sex is for reproduction. However, how we are engineered as humans is different. Other animals, actually, I think humans, if you search or use AI, humans, some apes, and dolphins are the only animals that have sex for fun. The other animals, you don't touch their ladies if it's not that moment. They don't want. But humans are different. You had the tough paper, some tough exam you did today. You want to relax. And you're not intending to give birth. So what do? At Maristops, we present ourselves as service providers who give you options. That at that moment, like I say, the first bit should have been abstinence. You should have stayed. Of course, in school, I would say, use condoms, right? Right? You use condoms? Okay, let's not go there. Check this. We want to present ourselves as a service provider of choice. That at that moment, when you have education to finish, you have a future. By the way, you guys have a lot of time ahead of you. I cannot emphasize this enough. When I was in school, I thought it was so tough here. Almost life was around university. You live and there's a lot of opportunities out there. The beautiful girl that you're seeing right now, the handsome man you're seeing right now, trust me, there are so many out there. So being committed to the cause why you are here is very important. But in the situations when you are challenged, it may happen because of what I mentioned. You don't have sex for reproduction. You're having sex for fun. You're going to give birth to children that you don't intend. So in those cases, kindly, and you need some options, come to Maristops. We do have products, and the products include short-term, meaning you take for a period of time, like short, immediate, maybe like a condom, you're going to use it for that round, or you're going to have a pill that can prevent pregnancy within the 72 hours, or you're going to take a pill, daily pill until when you're ready to conceive, or long-term methods. Pretty much those go beyond 6 months, an injection, an IUD, and all those options, which we do have. So we do provide products and we do provide services so that you knock off the risk of unintended pregnancies. And if you're using a condom, you're going to also remove the risk of sexually transmitted diseases. Okay? So with me, Dr. Matthew from the hospital, and maybe what I didn't say also, from the products, we also have centers across Kampala and the entire country. We have around 12 centers and a big hospital at Forest Mall. But close by, we have Boyogerere, we do have Kavule, we do have Kansanga, where you can walk in and get the right information you need when it comes to family planning and any other healthcare needs. I'll request Dr. Matthew to have a few remarks, then we can hear from you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. George. My name is Matthew Mukisa. I work with Maristops. I'm a medical practitioner, not for very long, but in my short experience, I've had the opportunity to practice with Maristops Uganda. And yeah, I would say it has enlightened me a lot about some of the public health problems we have. And one of them, and I would still say is still a big concern, would be reproductive health. In Uganda, we should admit that reproductive health has been neglected in one or the other. Someone was asking a question about that video that was circulating of 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds talking about their boyfriends and the things they were telling them. And it is quite absurd, but we need to admit that whether we want it or not, the world is moving forward. And we also have to keep Thank you. So we also have to keep up with the pace with which the world is moving. And in as much as we would not want to admit, you know, if you were to ask any of the parents of those kids that were asking the questions, they would, most of them would not admit that their children would say that. Some of them do not even want to confront them or talk about sexuality with them, even in school, even in you know, settings where, you know, they're parent to children. You know, they do it in the guise to, you know, to protect their morality, you know, something like that. But with the speed with which Uganda is moving and the entire world, we have to admit, whether you like it or not, these children are going to get exposed at some point, and they'll have to suffer the consequences of the decisions they make out of the exposure. Now, that is why it is important that we have the real talk about reproductive health, spanning from family planning, like my colleague was saying, to also STIs, you know, and the possibility of severe repercussions or consequences that can arise as a result of poor decision making. Now, I'll make a few remarks about family planning, but I would also love to say that Maristops Uganda it covers broader than family planning, you know. Anything to do with reproductive health, you can walk in to any center. Mr. George has listed some, and you get assisted in any way. We'll be happy to help you, and all our services are held in confidentiality. No one will know, not even your boyfriend or parents or girlfriend will be able to tell that you visited Maristops for ABCD. Now, about family planning, some of our colleagues gave answers that it is for child spacing, and they are right, and it is important. I just want to give a few methods that maybe you can use to make sure that you have children by choice and not chance. We talked about the long-term methods. I'll start with those. Long-term, that is usually for a longer period of time, protection for a longer period of time. We can have 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. We even have permanent. And family planning is not only for women, you know. So we have those methods that are for women specifically, but then also we have methods that are for men. And I think it should be a two-sided effort. We also have to admit that men have neglected family planning. And whenever you mention family planning, the first gender that comes to your mind would be women, not so? Am I right? Yes. And I'm very sure if I'm to ask here examples of male family planning methods, most of us do not know. But anyway, for the long-term family planning methods, we have those that are hormonal, then the non-hormonal methods that we can put in your body, and you know, they protect you for a specified period of time, which, by the way, you don't have to do the entire period. For example, if I gave you an implant of about 3 years, it doesn't mean you have to do the entire 3 years. You understand? You can come back after 1 year, after 2 years, and remove it when you're ready. The statistics were given, like 40% of the children that are given birth to in Uganda are unintended. And even the ones that we say are intended, I think it is just for documentation purposes, but most of us, I still think we were unplanned. So yes, we were unplanned. So it is very important that we should shift our energy and concentrate more on preventing most of these unintended pregnancies, you know? So we can give a family planning method. We have those that are short-term, the implants, or rather the pills where you take every day. We have an emergency contraceptive, branded Maristops, you know, backup. Then we have condoms, single use. Yeah, we have the flame condoms, the lifeguard, which has been there for some time. Then we have the well plan, microgynon. All those family plannings are available at a friendly cost for you. to be able to access them. Lastly, I think the government has tried, but there's still also space, for improvement on reproductive health, especially family planning. Yeah? We need to get these services to all our members of the society without them having to feel the pinch, the pressure or the impact on their salary. Today I was talking to one of the students there, and he asked me the price of one of our products, the Flame Condom. And we told him 3.5, and then he said, do you realize that that is lunch with a katunda on it? You understand? So, 3.5 might sound small, but, if someone tells you that that is lunch, that means we still have a very big gap there. So also, we need more funding in these things, and also research, on family planning to help improve the reproductive health and in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that sharing from Maristops, Uganda. In that order, let's hear directly from HF Uganda Cares, represented by Martha. And I think there was something very interesting here, and that is to do with peer power. How do we use student networks to drive HIV prevention and awareness? You will have a moment to ask the panelists a few questions that you would want them to respond to if they have not responded to certain things, but I'm very sure that the panel is doing quite great to answer almost everything accordingly. Thank you very much, Uganda, Maristops, for the information shared with us this evening. Over to you, Martha from HF Uganda Cares.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chae, and good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be sitting and speaking to young people. I only got a shock of my life when I looked back and saw seats were empty. But I came with all the interest to speak with young people. Not just speaking to them, but speaking with them. Because in matters that concern young people, they actually are the experts. Do you agree with me? So listening into the submissions that have been made here by you people, I find that you are actually very, very informed. You are very informed, and it only leaves me wondering, where is the gap? Where is the challenge? And for that matter, I'm not coming here to give you, to pump you with information, but to challenge you more, to share with us what are the issues, what is happening at campus, what is happening out of school that is exposing more young people. I believe you've had the statistics in the earlier sessions since morning, and it should only cause worry among you, just like it causes worry amongst we, the parents. Even with the information and awareness that you have, we continue getting exposed to HIV, for example, and other sexual reproductive health issues. STIs, talk about them, and nobody knows what are the repercussions of having STIs, and much so when they are not treated. It can be daunting for a young woman, a young man who has got infections over time, not noticed, and yet, time comes when you recollect and say, oh, so this is what actually happened to me. Are we together? So I am Mbabazi Martha. I work with AHF Uganda Cares. And Uganda Cares is an HIV and AIDS service organization. And one very critical thing about AHF is that we are keeping young people at the forefront in responding to issues that affect them. I'm sure you had a young man here emceeing. He's right now leading the youth program. And the reason is we got to know that the young people themselves understand issues that affect them, and they are able to come up with, solutions that then we, the rest that are in the backstage, come in to support them to see how these issues can be addressed. I said that young people are experts because the adults develop programs, but the peers in you are the ones that make them happen, or they are the ones that implement them. So that means that you people have all the capacity to respond to the issues that affect you. And I came prepared to ask what is happening exactly on campus, what information is lacking, and from you again to hear what can we do better to improve and narrow or reduce on the numbers or statistics of people that are, or young people that are getting infected with HIV on a daily. Yeah? As a program, as an organization, we have what we call the Girls Act program. And this program looks at girls 10 years to 24. And it's basically informing them, creating awareness about HIV and other issues, mental health, menstrual health and hygiene, and so many other issues that really affect, but also developing their capacity to amplify their voices on issues that affect them. The first conversation was on GBV. So our young women are this empowered lot that will not just keep quiet. They will speak out. Whether it is them or somebody else, they will always speak up in favor of the peer that is being affected. So then we also have the Boys to Men, which is also actually the same. It is focused on empowering the boy child, because we've recently known that boy children are equally disadvantaged like the girls. Although the girls, because of the affirmative action and all the programs that have come in to respond to the disadvantaged position of the girls back then, the girls have since overtaken the boys. And the girls are turning around to become a challenge to the boys. Is that so? Yeah, so because of that, we think we need to bring the boys as well to the same level with the boys, so that they move along as partners. They are not moving along like having someone above the other, but rather people who are going to share in conversations, in supporting each other as male and female. Yeah? But, dealing away with those power imbalances that I have had being mentioned here. So that is what AHF Uganda Cares does. We have wellness centers that provide free non-judgmental services, screening for STI, and mind you, our services are free. Colleagues here have spoken to abstinence, being faithful. The ABC strategy that worked back in the days is seemingly not working anymore, because things are actually happening. Young people have gotten to know that sex is sweet, isn't it? And young, not just maybe at university level, but right from primary level, we are hearing of girls getting pregnant at 9 years old. I have personally experienced a girl at 6 years. She knew what sex was and enjoyed it. And she actually went after boys, in the neighborhood, just to have sex. So the trajectory in terms of, talking about, safety of young people has since changed, because young people are exposed through so many things, through peers, through gadgets that they hold, and so they end up, derailed and misled through that kind of pressure. And so that leaves us with a big challenge. But this challenge can only be responded to by you young people. And that is why I want to ask here, From morning, I believe you've learned one new thing about HIV. Am I right? And if you've learned one thing about HIV, I am also thinking that with that knowledge that you've gained today, you are going to be a source of change. Are we together? You are going to be an impact amongst your peers. And I would like us to agree before we leave here today that we are going to have a number of actions. As student leaders, as students, as young people, we are going to have a number of actions that are going to help us to change the narrative. And so that next year when we get back in this same platform, we are able to rejoice and thank you as young people for taking lead in changing the statistics. Yeah. Thank you. I could get responses on what we can do to change this narrative of new HIV infections happening, especially amongst young women and adolescent girls. Yeah, somebody wants to respond?
Once again, thank you very much. My name is Ura Sonia, student at Kyambogo University, but also an HIV prevention advocate. I will first of all appreciate all the partners that have supported this event to be a success. I think one of the things that we can continue doing is have more events like this, but also another thing I've realized is as we are giving out this information, let it be in a youth-friendly way. As we can see, most of the students have gone out. It's because it has been a serious, but if we had some entertainers, this information, let's give it out in a way that is youth-friendly with vibe. Because that we cannot change. The youth love vibe. That one we can't change. So now, as we are giving the information, let us give it in a way that has vibe as well. Thank you.
Yes, once again, Okia Peter is my name, student of Kyambogo University, pursuing bachelor's degree in procurement and logistic management. I'm passing this case to the officials, especially the medical officers, to brief the parents, both the male parents and the female parents, they should unveil the risks of sexual intercourse to their kids when it comes to a boy child and to the girl child. And they should unveil to them the repercussions, as in this state, once you sleep with someone with unprotected sex, you will get pregnant. Also, to the boy child, once you sleep to a girl child with unprotected sex, you will get responsibilities. So they will get in line to know that whatever you do, there are repercussions that you should carry on. And also, there is a risk of getting HIV and AIDS. Those are all should be unveiled to the girl child and the boy child by the parents, both the male and the female parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Personally, I think that, we have seen that most of the things are being talked about, but for some reason, the rate of sexual immorality is so high. So I think it narrows down to our morals. If parents are not able to raise a kid, if they're not able to impact and tell them that having sex before marriage isn't right, then it's going to be so hard for me. Let me use myself as an example. If I wasn't raised well when I was still younger, at this age, I'm now at campus, and I find myself at a point whereby I'm desperate for love, so I'll do anything anything that this guy would want. So you find that I'm not the only girl or only person who's going through this. So I believe that we need to do more of counseling. Both the parents need to do it, the school needs to do it, even the church needs to do it. Because if you're counseled and it helps you. If you're mentally okay, then you're able to make the right decisions.
Thank you so much. I think what you can do is embrace social media, because that's where the youth are, most of them. That's where we are. So if we come here and this event is not being shown like on live TikTok or like any other social media platforms, or if you want to talk about HIV and you go to a television, UBC, NTV, people are no longer watching that. So if you can embrace social media and make it more interesting, give the youth jobs to be influencers for these movements and activists. Yeah, that's how you can fill in the gap, because being analog, we are no longer there. The youth are no longer there. Sure. Thank you.
My other submission would be that I very much believe in peer-to-peer influence. And unlike us, we have experience, and like you've seen, she has talked about how we already know what we are talking about. We already have the information. But there are people out there in the villages, in the whatnot, because for you know, you're going to abstain, you're going to have sex maybe when you're already married, or you're going to be faithful to your partner. But if we get people who have already been, who are already victims, and encourage them to open up to their fellows, their peers, and they would be able to reach out to other people who are not able to be with us today, who are not able to get this information via digital services. I think that is much better, because now, like, we have held this conference, but majority of us already know what we are talking about. But there are so many students out there in rural areas especially who have no idea, they have no clue about whatever we are saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you as we respond to a few of those concerns.
Thank
Then
you
I'll
so much. Let me run through these concerns. There was someone who had raised their hand. She had raised her
I think
hand.
in the interest of time, just note it down. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Whereas Sonia wants vibe. Yeah, vibe is good, because I mean it's the trend with the young people. But where you get information, I think you need to pick it up. I think right now in our conversation here, there was a plan, but because of time, we've not been able to do it the way. Because I was meant to engage you in numerous ways, just to pick information from you. But it's not been possible. We had to change the way we are presenting. Otherwise, it's true, we need to have vibe so that you're kept, interested. And then the concern about informing our parents. It's a complex of issues. Parents are also dealing with a lot of issues. There's poverty handling parents. They are struggling to make ends meet. And hardly would you find, even those who are actually well-to-do, are still looking to become better and more well-off. And so they never get time to sit down with their children. Besides, they return home late, they leave very early. And so getting time to speak to their children is something that is never thought about. And true, it is something that needs to be done. But that is why, as government, we are taking a multi-sectoral approach in responding to HIV. And that is where you bring all stakeholders, right from family level, community, district, regional, national, and it is intended to bring all of them into this conversation and challenge them to play a role. You can't imagine that faith-based organizations, I had dialogues with them, and they were able to commit to speak about a condom during their sermons. And I think that is a step in the right direction. If a faith-based leader is able to include prevention, HIV prevention in their sermon, and even mentioned, they said, we are not going to continue burying our heads under the sun because things are happening. Young people are actually engaging in sex because of a number of reasons. Some of them don't even understand why they end up having sex. Some of them looking for small things to, make ends meet. But again, it puts them into serious challenges. And then morals. Of course, the moral fiber has since decayed. We no longer have morals as a nation, as a community, and that again needs a multi-sectoral approach to reinstate morals. And that is why we are trying to reinvigorate the ABC strategy and try to, again, energize people's understanding around abstinence. And by the way, you can abstain even if you've already tested sex. You can abstain. It's called secondary abstinence. And that is when you are able to make up your mind and say, no, I think I need to think twice. And let me achieve what I intend to achieve in life, and then get the right person. Like the gentleman from Maristop said about family planning. You need to do it at the right time with the right person, and knowing how many you would want to have. Other than that, we shall remain, at a loss as a generation. Definitely we need to embrace social media. Social media is very impactful, although with its own challenges. I hope you know what challenges are there. Because we pick all things, or everything is in social media. And if not regulated, at times it's not helpful. But I just wanted to let you know, as AHF, we've been running programs on sexual reproductive health, on HIV prevention, on STI prevention, and we do it on YouTube. If you followed someone called Mr. Self-Care, we are always running on a weekly basis on different, topics around HIV, but also associated topics like NCDs that are becoming very common. So just follow Mr. Self-Care, you'll find that conversation. But also on AHF social media platforms, you'll find conversations. At least you'll find video clips that are speaking to issues that affect young people, and most especially spoken to you by young people. And then you said young people, you are no longer in analog. I do agree. You moved on long time. Some of us are still in analog. Halfway analog, halfway what? Digital. But somehow we have got to live symbiotically, support each other, and ensure that the young person is saved. Because right now the worry is the young person, and especially the adolescent girls and young people. Recently, the Ministry of Gender launched new guidelines. Initially, these guidelines were referenced as age-appropriate, comprehensive sexuality education. But some of our leaders were not very comfortable with the word sexuality, and so it took right from 2020 to implement these guidelines. I just hope that this education and lifestyle guidelines will now support us to make a difference, especially amongst the out-of-school students. But again, referencing her point on, for you who are in campus, you are aware, you're informed. But I can tell you, from the time I started speaking, I said, where is the gap? You have all the information, you're very aware. But again, amongst you are the ones who are vulnerable and exposed. Why? It remains a big question, and therefore it forms an action on what each of you is going to do, especially for those who are coming from the different universities. how are you going to translate this information into actions that can benefit fellow youth? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Martha from HF Uganda Cares. Now, just in a bit, we are going to be having our very last speaker for today. And she's going to be addressing something very important from Nagoro Teenage Center. And that is what must change for mental health support and action on harmful practices to become standard and not optional on campus. I find this a very interesting question. So let's pay very close attention to this presentation. If you will have questions for her, then she'll be able to respond to them before we can officially close today's session. I now invite you, Madam, to speak to us.
Thank you so much. First, I want to start by apologizing. I think we've stretched beyond the scheduled time, but I'll try to wrap up. My name is Linda Tulina. I work with Nagoro Teenage Center. I'm a behavior change, communication, and advocacy specialist, but I'm also a public health specialist with special interest in population and reproductive health. The topic today is on mental health, but maybe just before we get there, today in Uganda, nearly 1 in 4 Ugandans are reported to be affected with mental health conditions, disorders, or illnesses. And according to Ministry of Health, in the State of Uganda Population Report of 2025, Ministry of Health is now looking at mental health as a silent emergency, meaning we have mental health numbers that are silently surging. Out of Uganda's population, it is reported that 24.2% of the adults are reported to have mental health issues. Then about 22.9 children meaning below 18 years, are reported to have mental health issues. So no one is safe. So we basically want to help you to help us understand, but as you also learn from us, we want to get those issues. How do you think we can better mental health, especially in purposes of awareness, creating awarenesses in our respective campuses, but also awareness also looks at information dissemination and people getting to know where do we report in case we think we're having an issue with our mental health, but also issues to do with referral and then response. I would request that we can have some answers from you. I don't know if all of us know what mental health is. Yeah? Mental health. Do we know what mental health is? Or we can start from health. What is health? Sorry? What's health? Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kavus Brian from Uganda Christian University. To me, health is a state of well-being, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, not merely the absence of disease or illness.
Thank you so much. I think that's the WHO definition of health. So with mental health, we are basically looking at the psyche, the anything to do with the brain, wellness of the brain, how you feel, how you respond, how you act. So want to, from a number of engagements that we've had all over universities or with young people, many of them keep reporting mental health as one of those challenges that are really battling them. Issues to do with depression, anxiety, So we want to know how best can we help you as young people, as students, in terms of awareness, in terms of response, and in terms of referrals at our respective campuses.
Okay, thank you very much. About that, I would love to say that we are in an era where young people are so stuck to social media, and therefore, if you people should come up with strategies to let young people know and realize from the bottom that no one is putting bad life out there. Does that make sense? No one is putting bad life out on social media. Every other thing that you see on LinkedIn, because that is an app where you can find a young woman, a young man, and at 25 years, have a Rolls Royce, they have land all over the city, they have a they have a master's ready, so things. So if young people can only know that no one is putting bad life out there, therefore, there is a lot of deception that is embedded in all those other things that people are putting out there. So they should know and stand their ground and make independent decisions to make ends meet, not from pressure that is societal or social media based, but from an informed point of view, and also knowing that if every other thing seems to turn around, let us nurture children on spiritual foundations. Because as someone that has grown up in a Christian setting, that those things you look at and exactly it convicts you, and you already know that for this case, I can only go in the presence of the Lord and tarry longer. So if we can spiritual aspect in place, and also let young people know that there is nothing good that comes out in a blink of an eye. There's always sacrifice to it, there's process to it. It will so much protect the mental health of the young people, other than the pressure that is put out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's
Okay, thank you very much. My name is called Abison Alex. I come from St. Lawrence University. I think one key thing that we ought to do, first of all, in the area of awareness, is that we need to differentiate clearly what mental health is with what mental illness is. Because over the ages, when you get conversation of mental health and you go down there, when you mention the word mental health, people think it's mental illness. So to me, as we're going down there, we need to also be able to differentiate this clearly so that people get to understand what is mental health and what is mental illness. And in this, when you're having talks on mental health, be able to talk about what mental illness is and how it can be prevented. That is one area. Then two, the methodologies that can be used to reach out. We have been talking here about the ministers who help us in the university in terms of health. I would think as organizations who run such programs, you could organize school outreaches whereby you go down there, you partner with these ministers, and then you have campaigns on mental health and mental illness awareness. You have these talks at the schools. You can have them like a chotos in Makerere. People do come in the evenings. You got a guys, because the school has a program that normally runs from morning up to 5. So sometimes the resting hours are in the night. So you can organize those programs. You come down and talk to the people. But also, you know, mental health does not only happen in schools. It's everywhere. It's in the church. It's back there in the villages. It's everywhere. Me, I would think there is need for partnerships with all stakeholders, even up to the grassroots levels, to see that this thing is made real, because it's not something that we need to joke about. It's from it that we realize other things come and attack our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, maybe just to respond to his concern. So mental health and mental illness are related but different. The health is the being on the you're doing well, the good side. The illness, you've been diagnosed with an illness or a disorder. So maybe to start with, what do we have any referral points within our universities? If someone says having a mental breakdown, what's the procedure? Is everyone aware of where they're supposed to go if they need that kind of specific help? You're speaking for Kyambogo. Yes, please.
Okay. So my name is Primrose from Uganda Christian University, and at our university we have what we call the Ruth Nkoyoyo Wellness Center. It's a counseling center, and a para-counselor there. They train students for peer counseling. Then we also have trained counselors. So in case we receive a case and we fail to handle, we always refer. But again, we always walk around different hostels talking to the students that we do have the resources available, and everyone, as long as they are a student, they are always welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak for the case of St. Lawrence University once again. We do not have a counseling unit in St. Lawrence University. And I think last semester we were doing some, one of our lecturers was doing a research on what we want to be done within the school. So I had to write a proposal on them working for us to have a counseling unit. And I think it's one thing that they took, and he promised that it's going to be available by around August. We're waiting to see it. But then also, on the referral process, I would think, in case we have such counseling units in the university, they should be able to empower the health ministers and more other students to even be representing their classes, such that if they identify mental case issues in their classes, in the hostels, they can be able to report to the next people who are available. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, on the same case, it has come to my notice that some of the mental health challenges that students face are actually out of frustration and then also being at crossroads. You know, you're stuck, some of them are indebted, they're in a lot of things. So sometimes the counseling might work, but action might work better. Supporting them, you know, creating opportunity for the young people. They're in hostel, they are hungry. It is not that their mental health was at stake at a certain point, but because of all those things together, it puts them down completely. And therefore, instead of just talking, okay, I believe in motivational speakers, they have an impact. But also sometimes we really need to act. You know, if they need money, even when I tell them 1,000 words, it might not solve the tuition balance. But then if I can create an opportunity that maybe over the holidays, they are engaging in such and such an activity, and in the end of it all, it might not generate all the money, but at least a partial sum of it. Basically that.
Thank you so much. So in part of the work we do as Naguru Teenage Center, we offer counseling services, online counseling. We have a toll-free helpline, but of course we are working right under Ministry of Health. Our toll-free number is 0800 311 222. Then we also have a knowledge portal where young people can actually access information specifically on sexual reproductive health and mental health. It's a portal we call muvubuka.com. It's a portal where you can easily engage with service providers and even be referred in case you need to be referred. But as I conclude, it's very important for us to know that all of us can at one point be victims of mental illnesses. We can all have a mental breakdown at one point. It could be a transition you're going through life. Maybe you've lost a loved one, you've lost a job, you're failing in school, you're struggling financially. All these things can have an impact on our mental health. But very importantly also, we need to keep social media in check. Studies have been done, and we really know how much pressure comes out of social media. Comparison is also one thing that keeps leading people into those cycles, yeah? So you need to know that not everything you see on social media is actually true. People curate all sorts of videos, information, photos for their likes. Some of them are earning out of this. So you need to have that knowledge to be able to discern truth from maybe a marketing strategy or something. And of course, talk to someone. Mental breakdowns thrive so much on loneliness and isolation. So if you feel you're going through something and you're overwhelmed, maybe it could be tuition, it could be a relationship, it is always wise that you seek help from the right people. Some people would choose to talk to a pastor, to talk to a religious leader, to talk to someone. When you talk to someone, we have a saying, a problem shared is half solved. But you also need to know the kind of people you're talking to and what advice they can actually give you. Because you may find yourself in a situation where you're sharing, maybe you're going through something, and the solution they're offering you is, let's go to a bar and have a good time. Before you know it, it's routine. So you need to keep talking, but also keep seeking the right information. Of course, we are open to help. If you really need help and want to reach out, we are very open to all of you. All our services are open and very free to all young people and adolescents 10 to 24 years, in and out of school. Thank you so much.
Ooh, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Naguru Teenage Center, for the very beautiful remarks and informative. It's been so informative, and I'm very sure that whoever sat here shared with us has been a blessing, because perhaps they would have been engaged in some other things in some other places, but we took on the journey the whole day. And I want to thank you guys for being so resilient. Yeah, because you had an option of stepping out the way the rest did, but you chose to stay in through up to this moment. If I were asked to call out heroes today, I would call all of you heroes. Indeed, you are heroes, yeah. Clap for yourselves, clap for yourselves. Yeah, so we've been able to share recommendations during this session, and I'm very sure that the rapporteurs were able to capture a couple of things. The most important thing right now is that we get this to a close, and tomorrow we have half day. We'll end by 2. By 2 we shall be having lunch, and then we shall be done. The Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education, Minister of Health, will be here with us, and some other guests who are scheduled for tomorrow. Other than that, I want to thank all of you for being present. I want to thank your universities that have made it possible for you guys to be here. And we need to take charge of our lives. We need to take responsibility of our actions, and we need to set pace for ourselves and for the generation to come. And this should be in a positive direction. I highly think that you have learned a lot today. And again, whatever knowledge you've acquired, you are not, somebody earlier on said, we are not too young to do something. We can all cause an impact somewhere. We can all cause an impact somewhere. So I want to throw back to your challenge. Usually when I interact with students, I run an online program for students in VAC in most cases. So one thing I encourage them to identify that one community challenge that they see, and I ask them to come up with a solution. And I'm at least happy that a number of them are running community-based organizations that are helping the community through some of those challenges. These are VACs, they do that when they're in VAC. Some of us are in 3rd year, some are in 2nd year, some are in 1st year. What are we doing? All right, can we think outside our lecture rooms, look at community, go empower, impact. Before you know it, these partners will be identifying you and they'll be coming through to support you. And then ask you, how did you get to know about us? We had you at Kyambogo University for the second National Students Conference, Health Conference. You understand? And that is how we grow, tap opportunities, and impact lives. All right? Okay. So I want to invite all of us tomorrow. Please, let's come early so that we have tomorrow's session as well. Encourage your friends to come as well, especially those who are not doing tests tomorrow for Kyambogo University and the other universities. Please, let's come. And we have this done such that we now swing into action. My name is Paul Achaye. I have been your MC for today. I serve Own Your Future, but I also serve at the Uganda National Students Association as the programs coordinator at the Secretariat, which is under the Ministry of Education and Sports. I also chair the UNESCO Youth Committee. UNESCO Youth Committee. I chair that committee, but I am also a very passionate mentor to a couple of colleagues, and that is how we grow and be able to change lives. Take care of yourselves. Know that this life, you live it once. When you die, you don't come back in that form. You may come back in another shape. I don't know what that might be, but I'm very excited. I'm honored that I had you guys today. And so I'll request a volunteer to lead us in a prayer, then we go in peace. And the volunteer will close for us with a word of prayer. Okay, all right, the other one had the hand up. Okay, we might be upstanding and then we close with a prayer shortly.
Good evening, members. Let us humble ourselves and we have a word of prayer. Lord, Father, King of Kings, we honor you for this day. Thank you, Father, for protection, wisdom, and everything we have shared, Father. It has been you who have provided us good people to guide us through LSC and everything, Father. I pray for safe journeys as we go back home. May we pray, Father, for good health as university students. Father, we pray for protection. In the name of loving God, we have prayed and believe.
Amen. All right, have a good evening and good night. DJ, over to you.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Wali wowe wankubye wandese mu jasi